Welcome in. It is 8 minutes. Check that. Nearly 9 minutes after the hour. It's a new edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Helmsy here alongside Greg Burgess.
What?
And we are kicking things off as this is the kickoff hour. A little out of our elements today because Speedy is not here.
I forgot about that.
I did too. I'll tell you how I
forgot all about it.
Forgot about it until about 8:15 last night. I'll tell you what I was doing when it hit me, and then my morning completely changed because I had to. There's a lot of things we have to do when he's not here.
Yeah.
So.
But I thought about it about the time I walked in. So.
About the time you walked in.
Yeah. So, oh yeah.
That's not very comforting, Greg.
I know.
Because you know what my thought was last night? Greg's got it.
Boy, you were mistaken.
Huh? That was my thought.
You were.
Greg's got it.
Is that why you wore that hoodie?
So you go in there right out the gate.
It's a little chilly out. I'll give you that. You pulled the hoodie out. I'm a tennis coach.
I've been so excited to get this hoodie on.
Does it say I've never seen that. Must be a new one for this season.
It's a tennis logo.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, it's a tennis brand.
Oh, I'm all tennis.
I got it when it was on sale last year.
You knew, hey, it'll get cold eventually.
And it'll get cold eventually, and I'm excited to have it on today.
Look, I'll admit it. We're all ready to change wardrobes a little bit. Of course, I've noticed there's stuff. I pulled out one the other day. It's like a pullover, and I got to thinking. And, we're on YouTube. Not that anybody pays attention, but usually we catch this when people come to the show that's had pictures from 10 years ago when they came, and I had the same shirt on.
Yeah.
I really believe that particular shirt, I've had it and worn it on a regular basis for at least 8 years.
There are things in my rotation that I've had for 10.
Golly.
Those pullovers that I wear are 6, 7 years old.
Yeah, I remember when you got all them made. But it's funny when they bring pictures, people go, look, and it's us up there
same
posing,
thing.
And I'll have the shirt on that same day.
If you come to the golden ticket seats sometime coming soon, and you get a picture with us, there is a really good chance that we're wearing the exact same thing when you were here the last time.
Yeah, oh yeah, no matter how long it's been either.
Yeah. How about that? Now, I did and we always do this. I pulled up last night. So this is how.
Do you wear the hood ever on your head?
I did this morning.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's kind of why I had it on at that point. But I did want to wear it. I've been excited to wear it. Like a little kid. Last night I got home. It was probably around 6:45.
Yeah.
And it hit me, hey buddy, both garbage cans are full, and they've got to come up here to the top of the road. So you can either do it now where you're still sweaty and a little nasty and just get it over with, and then you don't have to deal with it in the morning. Or you can pull in that garage, go upstairs, get a shower, kick back on the couch for an hour or so, and not worry about it till in the morning.
Yeah, I've had that battle.
Sometimes I'll even battle this. Hey, just get one tonight because there's two and they're full. Just get one. And for those of you that are just now listening, taking trash out at my house is a much bigger deal because there is a monster hill.
It's a workout.
It is. It's
I got distance on mine, but I would rather have my distance than that as far as the work. Am I getting tired?
Yes.
Going up that hill of yours, it's a lot easier just to go that quarter mile on flat.
So I put this on this morning because it's a little nip out there for us here in good old state Alabama. It is
logo on.
We're in the 30s today, like high 30s.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, it's going to warm up.
Yeah, it is.
But and
it's our first day.
It's not the 30s in here.
No, it's not. And this is or in your truck on the way here.
It wasn't. No. The only time that I was affected by wearing the hoodie was when I was actually taking the trash out. That was it.
See, I struggle with jackets now that I work indoors. When I worked outdoors, that was a different story.
Yeah.
But jackets, if I'm going from the house to the truck's running. I've already hit the automatic crank on it. And then I don't want a jacket on when I get in the truck.
I know.
Because it's warm.
I know.
And then all I got to do is go from the truck to the building. And if I got a jacket on, I get in here, I'm going to have to take it off. I struggle with when I wear jackets and when I don't.
The hoodie
is a good go-between because it kind of works.
But here's the thing. Honestly, I only needed it for like a minute and a half total this morning.
Except for the sharpness.
Yeah, and that's the main reason I'm wearing it.
That's what I'm
because I think I'm
talking
sharp.
about.
So last night I just said the heck with the garbage cans and went
I'll
in,
worry about it later.
Got a shower, got something to eat, got on the couch. I thought, one of my shows is updated. I'm gonna watch a little TV. And I knew Monday Night Football was on, but it was,
it wasn't really a match.
These two teams that are having a lot of trouble this year, and I thought, I don't really care anything about this. Now, Joe Buck being on the call kind of wanted to pull me in a little bit, but I didn't. I maybe watched like 4 plays By the way, the Chargers won 19-16 in overtime, and it was nothing but field goals.
Yes, and there were 5 possessions.
I think there was
overtime.
one touchdown. I think, but
5 possessions in overtime and nobody got a first down.
that's
3
amazing.
and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out.
Yeah.
Ain't that crazy?
So the Chargers field goal kicker, I think, got the game ball from the team, and
he kicked while he was hurt.
he was even struggling. That's what, a hamstring maybe.
Yeah, he said he felt it pop on like the first PAT.
Okay.
So maybe they did score.
So I did watch maybe. Braden had it on too in one of the rooms, and so I popped in with him and watched it a minute. But then I went back in there and watched the show, and I sent Speedy a picture I showed you this morning of our new puppy, Blue, and
Blue's Clues.
I thought, well, I'm gonna send this to Speedy, and that's at that moment. It was like 7:45.
Yeah, you got this.
That's when it hit me that he was not going to be here today, and so I immediately went in and changed my alarm to get up like 30 minutes earlier. And then this morning when it went off 30 minutes earlier, I said out loud, Greg's got it. Ain't no sense. Hey, won't you snooze a minute? Greg's got it. He's going to be up there printing stories off, and he's going to have all that done by the time you walk in the door.
I was starting on it.
You were ahead of
Because
me.
it did dawn on me when I showed up that, oh, by the way, we're a man down.
And we got it together this morning. I mean, we even had a printer issue we worked through.
That's right. Had a little ink. Got to deal
I
with
had to have lights to see something, and you found those. We don't even know where lights are. Certain lights are in this place.
We don't. We've been here almost a year.
So it'll be a miracle if we just get through this hour.
Yeah, we'll limp through it. But Speedy's off, and we hate when we're a man down.
Yeah,
but
nothing's wrong with Speedy, by the way. He's visiting. He's going up to Huntsville. His son has. I guess. Can we talk about this?
I guess
his son is on a college visit.
Yeah,
just leave it at that.
And they're getting tour of the campus and stuff like that.
So up in the Huntsville area.
Yeah.
So it's just a little more nippy up there than it is
that's
here.
Right.
I hope he has his hoodie.
You know he will. He'll be ready. Better put something on that head.
Yeah.
That old head's gonna get cold.
He'll wear a suggin.
He'll pull over. He's got old suggin head. No doubt about it.
All right, man down, but we are, as you can see, we're as organized as we can be.
Sure.
Ready to bring you the world's headlines and what is going on inside the show. Hang with us. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back 16 minutes after the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code BUBBA to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Here's a question. Is there anything more precious than the security of you and your loved ones? Of course not. That's why we use and trust Simply Safe Home Security. Simply Safe protects you with cutting-edge security technology powered by 24/7 professional monitoring agents. Simply Safe has affordable plans starting at less than $1 a day. Customize the perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring. Go to simplysafebubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who ordered the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com. The U.S. Navy chose EnviroCleanse air purifiers to help stop COVID flus and colds from spreading on board ships and subs. Now it's cold and flu season, and EnviroCleanse mineral technology is available for your home, for you and your family. This is how you stop colds and flu from taking your family down. And it neutralizes allergies by destroying toxins, pollen, and mold. It's made right here in the USA. Just go to ekpure.com ekpure.com. Use the code Bubba for 10% off plus a free air quality monitor. That's ekpure.com, code Bubba. If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa, and folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble, and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere! Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Raycon's everyday earbuds offer quality sound at half the price of other premium audio brands. They have optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, making them comfortable enough for all-day wear. And with 3 different sound profiles and 32 hours of battery life, we can listen to whatever, whenever. It's no wonder Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 15% off your order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
21 minutes after the hour. Welcome back. Welcome in. Whatever the case, thank you so much for making us a part of your day right here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Helmsy alongside Greg Burgess. We are speedyless today, and he'll be back tomorrow. A good family trip for him, and visit his son visiting a college. So they'll knock that out today. We will knock this kickoff hour out. The boys will join us at the top of the hour, along with TV producer extraordinaire Eddie Van Adler.
Adler will be in the house.
I had a dream last night about Adler.
Really, I wouldn't tell that.
I was.
Might want to keep that to yourself.
It became known to y'all around here. This is the dream, that anytime I was frustrated, because I've always called him Adler, always called him Adler, and still do. I never use his first name, never.
No, nobody around here.
But in this dream, when I was frustrated with him, I would call him Chris.
Oh,
and y'all
like
picked up on it and started making
that was your
this
dream?
was a dream this morning. I woke up this morning about 1:30,
Chris,
coughing my head off, and had just a ton of struggles. Huh?
Mad at Chris.
Well, I could not hardly go back to sleep. It was just an in and out kind of thing, and so probably in a few hours I'll wear down. But in the 30 minutes that I was sleeping at one of the times, I had this dream, and I kept calling him Chris if I was and y'all really would not let it go, like made a big deal about it on the show, and I started feeling bad because I started realizing y'all were right.
But think about this. It would have to be in a situation. I truly do not believe I've ever heard one person on this staff call him Chris.
Mm-mm.
Have you? Out loud?
No.
Never.
No.
I don't think so. So if
and
you
it
did
felt
start
like the
doing
dream,
that, we would notice it and we would call you out.
This
and go,
was
what's the deal?
This was a 10 10, 15-minute dream probably, but it felt like months of data. Like, you know what I mean?
I've
Like
done
it
that,
felt
yeah.
like months had
You're
gone
going,
by,
obviously.
and like month 2, I realized, wow, so there's something to this.
Well, why were you so mad at
And
him?
I would get frustrated with him a lot.
Did you understand why you
I don't know. I don't know. That was not revealed. The why of why I was
Just
frustrated.
you were.
Because I never get frustrated with him. Really? I mean, I don't.
Yeah.
There were times early on, I think he and I both got frustrated at each other because we were trying to figure out the technical side, and some of it was new, and all that's normal. That's just normal business working.
That's when y'all used to cuss each other
You just
out.
You just work through it, and but I mean, this was strange to me.
So if I hear you call him Chris today, I'm gonna say, well,
Exactly.
he's mad.
Yeah. Where are you at on the Sam's Club memberships, the Costco membership? Does this come into your world
It
at all?
doesn't. But I think I'm not sure we even. I know we're not Costco because we don't have one around us. We may be a Sam's Club. I don't know. I've never. The only time there's one not far from where I live, and I was in there because you remember we used to have there was a company that did Rick and Bubba's sausage.
Yeah.
And it was sold in Sam's Club, and they had the grand opening of the Sam's Club in Oxford, and I was there giving out sausage. That
Really?
place was packed on grand opening. Not because I was giving out sausage.
That's exactly why.
That was just a bonus.
Something about you and sausage brings
but
a crowd.
that place, yeah, I'm a little link. But Sam's, I mean, I don't right now. I don't need.
So
you
you
know,
don't
like that
know-
much.
just straight
that
up-
many paper towels in one swoop.
Lisa
you know?
could have a Sam's membership and you wouldn't know it.
Yes.
You don't know. All right. Well, here's the story today. As things continue
I mean,
to
I'm
go
willing
up.
to try.
Well, I'll get to that in a
I'll
minute.
tell you
I don't
this.
think.
I used to go by and pick up stuff for the concession stand when I was on the Booster Club and my kids were in high school.
Yeah.
And I would have to go by Sam's. I had an account, and they had this good big slice of pizza you could get in there for like $1 or $2.
Well, after
awesome.
After a decade, Sam's Club memberships increased yesterday for the first time
Okay,
since
that's not bad.
1999.
So
They have not raised their membership prices since 1999.
how's everybody taking it? Are they mad?
Well,
what are we going up? We're going to $5?
$5,
Oh,
yeah.
good night. You ain't went up in 10 years. Are you going to drop them like you did Netflix for going up? You know how you are. Netflix goes up $1.20. You drop them.
That's not why I drop them, Greg.
Oh yeah.
I'm trying to be efficient with our money. That's
Well,
what I'm
that's
trying
what
to
I just
do.
said.
But I'm not. But they didn't go. That didn't do it because they went up.
So you out of Sam's Club now? Is that it?
No, we never did Sam's Club. We do Costco, which I think's whatever. I don't know that it's worth what we're doing with that, but Costco's $60 a year.
Oh.
And Amanda, here's the problem with Costco is the things that we buy in bulk. I feel like they expire before we get to them. Because that's
don't
the
get
key.
To use them all, yeah.
That's the key. You're buying in bulk.
Yeah.
So you're evidently
And you get stuff like paper towels, toilet paper, because you're going to eventually use it. But if you got something that's got a date on it,
Is that worth the $60 membership? Probably so. I don't know the answer to that. It's kind of like the Amazon shipping thing. Amazon Prime, we're a member, and only because the shipping
that's what. Yeah,
is
now
free.
we do that.
That actually
And
there's
I will say this: as much as Lisa orders on Amazon, it is definitely
pays for
worth
itself.
it.
For
Not
sure.
even close.
So I don't know if what we're doing with Costco is
Do
actually.
you use enough to matter?
And now she goes there a lot, but I feel like we're going there and spending things that we would go other places and
You
buy.
don't end up-
It wasn't a bulk purchase. It was like,
Yeah.
hey, I need some pots, or I need, I don't know, some kind of electronic device, a vacuum cleaner.
A pallet of oatmeal.
I mean, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
we buy some of these.
Yeah, stuff instead of you. When you think bulk, like toilet paper, paper
Right,
towels. You're in there
right.
buying
Huge
pots and
jar of
pans.
pickles.
Yeah,
You
that's
know?
a big old jar of pickles.
Now I don't know where they're going in the refrigerator, but
They won't fit.
they won't fit. They will not.
Let's see.
So I don't know if I kind of roll my eyes when I hear
I can't
Costco
believe you ain't
mentioned.
done work that out with that $60 a year, whether it's worth it.
I know. This is one of those
If
battles
you'll
I don't
leave the
want to
streaming
fight.
things along and maybe
See,
concentrate.
the streaming thing, Amanda doesn't fight me on because she don't even know how to get into it.
That's a good point.
But I don't want to fight the Costco thing because that's her deal.
yeah,
So to
just
me,
let it go.
I can argue with
$60.
I can argue with a 10-year-old and 15-year-old and come up with a good reason why I canceled a streaming service.
Yeah, you're gonna have a tough
I
time.
shut Amanda's Costco down. That's a whole different bottle of wax, friend.
The only thing that for some reason my wife bought into during the pandemic when we were having a toilet paper shortage for some reason, I don't know how COVID and toilet paper went hand in hand, but it did. She got to ordering cases of toilet paper. So now we'll just have we'll get a case of toilet paper, and it'll last, a long time. But that's the only bulk thing that we buy.
You know, when that was going on,
they deliver it to the house.
Well, and that's what I was going to say.
Giant thing of Charmin on the front porch.
I want to say it's Amazon in our area has a little contract with Whole Foods.
Yeah.
And they may do something with Publix too. I don't know, but we would do we would have things that were recurring, and we would actually set it up every couple weeks. This would be delivered at the house. So it was like bottled water, toilet paper, paper towels, all the things that we essentially.
Which is really good because you don't realize how many times you have to stop on the way home for that stuff.
And it was.
It is pretty
And
good.
I think I got frustrated with the cost of it because it was a little more. Obviously, when you do, delivery fees and all that, it was kind of silly, but. But it's nice to know that you're coming home and that's already there, and you didn't have to go out and buy it.
That's true.
So
they even will send air filters for your air conditioning unit monthly to your house.
Well,
you can even do that.
The economy is rocking so much that Sam's Club memberships have increased for the first time.
That tells you something right
there. It does. We'll be back. Hang with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here's a question. Is there anything more precious than the safety of you and your loved ones? Of course not. So isn't it strange that not all home security companies truly put you first? Old school home security companies set you up with outdated technology, they overcharge you for service, and they lock you into binding multi-year contracts. That's why we use and trust SimpliSafe Home Security Simply. SimpliSafe protects you with cutting-edge security technology powered by 24/7 professional monitoring agents who always have your back. SimpliSafe blankets your home in protection with advanced sensors for every room, window, and door. There are even hazard sensors that instantly detect fires, floods, and any other threats to your home. Their monitoring experts use proprietary advanced response technology to visually confirm when a break-in is real. Customize the perfect system now for your home at simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring. Go to simplysafebubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Hey, business owners, have I got some good news for you, especially if gas is a big expense. You now have access to the A2B fuel card, which until now was only available for fleet owners. The A2B fuel card is accepted anywhere they take Visa. You can use your A2B fuel card for maintenance, repairs, and more, or restrict your card to just fuel purchases for employees to use. A2B will even watch out for misuse and suspicious transactions. But A2B is more than just saving you money. They also make it easy to manage all your fuel and transportation-related costs to help quickly prep your taxes and are always there to help with 24/7 support that answers in seconds. You work hard for your business. Get the fuel card that's going to work hard for you. Get A2B. There's no credit check required. Apply today at A2B.com/Bubba. For a limited time, you'll get a $50 credit. That's the letter A to the letter B.com/Bubba to apply and get a $50 credit, or go to rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Inflation is rising. COVID hurt the economy, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did in 2008 to your retirement? Yikes. I think we all do. A Federal Reserve survey broke some bad news dating back to the 50s. Whenever inflation and unemployment have hit today's levels, history suggests a recession may be near. Well, our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's possibly coming. Smart investors all over are investing in gold and precious metals, and they're doing it for two reasons. One is that gold can be a great hedge during a recession. The second reason is that the closer a recession gets, the more your gold could be worth. So talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. And right now you'll receive up to $10,000 and free bonus coins based on the value of the gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or rickandbubba.com.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere! Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
A Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, my coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Welcome in, 35 minutes after the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour. Helmsy here alongside Greg Burgess.
What's up? How about this, Helms? This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by the 24/7 burglar busting protection for your home or small business. You know what it is? SimplySafeBubba.com. Old school security companies, they set you up with outdated technology. They like to overcharge you for the service, lock you into binding multi-year contracts. That's why we encourage you to look at SimplySafeBubba.com instead. They protect you with cutting-edge security technology powered by 24/7 professional monitoring agents who they got you back. They'll blanket your home or your small business in protection with advanced sensors in every room, window and door. How about that? There are even hazard sensors that instantly detect fires, floods, and other threats. Customize the perfect system to fit your needs today at SimplySafeBubba.com. Claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off interactive monitoring. SimplySafeBubba.com or go to the link at rickandbubba.com, and that is located on the sponsors.
It is indeed.
So there you go, simplysafebubba.com.
Well done, sir. Where are you at on rare coins?
You know, when I was a kid, my grandfather, he liked coins, and he would give me and Rick these $50 and, put these up, it's in a plastic. And we had this little, it's like a silver pig that you could take apart, and we put all our rare coins in it. And then we would end up going in there, and when we wanted to go to the Taylor's Grocery down the road from where we live was where we used to ride our bicycles, and I'd want to buy baseball cards or maybe some sweet tarts.
Okay.
And if I didn't have any money, I'd dip into – so I probably had some rare coins that I actually bought bubblegum with that were probably worth more, especially if we would have kept them, considering I was little then and I'm old now. What if I'd have kept them the whole time? For all I know, I had one of these record-setting coins that I went, like I say, bought – baseball cards that I ended up sticking in the spokes of my bike.
Are you talking about the Walton 1913 Liberty Head nickel?
If I had the Walton 1913 Liberty Head nickel and used it, I would be very sad when I see what it's bringing in now.
Previously sold at an auction for over $3 million. Just
mother.
This week, an auction house specializing in currency announced it recently purchased the rare nickel for millions of dollars, $4.2 million.
This collectible thing. It's just
I'm not as organized in that world as I need to be. I get that. I got a bunch of baseball cards that I know there's probably 100 of them that are worth thousands of dollars. But the rest of them, I'm not organized enough. I may have some gems in there that could probably pay for some of the kids' colleges one day or weddings. But I'm just not organized enough on that front. I'm an organized individual, but not on that front. I'm not prioritizing.
You might as well dig through and see what you got. But how about this? It says it's one of the total of 5 1913 Liberty Head nickels. So they say there's only 5 out there.
Well, I'll say this: when they say rare, they're not exaggerating.
No, they're not. Wow.
So you bring up an interesting point. You said my grandparents. My grandparents did this too, both sets. So was that a thing that everybody did back then?
I guess it was. Coins were a big
And
deal.
Amanda's dad still has just coins, and I'm sure her parents.
We had like some dimes that were
parents.
pure silver.
Yeah.
They used to be, and they quit making them pure silver.
Yeah.
We had some of those, and I'm sure they're not worth that much. But I'm just saying, if we would have had something like this and not known that it was worth, everybody had a good Buffalo head nickel. We all got that.
Still got those.
Yeah, look out a wheat penny.
But what is that? What is the Buffalo nickel?
It's probably not worth
I mean, is it? I mean, obviously it's more than 5 cents, but what?
Yeah, I think it's rare, I guess.
So
listen now, you remember we had an intern because he worked, maybe it was his grandfather that was big into coins, because he would, every year they had this big coin show, and he would work at it and make some pocket money, and he was talking about how these people just come from everywhere to look at these coins, and they trade and sell and all that stuff. So I mean, it's a big business.
Well,
now, I don't know about there's many people that are in the $4.2 million coin business.
Well, what's interesting is, so I have.
That'd be my luck. I'd have it and go, you talking about that old Liberty Head coin you had that you bought some bubble gum?
Well, and
with?
that's what I don't know what I have.
You bought
so
a
I've got
bar with it.
I've got these, these plastic Tupperware, big Tupperware things you put like Christmas decorations, you store things in. And that's what I've got all of my baseball cards that are actually worth it. But what also is in there is a bunch of coins. Because when our grandparents knew that we collected baseball cards. And so it was also a thing then to collect coins. And so they would when we would go over there, they would, and I'm not talking about just hand us like, hey, they would have it in these little preserved packs
yes,
and
sir.
something written on it. And all that is just in there. And I don't know what's what.
We used to they would give us at work, like if we went a year without an accident, they'd give us some kind of coins that they were supposedly collectible, and silver dollar, some special silver dollar. And a lot of them would sell them for $5 right on the spot. Somebody go, I'll give you $5 for it. Done. I mean, that shows how I actually saw that happen. But I've just never been a collectible guy. But I tell you what, I'd like to have a 1913 Walton Liberty Head nickel.
I don't think I have anything that's going to bring this kind of money, but I do think
you would be surprised in baseball cards how much you may have in there.
I know. That's the key.
See, we had a lot, and you don't remember it because when were you born?
78.
Okay, see,
had to think a minute.
In 76 was the Bicentennial.
Okay.
And I was 10 years old. So that was a big deal.
Yep.
And you had a lot of commemorative Bicentennial coins. My granddad gave me and Rick each a roll of $10 worth, and those are not, huge collectibles.
Yeah.
But at the time, they were $10 rolls. Of course, we spent them. But I mean, it wasn't like that. It was rare because they were in circulation. There were Bicentennial coins out there, and I don't know where they are now, but yeah, stuff like that. He would give us stuff like that, and then we would spend it.
Yeah, I never spent any of the stuff that was in the actual wrappers. I didn't even know if I could.
I remember cracking that rose in a roll. I remember cracking it open and go, oh, my goodness, I need to go.
We used to roll pennies and stuff all the time at my grandmother's.
Oh, yeah.
It would be a little job she'd all give us to do.
Do you remember the wheat penny?
Yeah,
on the back had the wheat. That's supposed to be something special.
I've got a couple of those, I think.
Oh, yeah. The great wheat penny.
I would be remiss if I didn't bring this up because I want Speedy, even though he's not here. I want him to be proud of me today.
Oh, wow.
And I want him.
He is your daddy.
And he was the only one that would bring this up. And so I feel like we need to just bring it up real quick. Game 5 of the ALDS.
Oh, that's right, because he always brings it up.
Every morning he brings up something baseball, and we give him zilch.
Because I'm going to be honest, now that the Braves are out, any hope of me getting into it is over.
I know. And I will be honest, on my way home last night, I thought, okay, we've got a Game 5 tonight, a winner take all. I'm probably not going to watch Monday Night Football. Maybe I'll give it a look. And I wasn't home 15 minutes and forgot about any of it. But it's a good thing because it was postponed due to rain.
So you got another shot at it.
I got another shot at it now, and it's early today. They're trying to get whoever's going to win this series out to Houston to start the NL.
Waiting, going, come on.
I mean, the AL, the pennant run, and Houston's waiting, so they're starting at 3:07 today.
Oh, wow.
Central Time. And so if you missed the game last night or thought I was about to give you a score, well, guess what? You get to watch it again today.
So
3:07 first pitch. Guardians, which you love. You love the Guardians.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
But he does. He gets frustrated with us.
We don't give him as much as we should.
I was talking to one of my tennis students' dad yesterday.
Oh, tennis students.
Yeah, he's a big baseball fan. Shout out to Cameron. and we were kind of talking about the different teams that are actually in this thing this year, which is, I mean, the Padres. Nobody saw I didn't.
You talking about the
especially
old
they
brown
had
and
some
yellow?
Injuries too.
Yeah, the main guy ain't even playing, is he?
Exactly. So, but
I
they're
remember his name. Atit. What's his name?
I don't know.
What's his last name?
I don't know.
You know it.
I don't know it.
Anyway,
Plus, I'm wanting you to struggle.
He's
with
the one that because remember they did a story about when you're in minor league and people buy futures into your salary and they collect later.
Yep.
We did a story up.
I mean, what did I do with it? I mean, I'm not this unorganized. I promise.
Yeah, you are. This just today.
Oh, here it is. So you got the Phillies
Phillies put the Braves packing.
They did. You got the Phillies and the Padres, and then the Astros will play the winner of the Guardians and Yankees, which happens this afternoon.
And then those will determine who plays. In
Knowing what I just said, will you give it anything today?
No,
I won't either.
I'm just being honest.
I have tennis lessons during the first hour or so of that game, and by the time I get home, I will completely forget it's on.
Yeah, you're right. No way at 3:07 do I go, hey, baseball game.
I will be on a court molding young minds.
There you go.
In the sport of tennis.
How about that?
Never thought I'd say that either in a microphone.
While wearing a tennis hoodie.
Yeah, I like my hoodie. I think it's sharp, Greg.
That.
Back off the hoodie. When's Chris going to get here? That's what I want to know.
What's Chris's problem? So if we hear you call him Chris, we know that means you're mad. According to your dream.
According to my dream, and dream only.
How'd he take it in the dream when you were being kind of a bum?
Oh, he was kind. He was very kind.
Oh, wow.
He never really. I don't think he was aware of it until y'all brought it up.
Well,
and y'all made everything uncomfortable, which you normally do.
Yeah. So basically, that was a very believable. A lot of dreams aren't believable. That one was.
I woke up thinking, what is going on with you and Adler?
Yeah. Well,
really did.
I hope he comes in a minute and he's mad. He's mad that you dreamt about him.
I think he calls me Helms or Helmsy. I don't think he calls me Michael. So what if he started calling me Michael?
Well, he would be frustrated with you.
Nobody here calls me Michael, I don't think. Bubba does every once in a while, and it catches me off guard when he does.
I forgot it was your name, Bubba.
Yeah. Did you really?
I did.
Okay.
I just now remembered it.
Bubba will throw a first name out there every once in a while.
Yeah. He calls me William.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'll second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
New Sunday on CBS.
Police, put the gun down!
From the executive producers of NYPD Blue comes a new series, East New York.
I love this neighborhood.
Starring Amanda Warren.
We all together are going to find the killer.
Richard Kind.
A little bit of everything in East New York.
And Jimmy Smits.
Welcome to East New York.
Thank you, Chief. I'm glad to be here.
East New York. New series Sundays on CBS.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
When you love riding a motorcycle, you want to ride it everywhere, even to a physical.
Let's check your weight. Hop on the scale. Look at that. You're down a few pounds.
Oh, yeah. Must be the new carbon fiber wheels.
And when you love saving money, you want to save even more. That's why Geico makes it easy to bundle your motorcycle and car insurance.
I'm going to prescribe 91 octane for your engine knock, and we'll want to see you again in 3,000 miles.
Kickstart your savings with Geico Motorcycle. Bundle and save on the things you love.
Did you hear about Taco Bell's apology? Yeah, they apologize for going too far with their breakfast. Like the naked egg taco and chicken biscuit nachos. It was too much. All you need in the morning is tasty, simple food. Like the breakfast crunch wrap. Fluffy eggs, melty cheese, sausage, crispy hash browns, wrapped in a warm tortilla. Or, as some call it, a breakfast crunch thing. Grab one today, only at Taco Bell. At participating U.S. Taco Bell stores during breakfast hours only until 11 a.m. while supplies last. Contact local store for hours and participation, which vary.
Well, if we're being totally honest, we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day, but if you're like us, we don't always have the time or energy to make that happen. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you'll have more energy, you'll feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that when we take our next physical, the doctor compares our old lab work to the new lab work, and he says, hey, keep doing what you're doing. This wonderful product is powered with a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. So join us and take Field of Greens, too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. That's fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at Wizkid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some Wizkid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't
51 minutes after the hour. A few more minutes, the boys will join us at the top of the hour. Eddie Van Adler just showed up. If you were listening earlier, and he's hearing this for the first time, I had a dream about him last night that the guys pointed out that when I'm frustrated with Eddie Van Adler, I call him Chris, and I've never called him Chris in a day in my life. So that was strange, and we discussed it. So, Greg, Kanye, I know you're a big Kanye fan.
What up, Ye?
He's in the news today.
Is it? Wait, let me ask you. He ain't making another Jew comment, right? He's had a lot of that lately.
Well, this has a little to that story. Relation to that story.
It seems to everything that he's lately been involved with somehow comes around to him making some kind of negative Jewish remark.
Well, and because of that, he has had his Twitter and Instagram taken down.
And didn't
blocked,
one of the
whatever.
banks that he banked with?
Yes.
And he probably had a lot of money in that bank.
Well, Ye, as he goes by now,
which is
or Ye,
bizarre.
I don't know which one. He has agreed to buy the conservative social media platform Parler.
I didn't even know Parler was still out there.
I didn't either. I knew it was out there, but it's not a lot of traffic. He wants to buy it. There has not been a deal reached yet. I think we're talking upwards of $50 million. He's worth $2 billion.
Yeah, I think he could pull that off if he really wanted to.
But
let me ask you this: does he still have the boxing mouthpiece in, or is he taking it out? Did you?
I have not seen that.
Okay,
have not seen that.
At his fashion show, he had that in a boxer's mouthpiece for some reason.
He said, quoted, "In a world where conservative opinions are considered to be controversial, we have to make sure we have the right to freely express ourselves." And so he's going to buy Parler. And look, Greg and I were talking about this in the break. We don't utilize social media like we should.
You and I, considering the business we're in, it's probably not very smart that we don't.
When it first came out, and this has been, I guess social media has always been a part of, since I've been a part of the show, 14, 15 years, It's always been a thing.
Yeah.
And I was hot and heavy in it. And a lot of that was self-indulging. Hey, look at me. Hey, here I am. That kind of thing. And so got a little sick of myself on that front, and just got done with it. Just said to heck with it. And then, of course, this documentary came out that we all watched on Netflix, and you realize that they're playing with your mind. And I completely just said, okay, the heck with all social media. And I've done that now for, probably 3 years, and 2.5, 3 years. Now, every once in a while, I'll go on Instagram and post a picture of a puppy that we may get.
Yeah.
Or the new school pic that everybody, the whole proverbial look at us on our first day of school and holding signs and all that. We don't go the sign front, but I know people do that. May celebrate one of the kids' birthdays by putting it up there. But outside of that, I don't do it. Maybe I'll promote an event that I may be speaking at. I don't even do that enough.
Yeah.
So I probably should use social media more. I should use it just with not only with the show, but with the tennis stuff too. I don't do a really good job with social media.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't. I'm the worst because I've tried it. I'll be honest with you. There's, you got your ups and downs. When people use it correctly, there's no. It's not all evil, but there is a lot.
Correct. Right.
But I'll say it's not. It's not when done correctly. But I'm just not very good at it.
Yeah.
I don't. I go, okay, now what am I going?
I feel the pressure to. Does this look good? Do I need to put this out there? How's this going to come across?
Then all of a sudden somebody says, "What's all this hashtag this?"
Yeah,
I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
I don't know. You said Instagram. I don't have that. I don't have TikTok. Whatever. Now, I do have TikTok actually for my breath, but I don't have I don't know how all that works. I keep hearing that the Chinese own TikTok and they're going to take us over with it.
I want you don't come off of that.
Okay.
You keep calling it TikTok.
Yeah.
I have an Instagram
know.
account. I have Twitter, and I have a Facebook.
Yeah,
I sounded really
Lisa
old
has a Facebook,
right then by saying I have a Facebook.
Well, Lisa has one, and I use it through her to see family and stuff like that.
I never really get on it. Every once in a while, I'll pull up Instagram and scroll through it. But again, it's a big time waster too.
I also enjoy when if Alabama's struggling on TV to go on there and watch the fans get mad at each other. That's just fun.
Wouldn't believe an email I got yesterday from an Alabama fan. You would not believe
trouble?
it. No, just me.
Oh, just you.
Yeah, somebody wanted to set the record straight. Told me to get my facts right.
Oh,
of course, they were wrong.
Because that's
of course, they were completely wrong.
Oh, they
were absolutely wrong. But I'm
not important.
Not going to waste my time on that today. But
I do enjoy doing that.
Yeah, I probably should give it more. Now, the walking dogs are Twitter and Instagram, and as you call it, TikTok. Also known as TikTok, Facebook. Now, Snapchat, I don't get into that world. I know Speedy snaps.
Does he?
Speedy's got a Snapchat account. He does a lot of that with his kids, and I probably should do that. I know my kids are involved with that, and I hear horror stories about Snapchat, but I probably should give Twitter and Instagram more, maybe Facebook as well. But I'll tell you this, if that happens, let's say in a month I decide to just start tweeting and posting Instas, and I'm dancing on TikTok. I'll never jump into Parler, I don't think.
I know, you're right. Let's say we go, hey, it's time to get back in social media. I'm going full force. That never crosses my mind.
I don't know.
I just don't think it's as good a product.
And maybe he can make it work because there were several conservatives. I think Dan Bongino was in on this, and I guess he couldn't make it work, and so I don't really think there's.
What was the one Trump came out with? Didn't he come out with one?
He did, but nobody's talking about it anymore.
I heard it.
I don't know. I just, and I think we do a pretty good job of getting content out with the show on the show's social media. But personally, I probably need to do a better job.
But Ye or Kanye, whatever, you got to understand there's a method to his madness, and anything that gets his name out there, he's going to do.
Yeah.
And this falls right under that. Even though it's not as big a deal as Elon Musk buying Twitter, it's still something that people are going to talk about.
Yeah.
And he's the best at that.
Read today where Musk has got a plan to fight the bot. That's the whole.
That.
So he's evidently got some plan that's going to fix all that, which I guess he'll be wearing his new cologne when he's messing around with it.
Yes, his
so.
new cologne.
What if I would love to have that kind of play money.
Oh, yeah. I got a few billion. I'm going to buy Twitter.
Yeah, what are you going to buy today? Big? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how the day goes.
Wow.
I mean, the man can literally have a sip of coffee around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and by 3 o'clock go, I think I've decided to buy this business.
Yeah, pretty good coffee.
And it
I'll
doesn't
just
matter
buy the
what
whole
business.
thing. He can have anything he wants.
Doesn't matter.
I still say he's a lizard person. There's
Greg,
something weird about him.
I wish you'd stop
Look,
saying
his skin stretched across him. He don't look right.
Do you wish you could maybe hang out with him a little bit?
I'm a little scared of him, I'll be honest.
Well, you just said he was a lizard.
That's what I'm
person.
talking about. There's something up there.
He's in my top 5 to 10 on somebody
Really?
I'd like to hang out with.
Huh.
I'm just intrigued by those guys.
Okay.
Think about
I'm
his
picturing
day.
you hanging out with him.
Yeah.
And he's got his shirt off. Remember how wide he was?
What
when
if
he
we
showed
were
him on that boat?
What if we were wearing matching hoodies?
That would be good. You know, he liked it so well he bought the company that made the hoodies.
Speaking of hoodies, I'm mad that I didn't go online and buy the Who is Swag hoodie
That's funny.
that Dion had on.
I wish you had.
I wish there's several shirts and hoodies, and I almost get to purchase them, and I'm like, why are you spending money on that? That's stupid.
Yeah.
That'll be funny for a day, and then you got to put it up.
I'm
You're never
not
gonna
the
wear it
guy
again.
that wears the shirt that has statements on it. Nothing wrong with the
I'm
people
not
that
either.
do, though. I'm not saying that. Nothing wrong with that.
Well, I wore that NASA one in here, and everybody beat me up on it.
Oh, Flat Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to deal with that email. I didn't know there were so many flat earthers that listen to the show.
And they're pretty touchy.
Really
they're
passionate.
a little sensitive.
Really passionate about their calls.
Yeah, they don't like you to go, well, I disagree with you. That's stupid.
They do not.
Maybe they don't like the stupid part.
All right. Rick and Bubba, join us. Here we go.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, the weird times that we're living in, and I understand that we can't do this anymore with the word police that's out there. I go back to Ben Carson's comments again. He warned us that all this was coming.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, and this is what I wish we would get to. I wish we'd get to the point where people would be upset because there's really something to it, not because they think they're supposed to get upset and it's a got you situation.
Yeah, yeah.
Now the Houston Texans.
Cue the fact that my feelings are hurt.
Right. The Houston Texans, now the NFL, all the problems we got going on and the lack of viewership, people tired of it, you would think we would have some sort of wake-up call. Guys, for as long as I have been able to reason and can remember life, I have heard the term, you can't let the inmates run the prison.
Right.
I've been hearing that really, like I say, as long as I can remember life, I've had bosses say that, people that are in charge of a school, people who are an employer, and the employees, people dealing with unions. This phrase simply means if I'm in charge, I can't have the people that I'm in charge of telling me what to do. They can't.
There's variations of it, Rick.
Yeah, right.
You've heard of the tail can't wag the dog.
Right, yeah.
The fox can't be in charge of the hen house.
Right.
I mean, and the inmate run the prison. Yeah, I mean, it's just a variation of the same example.
Well, I will say that now, if you Texans upper management, was it the owner that
It was
said
the owner, Bob McNair.
Yeah, Bob McNair. They're talking about the problem that they have. And Bob McNair is talking with owners saying, guys, we're losing money, we're losing viewers. When are we, as the people who really are the employers, going to decide we're going to dictate how this game is presented, not the players? This is like letting the inmates run the prison. Now, everybody knows that does not mean that they're calling African Americans criminals.
No,
everybody knows that. But now we're going to act like that that we're all aghast of that. As a matter of fact, everybody who plays in the NFL would be called an employee, and we can't let the employees, run the league. It ought to be the employers, and because we pay them, hefty salaries, and we have a say on how the product should look. Those of us that are losing money,
Rick,
which is a reasonable statement. And he was calling everybody out. We all know this is not intended to be a racially insensitive comment. There are white players in the league.
Yeah. And there are white prisoners in jail.
Yeah, and there are white prisoners that are in jail. This is not a racial comment. This is a strategic comment that's been around for a really, really long time.
Yes.
And we all know that.
Just to say.
And now we're going to act like it's something other than it is because it's a gotcha and we think we have something here. Now we're going to he's calling these African American men a bunch of criminals. No, he's not. He's making a statement about when you are the person in charge, you don't let the people that you're in charge of run the place, you run it. It's been around for a long time.
And Rick, there is
principals have said this about
and he even
schools.
apologized. He said, "Okay, maybe that I shouldn't have used." I mean, he never said my intent was wrong. He's like, "Okay, I'll even apologize for using that example even though it's been around forever.
Yeah. Did it lack wisdom in the climate he's in? It did, but there's still got to get a point where we everybody's got to speak perfectly and say everything right. We really have to say what was the real intent of this.
If he would have used the example of the tail wagging the dog,
right,
they would have said, "See, he's agreeing with the president." See, they would have tied it back into that.
Yeah. I know.
You can't win. The fact is that that the business model of the NFL, which has been one of the most successful things in our country, is bleeding. It is hemorrhaging, and it's not clotting. It's getting worse, and they don't seem to realize that. You don't hear any of the players talk about the fact that the revenue is down for the league. They don't talk about a lot of these stadiums they go to have nobody in the upper deck. It's just a splattering of people, and that the TV revenues are down in the local markets, and all of that's going to come home to roost. And I guess they just think that I don't know if they don't read it or they don't understand it or they don't care, but when their next contract comes up and it's going to be 25% less of what they're making now, maybe that will ring the bell with them. I don't know.
And that'll take longer, you're right, but when it gets there. So now ESPN also not learning. Now ESPN Sports Nation co-host Michelle Beadle has called for the Texan players to have a walkout. As soon as she heard about him, what they call botch the idiom inmates running the asylum, didn't even say and by saying inmates running the prison, which that's not just inmate. That's been said too.
Been two
you can
different
say
ways.
that. You can say
so
that.
now we're critiquing if he used the right one.
Right.
Yeah.
So when asked what should happen now by the other hosts, Beadle immediately responded, "Walk out, everybody."
It's easy for her to say. She won't be the one doing away with the check.
Yeah. She later explained that the players have all the power in the world because the owners will be left waiting. Undoubtedly, she's not aware of 1987.
Yeah.
Anyway, she said it's one thing to be an owner of a. This is another host, LZ Granderson. I don't know who this is. It's one thing to be the owner of a private business with employees. It's another thing to have an attitude in which you think you own the employees. No, everybody who has used this term throughout history, they were employer talking about employees. Nobody, when slavery was abolished, there's no employer that owns employees.
No, and they don't own these guys. They have authority over. Yeah, they don't own these guys in the NFL. Any one of them can turn their helmet in and walk right off the field.
Yeah, no one's being held against the will.
I don't know if y'all know this. Slaves were not allowed to leave.
No, and they weren't paid very well, Rick.
Yeah, they could be upset all they wanted to. They were provided food and some sort of shack to live in, and different ones may have had different environments in which they lived.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. Hello and welcome to another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Much to do as we are moving forward, and we thank you for being with us. We start this hour, as we have since the attack on America way back in 2001. We start with our national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour from the amazing No Name Studio on the cutting edge of technology. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world we go. Speedy out today. Helmsy and Greg have given you the kickoff hour. On almost all the Rick and Bubba platforms, Eddie Van Adler settles in to his spot in his magnificent booth, ready to bring you the visuals today, both live and archives. So enjoy all the Rick and Bubba content available to you on our YouTube channel. Subscribe to it if you haven't. That way you get alerts anytime we're live and what's going on the YouTube channel. Also check just the mountains of content that are already there for your enjoyment from all the years past. We'll unpack it today. We'll get to your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. The Wheel of Meat hasn't spun, so it's in play. But we got to get him in here. The pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as the Silver-Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to the Rick and Bubba experience.
Let's go. Well, that's a good one. That's a good one right there.
Get you going right
Need
there.
to breathe, baby. I remember the first time I heard that, I didn't know who it was because the band was covering, and I thought it was that band's song.
Right.
And do you ever have these embarrassing moments? So I go up to them, I said, I'm telling you what, that right there, that's as good a song as I've ever heard. And they said, that's not ours.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, okay, sorry, I didn't know
So
that.
sorry.
I'd never heard
sorry.
I'd never heard the Need to Breathe, and I was giving credit to some young men and thought they were on their way. Bubba, we have a lot to unpack on the program today.
Busy show today.
Busy show.
The show prep stack looks like a small book.
Let me tell you.
A lot to cover, but there are some high points and highlights.
Yeah,
there
are. There are.
I told you earlier, I asked you if you saw the video of the bear attacking the climber in Japan.
Well, I got
gone viral.
I don't know if it's the same attack. I assume it is. But when you were out, we had that list that came out with human beings thought they could, with unarmed fight off, a playoff of animals, and it caused controversy where the lines were drawn in here. So any animal attack email, people ask me, am I out, warming up for my battle with a wolf? And I wanted to tell some of you, if that was true, even though it's not, it wasn't me, I'm not going to fight a bear preparing for a wolf. I mean, I might fight a wolf preparing for a bear, but the bear's a step up from the wolf. I wouldn't be taking on a bear.
No.
remember, I drew the line at wolf. I didn't draw the line at bear.
Well, this guy shows you how to fight a bear if you end up
Really?
with one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
Is it the same
Also-
attack? Because I got all kinds of
I don't
emails
know.
about that.
I don't
Is there
know.
more than
we
one
got
bear
we
attack?
got a bear attack of 2 wrestlers, college wrestlers, and
That's
one of
different.
them got chewed up pretty good, and his buddy jumped on the bear. And
So we have mountain climber and wrestlers.
I believe so.
2 bear attacks.
I believe so.
Wow. Okay.
And
I'm all in.
Rick, some other news we'll have to cover today. May need to see if we can get in touch with him. Charles Barkley, have you heard about his new deal?
I have not.
You know, Charles was hinting that he wanted to retire from broadcasting.
Right.
He also was flirting with covering the LIV golf series.
I remember that, yeah.
TNT says, no, we want to hold on to you. He's inked a new 10-year deal well worth over $100 million.
Well, I want to thank y'all because I think maybe, it's possible that maybe what you and Rick did for me may have had something to do with it. Not so terrible.
What about it, Charles?
Well, good for you, Charles. And that was wise to put
that's
out
called leverage.
Oh, but you got to have leverage.
You got to have it. And all of a sudden, the LIV came up, and guys, I'm really thinking about taking this.
He's 59 years old, too.
Yeah, that's good.
So he's
well,
he was saying he wanted to retire at 60 and then started that, and
it's perfect.
So they said that the exact details have not been released, but said it is rumored it could go as close as $20 million per year.
Well, it goes back to leverage. If you and I started hinting around that we wanted to retire at 60, they would just tell us to go ahead. So it's all about leverage. It's all
Good to see you, fellas.
Good. Y'all saved us an uncomfortable conversation.
You remember when they told
made this easy.
You remember when they told Coach O that they were going to let him go, and he said, "Which door do you want me to leave?"
Right.
When he found out how much they were going to pay him.
If we asked which door, they would just show us one.
They would.
There it is, right there.
And they probably would find some way that we owed them money.
Yeah.
So we're not in the same leverage.
No.
But good for Charles. I'm proud of Charles.
Maybe Charles wants to invest.
I got
small
myself
radio
$100 million
outlet.
to spend. Now my family will be wanting it.
Just say no. You remember when he gave us a speech on saying no?
Yes. I remember that.
That's funny.
You got to learn the word. It's no. I remember that. So there it is. There's a lot to unpack. You want to jump into bear attacks right out of the gate?
Well, we got all kind of stuff today.
Yeah.
Also, this is a very disturbing story about a COVID strain that has been developed in the lab here in the United States.
Are you sure you figure out why they're doing
What
that?
are they doing? Let's cover that
Are you-
and then go to bears.
Are you sure you
Because
have that?
I want some of the medical people to clue me in on
Yeah,
this.
what are they doing?
I didn't think we could do
I
that
thought it was
here.
illegal to do that here.
Rick and Bubba.
But the bottom line is you were owned, which is hard for us to even wrap our mind around.
Oh, I know.
But you were owned, and so you could get mad all you wanted to. See, the difference why this is not slavery and why I'm not a slave is if I don't like it, I can tell everybody to have a Coke and a smile.
Yeah.
And then now I'm going to have to deal with the contract I just broke, and everybody's going to be very upset about that.
Yeah.
But, I mean, no one can make me keep doing the show. Now, I may have a price to pay, but I am free to leave.
And it's
you know what I mean?
easy.
There's no dogs chasing me. There's no,
No.
you know what I mean? And if these players want to say, I'm done, they can go to the contract, say, here's how my exit strategy is going to be. Here's what you owe me, whatever. I'm gone.
Well, they make a big deal about being treated like professionals.
Yeah.
You know, their relationship
that
with
like
a
one.
coach, they want to be professional, and that's the point. They don't even understand their own business model. They don't understand that there are customers involved with this, and without customers, you're not needed. And to your point, the history, we've had a lockout before, a stoppage of workage, and it was a disaster because the billionaires who own the team will be fine if they lose the team. They wouldn't like it. It's an asset. They don't want to lose that. But they're not really out anything if they lock the gates and go, no footballs, guys. No football today. They still got their money. But the people who are getting paid to play is out of money immediately. No more checks.
Well, if you want to see how principled everybody truly is, go back and look at 1987, watch the ESPN documentary 30 for 30, Scabs. I know we have a lot of times convenient memories where we try to change history. What really happened was this. The owner said, we are going to play football without you. And if you're going to hold out, you're all fired, and we now have hired football players to take your place. And the players' union crumbled, and they all went back to work because they had to sit there, and because their contract said if you're not going to work and you're not going to follow these rules, you don't get paid. And so they went without checks, and then all of a sudden, slowly but surely, the crowd started going back into the stadiums, and if they had completed the whole season, if the players had never crumbled, I think we would have seen those players all be replaced.
Yeah.
Because the fans, especially, remember what the Redskins did, the fans started kind of getting over it and started saying, y'all are acting like a bunch of spoiled brats.
Especially since they were winning.
And we'll be happy to watch somebody else play.
Yeah, we'll be happy to watch some people out here that can't believe they're getting to play, and they're actually playing hard.
Yeah.
And so what's going to happen is if they go back to 1987, if the owners have the intestinal fortitude, they could say everybody's fired that is not going to follow what we now dictate is the rules of the league. And if you want to leave, and if the Texans walk out, if that owner wants to win the walkout, if they do that, he would say everybody's left, so you've broke your contract, nobody's getting paid, and y'all sit out there without a check. I promise you, I can wait this out longer than you can. To Bubba's point. You know what I mean? I promise you I can.
And this commentator, it doesn't affect her check. For her to say what they should do is offensive.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? If I'm a player, I look at you and go, don't tell us we need to walk out. It's not going to cost you a dime if we walk out, but it's going to cost me.
It doesn't yet, but to the same point, it will eventually. Remember, ESPN fired a bunch of people, last year?
Yeah.
Remember, they had a big
fire more.
Yeah, there's another one coming up, too.
And there's another one coming. And I'll tell you what, if you don't have the NFL to cover, then you're going to have a whole lot more let go.
Well, a lot of the players for Houston took personal days. I guess it was Friday and didn't come in. But then I guess they just all took knees. I think all of them but 4 took knees.
The man did not
anthem.
mean it in a racial way. The man's using a term that's been around for a long time about employees and employers. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
You remember when we couldn't get African Americans to be able to play professional sports or college sports, and they'd always treat everything like every team was white. Well, now we've turned around and we're treating like every team is black.
Completely.
And now it's like the white people who are playing, they don't have a say in anything. Yeah. And so we've turned around and just gone completely the other way. It's not an all-black league. It's not. So when you're saying that any player, including the white players, trying to run the league, and we the owners are the ones who really own the league, that comment applies to people who are white or black, and it's just a comment that's made about we're in authority.
Agreed.
But back to HR, you have to know the times that you're living in.
Right.
But sadly, we're getting to the point, and Ben Carson called it at the prayer breakfast, we're not going to be able to freely express ourselves because we're going to be so afraid to say. I think about human beings. I don't like eggshell people. I never have. You got to walk on eggshells. You're so afraid that anything you say is going to be misinterpreted, that you were trying to offend them, or what would you mean?
Used against
yeah, what you mean? Just like that. Look,
right.
I understand that nobody, and there's never been one person that has said to me or anybody in my family something involving keeping your head above the water that's been insensitive that we had a son that drowned. 21 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us today. All right, Bubba, so we're trying to figure out how to unpack this next story you mentioned going to break. I thought this was illegal.
Well, this is disturbing, and I want someone in the medical community, and we have a lot of folks.
They should be going into the office right now.
They're all heading in right now.
Okay.
Researchers at Boston University say they have developed a new COVID strain that has an 80% kill rate, following a series of similar experiments first thought to have started the global pandemic in China. The variant, which is a combination of Omicron and the original virus of Wuhan, killed 80% of the mice infected with it, the university said. When the mice were only exposed to Omicron, they experienced mild symptoms. The research was done by a team of scientists from Florida and Boston at the school's National Emerging Infectious Disease Laboratories. And they go on to tell about how they did all this
Why,
stuff.
Bubba? Why?
But yeah, why are we messing around with this stuff? I mean, this is dangerous stuff, and eventually, if you have it in a lab, somebody's going to track it out. You know it.
Why are you trying to make it stronger?
All right, somebody help me. I remember us talking ad nauseum from 2020 on. That we at once were doing this kind of crap in the Carolinas, I think, in North Carolina.
Yeah, they made them. They outlawed it,
and they made us, and we stopped doing it, which is why it was shipped over to China, and they were doing it over in Wuhan. That was part of the shady Fauci stuff. So why are we back doing it in Boston?
Somebody in the medical community that deals with this kind of stuff, let us know what's going on.
Why are we doing this in Boston?
This is totally foreign to us. Well, I don't know about you, Rick, but I'm a member of DAAC, DAAC. Don't ass around with COVID.
You can't
say
that. I second it.
You can't say
that. Hey.
You can't
Who's
say
for that?
I think that should be a law, and that should be the title of it.
If you want to join DAAC, raise your hand.
Well, I want to be a charter member. I just don't want to say it.
Yes.
That's so good.
But you know what? You don't mess around with it.
You better not.
I mean, Rick, eventually you're going to make. You may be 100% today, but eventually you will make a mistake with it. And hey, here we go.
Why?
Then we got a Boston wet market problem.
Right. Why do this? So really, what we're saying is, if it gets out in the harbor, we want one that's going to kill 80% of the people because we didn't like the kill rate of the first one.
Yeah. Why would we look and go? Let's see if we can beef this thing up.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Why are you playing with this stuff?
I want you to imagine the pandemonium if this gets out and it has an 80% kill rate. Of course, that's in mice; it's not in humans. But still, I mean, right? Picture that. You know how we were. You remember how everybody acted when the death rate was 1%? Mm-hmm. Can you imagine?
Well, the plague, which was the most deadly thing we've ever had get loose on the population, was about 25%.
Wasn't that 20? Which was not good.
Yeah, 1 out of every 4 it got.
You don't want that. Mm-mm. So DAAC, are we going to? Is it who's in?
I'm in for DAAC.
And what's the acronym again?
DAAC. Yeah. Don't ask around with COVID.
That's twice.
I'm with you, Bubba.
Huh? That ain't bad work.
You don't need to.
No, it's in the Bible. It is in the Bible.
You don't need to mess
around.
No.
Why? I don't know why we're even playing with that.
Yeah.
I mean, why don't we get some plutonium and go downtown Washington and fumble around with that out there on the street?
Yeah.
Huh?
Work with it.
There's not one phone ringing. Does anybody in the medical field know? Do we not have this right? Can you now, be
some of you doctors, some of you folks dealing with all this at UAB?
Yeah.
What the heck?
I thought we couldn't do this in the United States of America anymore. That's why it was over in Wuhan. And somebody help me. Is this story not real? How can there be people in Boston working and playing with this thing, creating COVID Frankenstein? How can this be going on in our country? Somebody help us.
Not one line is right.
Not one. 866.
Nobody knows.
Are y'all in on it?
Does anybody
What's
know?
The deal?
Is the story fake? I'm okay with us saying the story's fake.
How about this? I hope it is fake.
I do too.
I'd be relieved if it was fake.
Right. Because I thought DAAC was understood. Didn't you?
Come on, people. Haven't we had enough of this?
Testing, check, 1, 2. Are we even broadcasting? Are we even on the air? Or maybe nobody knows about it.
Hams, call our lines and see if they're working.
They're working.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
this is from Fox News. Of course.
So nobody cares.
Boston University.
Nobody can believe it.
Anybody. Anybody.
You know, Boston, that whole Northeast is kind of a populated area.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if something was going to get loose, that'd be the worst place for it to happen.
The news.
I mean, if you're going to do this, if you're going to do this, shouldn't it be out like in the test range in Nevada or something?
All right, here we go.
Next to Skinwalker Ranch or something.
I'll just grab them. I'll just grab them right here. All right, here we go. Skinwalker Ranch. Hello, Rick and Bubba show. Who's calling?
Hello.
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 I lost that one.
I've got some info here.
Hey, Rick and Bubba show. Who's calling? Hello?
Aaron.
Yeah, Aaron.
Alabama.
Aaron, do you know anything about this?
Yeah.
Tell it.
Do I?
You're on the air, Aaron. We don't have a call screener today.
No.
Go ahead.
Gotcha. Yeah. No, I'm an ER doctor. I have no idea why we do this other than we're a nation of idiots.
So do you know that? Is this going on? Is this real? It says Fox News reached out to the university, but it looks like there's been no comment from the university.
No clue.
Okay.
I'm hearing it from y'all first.
Okay.
How about that?
Oh,
well, that's what we do here.
That's it.
Evidently, the University of Boston is refuting that the experiments are gain of function. They're saying this is not gain of function, adding that the research was reviewed and approved by the Institutional Biosafety Committee and the Boston Public Health Commission. The lab is at Boston. The lab at Boston University's National Emerging Infectious Diseases Laboratories is one of 13 biosafety level 4 labs in the U.S. So there are at least 13 other labs
Oh,
that
great.
are able to do this kind of work from what I'm reading, and that's biosafety level 4.
I belong to the moron country.
We got to form DAAC, and we got to get it rolling. Hey, Rick and Bubba show.
We'll have a DAAC rally.
What's your name? Where you calling from?
A DAAC attack.
Yeah. Hey, person. Hello.
Chase.
Hi.
Hey, buddy.
Robinson from Athens.
Yeah.
Hey.
You know anything about this?
I don't, but shut it down.
Shut her down.
Rick, we
Shut her
were asking
down.
for people who actually know something about it.
Don't call unless you know.
You're still gonna get one that just wants to.
You know, I'm looking at the
Hang
area
out.
codes. This is all of our people. They don't know.
They don't know them, no, Rick.
I'm gonna try.
Just
some.
like we don't know.
Yeah, I'd like to see one Huntsville up there. Hey, Rick and Bubba show. Welcome. Hello.
Hey, my name is Sharon. I'm calling from Huntsville, Alabama. My son
Thank
does
you.
a lot of research in that. He's not a researcher, but he is a researcher. He's not paid to do it, but he does it out of a hobby. And he went all over talking about it. Depends on how you define the word gain of function. And he went in explaining that the gain of function is something that could be done over a course of 800 years, and they can accelerate that. But if they do something that cannot appear in nature naturally over 800 years, they're not allowed to do it. So it's all semantics.
So,
I don't even
so they
care.
find a way around it.
Yep.
I don't even care what you call it. The fact that they're messing with it, and that we need a DAAC chapter right there in Boston.
We
need
do.
a DAAC attack.
There needs to be an uproar. America needs to say to Boston University, no.
That'd be new.
Or anybody else.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Nobody means that. It's a figure of speech. So I don't walk around pointing every time somebody says, hey, man, boy, y'all get, I'm just trying to keep my head above the water. Hey, man, you being insensitive to us. No, nobody means that. You know, hey, man, how about this, man? I feel like I'm in the deep end of the pool. You can't say that around us. We had somebody drown. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, and I don't live like that because I understand that's not what people mean. Nobody is meaning that to be insensitive.
No, yeah.
So you know what you do? You give it a pass because what you're wanting to do, you want to be a victim.
Yeah.
I want to say that people said that and it was insensitive. I want to be a victim. I love being a victim. And you know what? But there's some real things in life that are really happening and they're being ignored while we're all out here worried about getting our feelings hurt. Grow up.
Right.
I
Yeah,
mean,
move
grow
on.
up. I mean, come on.
Sticks and stones.
It's just old. I mean, just tired of it.
Do we not teach that anymore? Sticks and
Yeah.
stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
I mean, good night. And what it is, you know what it is? It's all about self-attention. I want attention. We're all narcissistic and we want attention. Munchausen. I want, if I'm a victim, people want to interview me. People want to. I want everybody to be real careful what they say to me because if I get offended, and I'm looking to be offended, and if you look to be offended, you'll find it.
Oh, yeah.
It's easy to find. So you have football and ESPN imploding on themselves, and on the other end of the spectrum, you have Major League Baseball that is being as patriotic as they can possibly be with every game. They've got incredible. Got an incredible series going. Yickety yak. I mean, if you leave a game thinking it's over, you're out of a 4-run league. Doesn't even matter. Like you think the game's over, then the Astros come back, and then the Dodgers go back up, and you think it's over again. They're having incredible games. They're being incredibly patriotic. Mm-hmm. They've got incredible atmosphere. They are grabbing ground with this World Series.
And last night was just when you thought it couldn't get any better, it did. And for those of you that went to bed when it was 4-0, first of all, you got to understand, too, you thought last night would have been a pitching battle.
Yeah.
It'd be low scoring. You got Clayton Kershaw, who is arguably the best pitcher on the planet, okay? Then you got another guy who's in the top 5. They're head-to-head. Dodgers go up 4-0, you think, this is not going to be good. This is probably over.
Yeah.
You got Kershaw on the mound. You got a 4-run lead. Well, the Astros tie it, 4-4. Well, then the Dodgers get a big home run, 3-run yickety-yak, okay? Makes it 7-4. And you think at that point, okay, the Dodgers they've gone up 7-4.
Right.
No way the Astros can do this again. And then this happens.
Yickety.
Fly ball, deep left center field. At the wall, tie game. Unbelievable.
5-6.
High fly ball, goodbye.
explosion.
Did that feel to the guy who just made that play in center and let that ball get behind him? Altuve in the left. This ball is over the head of Peterson. The throw. Late. Astros lead. He lifts it. The wall. Goodbye. 11-8. 2 on, 2 out. 10th inning. That's in the air to left. Here comes Fisher. Throw by Ethier. Astros win it in 10.
There's your final and 10 right there, my friend. Those were all the Astros.
and you got to understand something. We just showed you all the Astros, obviously, because they came back and went. The Dodgers were doing it too.
Yeah,
They were hitting home. Guys, there were 7 home runs.
Wow.
It was. They went through 14 pitchers last night combined. There were over 400 pitches thrown in this 5-hour battle.
Wow.
It was awesome.
Well, yeah, Major League Baseball grabbing ground right now. And I love how they keep being overly patriotic, too.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
I wish they could just start just a little bit earlier. But wow. some
Now,
good
it hurt
games.
me a little bit when HW and W came out to throw the first pitch.
Well, they didn't have anybody get a picture with him, did they?
You know, I had to leave and go
Kept
take the
everybody
garbage
out of
out.
arm's
I
reach.
couldn't watch.
Rick, does the Astros PR department, they not read the news?
I know. I was surprised by that.
I mean-
how does anybody, after the news lately, if somebody says, we got HW bringing out the pitch, somebody says,
Let me tell you this. I think baseball it goes to what you just said. They're gaining ground. They're not letting political correctness get in the way of them having an awesome World Series. And 2 things happened over the weekend. That was one of them that you're seeing there. The other thing was
who's getting the picture made with HW because did he grab his butt?
That's Verlander.
That's Verlander.
Verlander.
Yeah.
He said his favorite pitcher is David Copperfield.
You notice it was him, not his girlfriend.
Right. And I thought they were Rangers people. But anyway, go ahead. It is 35 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba show. As we make our way back, we will take phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Because I know a lot of you, we didn't have anybody in there ready to screen. We don't have an intern on Tuesday, Thursday, and then Speedy's out today on a trip with his son. So we're kind of a small crew today. So if you want to call us, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Do you know anything? But the bottom line is Boston University is saying, well, now look, what we're doing doesn't violate anything that's forbidden. But they are going against what we said, and that's that.
Right. Just don't mess with it. Rick.
They're playing games, Bubba. They're playing games and gain of function again.
Here is another story.
Right here on the soil.
It says Boston University says report it created new, more lethal COVID strain are false and inaccurate. Okay, that's the headline. But then they go on to say that Boston University is in fact studying the virus and says it is doing so to help fight against future pandemics. And in doing so, it did combine the Omicron variant spike protein with the original virus for testing on mice. And the test results do sound a bit scary because they said that every mice that was infected with this new version died.
Which is bad news for mice.
Or 80% of the mice died. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Which was in the original story.
Yep.
Yeah, 80% that were infected with this new virus that they created, of the 80% of those mice died. And then, but when you look at the original SARS-CoV-2, 100% of those mice were killed. So technically what they made is less deadly, but why are they making it anyway?
Well, that goes against the DAAC principle.
DAAC.
That's why I like the DAAC principle. You don't have to split hairs on your fine definitions,
Right.
Yep.
But this is what happens. So people are like, well, we're not doing what you said we can't do. We're just doing something kind of like it.
Right. How long before somebody tracks that out, gets sick?
Well, see, how much easier would it be if DAAC gets the foundation it needs and gets its legs under it? Because you come before our board, you can't play games with DAAC because we say, hey, have you messed around with it?
That clearly falls under.
Yeah. Are you messing around with it? Well, if you're messing around with it, then it's not allowed because we don't allow that. Scott in Sweet Home, Alabama. Scott, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, how y'all doing?
We're great.
We're great.
I'm not a doctor per se, but my old lady is. And she was telling me they're just doing this virus check to find out new ways to save people's lives if it does break out.
You talking about like they were doing in Wuhan?
Yeah.
DAAC.
That sounds good, and I understand a certain amount of that research needs to be done, but do we have to do it in Boston? Do we have to do it on the East Coast?
So.
I mean, shouldn't it be out in an underground bunker in Nevada somewhere?
Right.
And if it goes south, we blow the thing up with a nuke.
I've even heard that the referees gave some to Alabama's team. I mean,
if you just make the kick, you win.
I keep saying that over and over again. My friends don't want to hear it. Let's go to Greg in Mississippi. Greg, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, good morning. Hey, I think Dak's going to get his starting position back with the Cowboys after that loss this weekend. I think he's back to 100%.
Yes,
but I don't think the game's in Boston. I think it's in Dallas.
Yeah. Different Dak.
Yeah, it's
right.
different Dak.
Let's
That's DAAC versus DAAC.
Right. Alan in Huntsville. Alan, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, doing great, guys. Hey, y'all.
We're good. Yeah.
Hey, we got a saying in the Army: just because you can, don't mean you should.
Amen. Especially, I know.
Speak the truth.
I know all of us. All of us really trust the current state of New Englanders. Boston, Cabba,
Hey,
Omicron.
CDC.gov.
Say
If you go to CDC.gov, I'll read you the first paragraph. The Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services has statutory responsibility for preventing the introduction, transmission, and spread of communicable diseases. There you go.
Yeah, they do, but and some experimentation may be called for. But after what we've been through, should we be playing with this on U.S. soil?
No, you know what it's like. It goes back to what we've said all along about some of it is just logical. So let's think about the pandemic that we still aren't. And we're out of the pandemic. We're not, but we now have.
We still got people dying from it.
We now have something new in the COVID conference that we didn't have before. Okay. So we're sitting here with this coronavirus, and it'll be with us forever now in some form.
Yep.
So it would be like us saying, we thought it was kind of cool to go out and do some experiments in traffic, but then we remember that time everybody got hit and everybody kept being run over.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you find out up in Boston playing in traffic again. You know what you would say is get out of traffic.
Well, it's like I told you. What if we were doing research on how to save and help pedestrians that get hit by cars?
Right.
But to do our research, we went out and ran over pedestrians.
That's right.
I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
DAAC.
Let's
go to Scott in Ohio. Scott, welcome.
Would you like to join DAAC, Scott?
I'm not even sure what DAAC is. I came in late to the subject on that.
It's don't ass around with COVID.
That's what it is.
Okay.
Are you in?
Okay, I'll do that.
Are you in?
That.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Picture them before us. I understand you're.
Hey, listen, I wanted to let you know I was an immunization officer in the Air Force for 23 years before I retired back in 2010. And there was one bio research lab that the Army had. They were over the jurisdiction. It was on the East Coast, and I don't remember the name of the fort, but it was a bio lab. It housed all the bad weapons, and it was designed specifically for bioweapons, biohazard weapons to use on enemies. I'm stunned this morning to hear that there are 13 agencies. I don't care if they're working on it for peaceful means or not. I'm stunned to hear there's that many people, that many labs, 13 labs across this country working on it. That is a scary, scary, scary proposition.
And I know they're I know they're level 4 and all that they go through, but eventually somebody messes up and carries it out.
I know.
That's exactly right. That's the fear. And if you knew the security that was in place at that Army facility, it was crazy security. It was really locked down.
You know what I don't understand about that, and I understand that there's going to be some research done in the military. And Rick and I grew up in Calhoun County, which housed 10% of the known nerve agents in the world at one time before we built it and burned it.
Yep.
But if you're going to do that, why don't you take it out to Nevada somewhere and put it near Yucca Mountain or something like that, where it's sparsely populated as opposed to the East Coast, which is the most dense population we have in this country. I mean, that doesn't even make. If I'm the Army, how do I even decide to do that?
How can you be working in Boston?
Yeah.
Could we have an area of our country where more people are crammed together than the North, the New England?
Why don't we open?
New England's eat up with people in a very small area.
I love nuclear power, but I mean, we're not going to put a reactor in Manhattan, probably.
No. I mean, put it out there at Skinwalker. They've already got to eat up with it anyway. Let's go to
build it underground, and if all goes south, you put it out there to Nevada proving ground. You can heat it up.
Brad, go ahead, buddy.
Guys, did we not learn anything as kids? You don't pull on Superman.
That's Kate.
You don't spit into the wind.
You don't tug on the map of that old Long Ranger, and you don't pass around with it.
There's another member of DAAC. Aaron in
Great
Georgia.
Song, by the way.
It was. Aaron, go ahead.
So I was there at the show Friday and got one of the cameras.
Yeah.
I thought I could have something. Well, I was walking out to put my camera up in the woods, fell in a stump hole, twisted my ankle. You can't have nothing.
You can't even.
Did you really twist your ankle?
Oh yeah, I got it in a brace right now.
Oh man.
You can't even have a Motri.
You got to be watching them
falling
woods.
off in a stump hole.
But I enjoyed the show, and we appreciate it. Love the show, guys.
Thanks.
We're glad. We hope you enjoyed coming and seeing the show live.
So, Aaron, had you been to the Broadcast Plaza, or were you a first-timer?
That was my first time.
Was it? Okay. All right. I meant to ask the people who'd been to the other one. How
we had a couple, too.
Yeah, we
forgot
did.
to ask.
Marcus in Florida. Marcus, go ahead.
Oh, hello. I just want to know how I can back the DAAC.
Well, we may have a big DAAC get-together and call it a DAAC attack.
He wants to join DAAC.
Back the DAAC.
Let's go to David.
I think I got an idea for a new T-shirt.
Yes,
Rick.
I do, too.
If he ain't DAAC, who's DAAC?
Anniston, Alabama. You ain't
Instead of
DAAC.
SWAC.
Who's DAAC? Hey, we DAAC. David, go ahead.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba. First-time caller, long-time listener.
And a great phone, I might add.
You and your monkey grass. Go ahead.
Well, I've heard a rumor that the testing in Boston was actually going to be moved by Ron DeSantis to Martha's Vineyard.
That's good.
By the way, he's firing up another busload. Yeah. Got the money approved.
All right, we'll be back. 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Y'all, we got to be kidding.
I know.
Do we never learn anything in this country? Well, I guess not. Look who we elected.
866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But I think
they're
got
Texans,
some,
Rick.
Yeah, they're
They're
Texans.
Texans, Rick. Come
And
on.
again,
they got a saying down in
you're
Texas.
going to bring two presidents back. Goes back to being patriotic.
Yeah.
And one of them throws a strike, gasses it up there too. So, but here's another thing that
One's
happened.
a little handy, but yeah.
I think his last name, I always mispronounce it. Gary L. He's the first baseman for the Astros.
Right.
He hits a home run either Friday or Saturday night. I don't remember which one, off Yu Darvish, Rick, who is of Asian descent.
Uh-oh.
And he hits a home run. And he goes in the dugout and does this.
No, he did not.
Yes,
he did slanted eyes.
Yes, and so the
can't do that.
In the world we live in, everybody goes nuts. Okay, political correctness police is out there. They want him suspended for Game 5 and blah blah blah. So Major League Baseball made a statement. They said, "Look, we'll suspend him. We're not doing it during the World Series. We're not taking anything away from the fans and these two teams that have made it this far and this point in so they have suspended him for the first 5 or 6 games next year. But hey, you know what? You're playing in the World Series, which I thought was another big statement for them to say we're not letting this political correctness world get in the way of ruining a World Series.
Everybody went nuts over it.
You know, Helms, I almost called you because I heard that he made a racial slur. That's what they were calling it. But I didn't know what he did.
It was a racial slant, I guess.
I didn't know what. I almost called you to say, what did he do? Because I didn't see it.
So that's what it was.
Yeah.
He hits it off an Asian pitcher and then does the eyes in the dugout.
And it was real quick. I mean,
it was just
who
who would have thought to do that? That guy.
I know.
And by the way, you're causing a lot of heartache for me now too, because Sherry got confused by it. We went on a little date after the ball game Saturday night. Well, undoubtedly, every time Gaddis bats now, the audience will start putting out that I'm batting.
Yeah.
And so we're sitting there, and Austin Sherry's like, "What do you mean? When you got hit by a pitch?" I said, "Undoubtedly, Gaddis has been hit by a pitch because they start out, hey, Big Papa got hit by a pitch. The Beard's batting."
Had a chance to win the ball game last night, Rick, and I thought you were going to pull it off.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I just sorry. Is that when I got? Who got hit? Did I get hit in the hand or something?
No, that was McCann. See, there's so many things that happen. McCann, McCann hits a homer in the 8th, and then in the 10th, he's up and hammers one about 400 feet that would have been a walk-off, but it was foul by about 10 foot. I mean, it was ridiculous how hard he hit that ball. Then he got hit in the hand.
Okay.
Springer walks, and then Bregman got the game winner. Right. So, hey, a lot of fun. Can't believe I stayed up, and I'll pay for it later today. But, but I'm telling you, that was exciting.
Right. So, anyway, the NFL's headed in one direction, Major League Baseball heading in a more positive direction and having a great series. It is called The Daniel Dilemma. It is a book. The timing is perfect. A friend of the program and of course, pastor of Church of the Highlands, Chris Hodges, now joins us, who has written the book, The Daniel Dilemma. Chris, welcome to the show, buddy.
Thank you so much. Thrilled to be here.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. We've known you off the air for a number of years, and now here it is. Worlds collide.
I love it.
Worlds collide. This is great. The Daniel Dilemma, I know you're excited about this book. We were talking about it. If you don't know the story of Daniel, it is an important story no matter what the situation, one of the heroes of the Bible. But Daniel was a young man who was taken into Babylon and was put in the dilemma of how do I live in Babylon and not compromise God all at the same time. Sound familiar?
Yeah.
This was kind of a problem. I think a lot of us as Americans and members of the American church, I think we thought this is a problem for the rest of the world. It's not really a problem for Americans, but boy, that is changing. The American church is facing persecution really for the first time in its history. I realize it's not like no one's cutting anybody's head off today if you go to church, but we're not to that place. But the times they are changing even for the American church.
Yeah, and so what's happened is the church is responding one of two different ways. So they're either becoming so dogmatic, defensive, kind of lock themselves behind their fort until Jesus comes back kind of position, and no one in culture and no one in the world is being touched or reached in this time. Or, man, there's a whole generation of Christians setting the Bible aside in the name of love.
I know.
Actually thinking they love people more than God does.
Right.
In an effort, I think sometimes in an innocent effort to win people to Jesus, but it's misguided. It's not the right way either. So most people think that you have a choice. It's either truth or grace, but you can't put them together. And the beautiful thing about Jesus is the Bible says in John chapter 1, he came into the world full of both truth and grace. He brought a perfect balance between the two.
Yeah, well, you say in the book, and I've heard this before, but you actually unpack it. Come on with it. It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. I'm going to tell you what, this mattress is getting rave reviews from our audience, but also all over the country, including winning awards from GQ Magazine and Wired Magazine as the #1 mattress. And there's a reason for that, and Greg and his wife Lisa discovered this themselves. You order the mattress, and they have a questionnaire that you fill out. How do you sleep? Do you sleep on your stomach, your back, your side? Do you like a soft mattress, a medium mattress?
Easy question.
You like firm mattress? And then they customize it the way you want it, and then they send it to you to your door, and it comes in a box. Greg said nothing could be simpler. And then 100 nights to sleep on it.
That's right.
To be sure that you like it. And right now we'll save you $350. What are you waiting on? I mean, make the move right now. Get a mattress that is made for the way that you sleep. HelixSleep.com and get amazing sleep. You know, all of our health and wellness starts from the foundation of getting sleep. That's the body's way to repair and get ready for the next day. So make sure you're sleeping soundly on a Helix mattress. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Find that link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So DAAC has been formed. We'll form that. I mean, we'll look at that. All of you who've called have been upset that this is going on at Boston University. Sounds like they found a way around it. But also, a lot of you, and I'm getting the emails, and a lot of you are asking because it happens so rarely, Alabama getting beat by Tennessee. Why haven't we contacted Dickie Nadmeyer yet? Because we know better.
Yeah.
We
you gotta
wait.
let him recover.
You wait, and you do not. You don't do a wellness check or anything like that. He has to kind of work through it. And there's a video. People have been, all fan bases have rabid fans, and rabid sports fans are so much fun to watch.
Yes.
Especially those that it really does mean the world to them. And if they can also be slightly off, that even makes it better. So I don't know who this guy is, but he has his own. The guys that hang out with him. They put him on. He has his own Twitter feed, and he
we all know him. This guy. We all have this guy.
Well, he's Dickie
somewhere in our
Nadmeyer.
life.
Is who he is. He is a real life, walking, talking.
Absolutely.
Dickie Nadmeyer. Now, one thing that you'll notice about rabid fans of a successful team, it is shocking how quickly they will turn on the team.
Oh, they will.
Sometimes if they love the team and they'll take on all comers, and they love the team, they're devoted to the team. But if the team ever starts what they determine to be playing poorly, they will go south on the team and want everybody fired and all players replaced.
Yes.
So I want you to watch.
Do you want happy fan first and then his reaction to the Tennessee loss, or just want to go straight to his reaction?
Let's see both. Let's set the contrast.
I think that is a good idea.
Yeah. Okay.
So we'll see his devotion, and he has a shirt that says he doesn't care about anything but the Tide.
Right.
And he says it
So to
differently. He says it so to speak. I didn't realize today would be riddled with so many words it would make me uncomfortable. But but people do say this, and it's not a wonderful thing. It's a slang. It's not anything dirty or anything, but it's not a pleasant word. My mom doesn't care to hear it. You know what I mean? And it's what you say when you're upset, and it starts with a P.
Yeah.
Or you're relieving yourself. So you need to say, and he doesn't give a blank about anything but the Tide.
Yes.
So let's see his devotion first.
Okay. This is the happy fan.
Here he is.
Think Alabama finna pull it out?
Oh, I know they're going to pull it out. The greatest team in the world.
What did the man tell you at the store a while ago?
He told me Tide going to lose. I said, no, hell they ain't. They finna kick some booty.
They didn't have no shirt on or nothing like that.
He ain't had no Tide pride. Talking about he was an Alabama fan. He wasn't nothing. But I shut him up right quick.
Let him know real quick, like we finna fourth quarter.
Fourth quarter belongs to the Tide. We ain't gonna do nothing but kick butt. And if you don't care nothing about the Tide, we don't give a turkey.
Won't give a piss about
nothing but the Tide. Blitz, Bama, blitz.
Let's go. Roll, Tide, roll. Let's get it.
All right, so now
they're gassing him up. They're gassing him up.
Now what we're going to see now, Alabama is behind 21-7. This is early in the game.
It's the
same guy, and he completely turns on the Tide. All right, here we go.
Think they superstars. I'm a 5-star player. I'm a superstar. I just walk on the field, I win.
21-7, Willie.
They entitled. Yeah, 21-7. We gonna be 90-7 before it's over with.
You giving up that quick?
Hey! You go out and get 5-star players. They ain't one for crap because they think they're superstar. Get somebody and knock Pine Tree down and knock Combs out of them. Get some football players.
Don't give a piss about nothing but the Tide.
I don't give a piss about nothing. I don't even care about the Tide no damn more.
Come on, Willie! Willie, don't
He's leaving.
Willie, don't go.
No.
Can I? These guys that are feminine.
His name is Willie.
His name is Willie.
Oh my goodness!
Can you see him give up?
Can I tell you, they got a
5-star.
They got a pretty nice TV outside there.
They do. Nice TV.
Listen.
Don't go, Willie. It's going to be 9 as a 7.
How did they come across this gold? How?
This is a genuine
Greg,
article.
this is
That's
right
the genuine
down
article.
your alley, too.
Hey, you can't draw it up no better than that. That's perfect.
I don't give a turkey.
I would watch every Alabama game with him.
Well, Greg, this bunch does.
Oh, I know, and they know what they got too.
Oh, they sure do, and they get him stirred too. Greg,
He'll start gouging him.
Greg, he turned on the tide and left.
They were going, y'all ready to give it up?
Come on, no, Willie.
Did he say get some that punch a pine tree?
Yeah.
And knock cones off?
Yeah, that's what he wanted. He wants players that can punch a pine tree and knock cones off. he thinks they're 5 stars feel entitled.
That's right.
They think they just
walking
walk
out there.
They just walk out there.
He
And
may have a point on something.
Well,
golly, that's funny. I can't get enough of that. I'll replay this all day.
It's on your phone. I'll send it to you.
Okay, I'll replay it all day.
Yeah.
You know it falls right in line with what I just love.
Superstar. I just walk on the field, I win. Think they superstars. I'm a 5-star player. I'm a superstar.
That right there. Good stuff. That right
there. Greg, this is what we
don't give a piss about nothing but the tide.
I don't give a piss about nothing. I don't even care about the tide no damn more.
Come on, Willie! Willie, don't leave, Willie!
He's gone. He's out.
Watch the guy when
He's
he goes
out.
right by him. Watch Ponytail. Go, come on, Willie. Watch the guy.
Willie, don't go. Don't give a piss about nothing but the tide.
I don't give a piss about nothing. I don't even care about the tide no damn.
Come on, Willie! Willie! Willie, don't leave, Willie!
He's got that big field in, so he pitch a fit out there.
That's awesome.
Oh, my goodness. Do you think he came back for the missed field goal?
Oh,
You
he
think-
was back and forth several times, I bet.
There's got to be more footage.
Oh.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so I don't know what to say about the fact that our president keeps acting like that inflation's not real, and that we're not headed to a recession. What did he say? What did he say about a slight inflation?
Rick, he's
Or slight.
Rick, he's the only one saying that. Okay,
Right. Yeah.
8.2 year to year.
Okay, so the Biden administration continues to tell us how strong the economy is because they're delusional, and I guess they think we are. But it is sick. It is not well, and the Fed is going to continue to raise interest rates. That's not an if. That is it's happening, and that's why that's why we recommend that you diversify with gold and silver. And you probably have heard that before, but we want to recommend you do that with Allegiance Gold, and they'll help protect your IRA and 401k with physical gold and silver. Now, listen to this. If you prefer it, if you'd rather have the physical gold and silver sent to your door, they can do that. Their approach is different. They're going to focus on educating us and also developing a plan that is better for the individual situation that you are in. That's why Allegiance Gold has some of the highest ratings in the industry. 5 stars with TrustLink, AAA rated with Business Consumer Alliance, and an A+ from Don Boomershine and the Better Business Bureau. So right now, go with protectrickbubba.com and get their best offer yet, up to $2,500, Bubba, free silver.
How about that? That's a way to start off, isn't it?
Yeah, protectwithrickbubba.com or call 844-790-9191, okay? Can't control the Biden administration. Nothing we can do about that, but you can prepare. Protectwithrickbubba.com. Which is great. You know, many times people say, well, you know, you can't have love without grace. And then there's people that say, well, you can't have, you know, truth without love. And it's true that we really can balance truth and love. You don't have to compromise truth to be deemed, you know, without love. If you give someone love but it doesn't have truth, you really don't love them. But if you give people truth without love, you're not being very effective. So you talk about that balance in the book, and Daniel had to deal with that.
Yeah, so most people think they're mutually exclusive.
Right.
You got to pick one. So again, I think the genius of the life of Daniel and, of course, the life of Jesus was the perfect balance between the two. The way I say it, Rick, is truth without grace is mean. but grace without truth is meaningless.
Yeah.
You put them together, it's good medicine.
That's
right. You really. So
you know, Daniel, while he got carted off to Babylon, here I kind of feel like we've seen our home drift into a Babylon, but Daniel excelled at that. It wasn't that he didn't have problems, but he never compromised.
Exactly.
And that's our call today, really, isn't it?
And that's why I call it the dilemma, because I think the average person feels stuck, not knowing what to do when those challenges come. And so, honestly, I think the church is pretty ill-equipped to handle it. So most of the times they fall prey to the culture that we're living in. And so this is hopefully a playbook of sorts so that you get even the scripts. What do you say when your friend comes to you with a question? Even the prayers to pray. So we've really unpacked it pretty deeply.
And I know there's always exceptions to this, but the comments we're making about the current state of the American church are all general comments. There's pockets where this is an exception, and praise the Lord for that. But it's almost sometimes, too, the church comes across also by taking that attitude. You remember when, they always make fun of kind of perfect suburbia and the mom who didn't want to talk about things that made everybody uncomfortable, and they just kind of get into this, made-up, delusional, Stepford Wives kind of look of the church going, let's don't talk about things that make us uncomfortable. Let's just keep talking about the same old things we've always talked about. And I always say this when talking with pastors. I said, you realize there's people sitting in the pew going, do y'all know what's going on out there? Out there, our faith is being challenged every day. Out there, we're no longer going out into a society that says, we all pretty much believe what you believe, and some of us are more devoted to it than others, but we're all pretty much on the same page. That day's over.
It's over. Yeah. And so, what I do in the book is I take the first 12 chapters and help really solidify us once again. I mean, we've got to get our values, our convictions, our identity, all of that pretty solid. What's cool too, Rick, is that I actually take the outline of the book of Daniel as the chapters of the book to help us really solidify this standing firm. But at the same time, I don't want us to stop there. Just okay, I'm really solid in my belief systems. I've got my convictions. I'm not going to bow. I think God's called us to have influence into that world at the same time. I don't think the goal is to be right. I think the goal is to be effective. And so hopefully it'll help some people.
Well, and when you talk about effective, you look at the example of Jesus. I mean, he never compromised truth. I mean, the conversation with the woman who was about to be stoned, and as you mentioned here, did end with "Go and sin no more."
Exactly.
But that part gets left off if you watch on Oprah.
Absolutely.
But back to effectiveness, he didn't lead with that.
Absolutely.
That's after he'd already made the comment about grace and how I offer redemption. I too give you, anyone can be forgiven. When you encounter me, I change people, and if you really want that redemption, that will also mean that you'll no longer live in this sin.
Absolutely.
And the woman at the well, you talk about that one. Yes, he eventually brings up the fact that she's had 5 men that aren't her husband, but he didn't start with that. He first of all tried to win her over. First of all, she's shocked that he's even speaking to her.
Absolutely.
Being a Samaritan, so he's kind of breaking down some walls, and then he earns the right to say, now let's deal with what's really going on with you.
I call it connecting before correcting.
Right.
So you definitely want to get to the correct, and I think again there's a whole generation of Christians that have only wanting to connect. They don't ever really want to stand true to.
Just here doing our job. Just doing our job. 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we continue to walk through another show together. Helmsy, the real Greg Burgess, and Adler here. Speedy out. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day. That's all.
Well, Bubba, it's time for us to check on a couple of politicians out there. First, leader of the free world, Joe Biden. Joe Biden. Come on, President. Anybody know? Hey, Basement Joe. Well, watching the president every time he gives a speech now, there was the fun of George W. Bush. He's like us. He'd get his words tangled up.
Oh, yeah.
Watching the current president lose his mental faculties, not as much fun and troubling. We're about to see a Ron Burgundy where he is he is about to. I mean, he's going to drop a Ron Burgundy here when it comes to an email address. Do you want to just jump right into it?
Yeah, let's just see it. Let's see politicians on the trail.
All right, here we go.
If you get any questionable calls, please tell us by going to report fraud, DOTFTC.gov.
Or it could be dot.
Gov. He's spelling out dot. He's spelling
Questionable calls, please tell us by going to report fraud, DOTFTC.gov.
That's two dots.
Could be dot ftc.gov.
It's two dots. You don't have to spell dot.
Yeah, you don't spell dot. You say dot.
We'll just say it.
I know the internet's a new and wonderful thing to the president.
Right.
So it's marvelous and intriguing.
The World Wide Web.
Yep. Yep.
So no need to spell. It's not now. People are going to be typing in DOT. You just told senior citizens everywhere.
To
type in DOT.
And I heard the president just now got a MySpace page.
Yes, he did.
He's really coming along.
Isn't he something? On cutting edge.
Isn't he something?
His live journal's really good too. You guys, you should check it out.
Chuck Graham, state senator's here. Chuck, stand up. Chuck, let him see you. Oh, God love you. What am I talking about? Chuck Graham.
All right. Keep in mind how long ago that was.
That was he really top of his game then.
Well, now this Fetterman thing. God love Fetterman. I mean, we know we certainly know the president is going through the stages of Alzheimer's. If you don't, then you've just never been around it. But we also know that Fetterman, the hope of Pennsylvania, he's had a stroke and his mind can't even process words coming at him audibly. He has to read them on a screen and then discern what they are in order to answer questions, and he's staying in the race. I mean, we're talking Dr. Oz here. We're not talking about that Hannity's going to win in Pennsylvania. I mean, it's you don't have to be that afraid. It's Dr. Oz. Y'all loved him till he came out and decided that maybe the way our country is going from a liberal standpoint is not the best move to be a progressive or all this wokeness. But I remember us all getting excited when Dr. Oz used to be loved, by the way.
Oh, I know. Yeah. I know when he was chasing down people using his name illegally. That was
my favorite one.
When he was running through those offices.
There's stand-ups of him everywhere. All right, so Fetterman this time, it's just
Fetterman
obvious.
dresses like we do.
I was supposed to bring that up. Now he's running for office, and he looks like dude off the Big Lebowski.
Hey,
he does, by the way.
Why don't you put on a pair of slacks?
Greg, he's running for senator.
Senator, not even
representative. One of 100 people in the country.
If he was running for constable of that county, that's ridiculous the way he's looking. And I ain't making fun of his stroke. That ain't got nothing to do with it. He's got on a pair of gym shorts and a hoodie that he looks like he's been wearing for a month.
All right, so
he looks homeless.
Does he have? Where's his support coming from? Because in this footage, we're going to hear like one person maybe go clap, clap. Because you can't
listen to what he says.
Because you can't really follow it. I guess.
Listen to what he says.
All right.
Send me to Washington D.C. Take on to make sure I push back against work to work. Woo! Send me to Washington D.C.
A little bit of applause. Get what he's working.
Take on to make sure I push back against work to work.
He's going to push back work to work.
And did you hear? Now he gets an applause when he says "send me to Washington."
Yeah.
But when he says I can push back, work to work, one person goes, "Woo!"
Well, they're like, I don't know what
they
you
don't
mean.
know what he's talking about.
Big dude.
Yeah. So exactly.
Send me to Washington D.C. Take on to make sure I push back against work to work.
So is there a big problem with work to work right now I'm not aware of that needs pushing back?
Yes. I'm not sure. Woo! It looks like he was in there in the house watching a ball game. They said, you need to come in here and speak because that's the way he looks. He looks like he's a couch lounger.
Yes.
I hate to say it, he makes me look like a sharp dresser.
He does, but he makes you look like,
When are you supposed to be at CVS today?
CVS?
Yeah, or Walgreens.
Got a smock on.
Yeah. Can I get a Costco membership from you this morning?
I hadn't really paid attention to what they look like. So.
Sir, what aisle's the toilet paper on?
Listen, y'all. We're not giving enough to the person who says "woo," because everybody else is
work
stunned.
to work.
Everybody else is stunned. Greg, everybody else is stunned, and then one person, probably Speedy, in the audience thought, "Well, somebody's got to do something."
Somebody help him out.
Yeah, all right, so listen.
Send me to Washington, D.C. Take on to make sure I push back against work to work.
It sent me to Washington, D.C. to take on, and then that thought stopped, and then push back for work to work.
Work
against work to work.
Work to work. You can tell even his ears heard it and went, "What?"
And don't you know the person that went woo? The person beside them was like,
Yeah. And then he looked and said, "I had to do something."
Well, I mean, come on, we
Send
left
me
him
so I
hanging.
can push back. Work to work.
I got my hoodie on with the jacket over it.
He wears Carhartt, so he's relatable. He's a working guy.
He is, that's right.
Except for the fact that he's been propped up by his family, and he had a mayoral job of a very small town into his late 40s.
Can I?
Throw him in there.
Somebody help me with this, Adler. Maybe you know, because sometimes you.
God love him.
How does this
Put him
person-
and Herschel Walker side by side?
Herschel on the debate the other night.
Yeah,
even the Washington papers called it a draw, which means Herschel ran away with it.
So let
you got to admit, if they call it a tie,
that's bad for Warnick.
I got to ask though. This is Pennsylvania, okay? This is not Mississippi, Alabama, okay? This is Pennsylvania. This is the only Democrat they have to run for this Senate spot.
Yeah,
they don't have a Democrat that's a little more have some his act together,
maybe
or her act together better than this guy.
has not recently had a stroke.
Right.
And guys, just
You would think
I'm not
Democrats
saying
are everywhere in Pennsylvania.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but it just adds to the weirdness of the story. And not only he's running against Dr. Oz from television,
Right.
I mean, it makes the story that much weird.
It is one of the stranger matchups that I've ever seen.
Well, he's pushing back work for work.
Hear me
We
out.
got to stop work to work. y'all.
Whatever that
Something's
is.
got to be done.
Work to work. Don't
forget the gain of function research going
Look at
on.
him
It's
standing
not
right
gain
there.
of function.
So that's his look, no matter what.
Greg, that was me yesterday afternoon.
I've never seen him in any other look besides that.
You know what I was doing? I was out there like cleaning the pool.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
me now.
So is this another story we need?
He
to
looks
say?
like he needs to be at a soup kitchen.
Let's hear what he's got
Thanks,
to say
Greg.
in this interview.
Here's his stance on abortion.
Got the same
Do you
thing.
support
a lot better.
any restrictions on abortion,
I don't. I've always
even
believed.
in the third trimester?
I believe that choice is between a woman, her doctor, and a God if she prays.
Oh my God.
Okay.
So
Work.
he's this ultra lib. He's
To work.
soft on crime. He thinks it's a shame that murderers spend the rest of their life in jail. Like
Yeah, that's a shame.
he's said these kinds of things.
They need to be out
Work.
murdering other people.
To work.
That'd be better.
When you
And we got to stop work to work.
Well, that's got to be dealt with.
I mean, we got to deal with that before we get to anything. The heck with the abortion issue. What about work to work?
It's going to hamper a politician who has to read a computer to ever answer questions anyway. That's going to add to the problems of trying to communicate and vote and all that
well, this is why I'm.
while wearing basketball trunks.
But Greg, he's watching the president and goes, "Well,
that's a great point."
Okay.
Honestly, it keeps a train of thought better than the president.
Yeah, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Standard of God's word. Right. But I mean, every story in the Bible, Zacchaeus, hey, let's go to lunch. He looks at the thief in the tree and says, hey, let's go have a meal together. We don't know what happened at the meal time, but he came out giving away everything back to anyone he had stolen from and multiplied it. So we definitely want to get there. And I set that as the standard, that we don't bow. We stay true to the standard of God's word, but we're effective at the same time. And again, I think that's the genius of the life of Daniel. He lived through 4 different administrations in Babylon. All of them were prepared to kill him or torture him or mistreat him. And yet somehow he won them over and influenced all 4 administrations. And I really think that's what God's called us to do.
And they were very different administrations.
Absolutely.
They were. Well, and you also found out, I think a lot of times we get in our mind that Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego and Daniel were the only people that were captured. They weren't. And you also know that other people decided, well, God would not expect us to make a stand right here. Surely he didn't want us to be killed. Let's just all, let's go ahead and bow to where they want us to bow, but then in secret we'll still be devoted to God. And I think one of the things that's covered in here, too, is when you're going to talk about the example of Daniel and Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, they didn't wait to the moment to find out what they were going to do. They already knew what they would do before they ever got put in that situation.
Yeah, first few chapters, I get into settling your core, really knowing what your core beliefs are before the dilemma, before the encounter happens, because it's coming all of our way. And again, I think by and large, the average Christian is ill-equipped. We did a series on this 4 years ago. I thought it was just going to be yet another one of the series that we would do at our church. Man, it kept getting hit over and over and rewatched and rewatched. In fact, I really wasn't planning on writing on this until I saw that we had really struck a nerve that the average Christian that goes to church knows they have this dilemma coming in their workplace or their school, or the mom who has their kids coming home from school saying, I've got a friend that is, and you fill in the blank, and I don't know how to handle this. And most moms don't even know how to respond back to their children or what to say and how to stand in that situation. So hopefully, again, it becomes kind of a playbook how to live through these days that we live in.
We'll come back. We're talking with Chris Hodges. The book's called The Daniel Dilemma. Now, we put it at rickandbubba.com. You can get it easily there. We put a couple of different links. It's also available where books are sold, but we've got you some links that kind of get you right in where you want to be. Grab the book easy. The Daniel Dilemma by Chris Hodges, How to Stand Firm and Love Well in a Culture Full of Compromise. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, you said it has been unsealed. We now know who Mueller will bring an indictment against. Is that correct?
Yes. As predicted, Rick, Paul Manafort has arrived at the FBI headquarters to surrender to authorities. Him and Rick Gates are both in the initial indictment coming out of this. The charges being against them are being an unregistered agent for a foreign principal, false and misleading Foreign Agents Registration Act statements, false statements, and 7 counts of failure to file reports of foreign bank and financial accounts, which basically, if you want to put it under a nutshell, would be conspiracy and money laundering.
So there you go.
And let's see, what else here? There may be more coming, but that will be the initial group. Now, they did say that these charges are dealing strictly with financial crimes and do not include any charges related to the broader question that form the basis of Mueller's investigation, and that is Russian involvement in the 2016 election or some type of connection to the Trump administration or campaign.
So really, we opened the door on you because of looking for this, and we found things out about you that you can be charged with, but there's nothing in it that has anything to do with collusion.
Yeah. And most of this is more paperwork issues, it looks like, than anything. But you got to get your paperwork right.
Ed is
dealing with that.
Yep, Ed's in the great state of Georgia.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Ed.
Yes, sir. How you guys doing this morning?
Hey, Ed,
man,
we're doing good.
You are truly the heartbeat of America.
Thank you, Ed.
You telling it like it is, and I love you. Show.
Thank you.
Dig this. Recently, I was arrested for kissing a store clerk on the cheek.
Well, now, Ed,
time out.
Turn it down.
Ed, what now?
What, Ed?
Oh, yeah.
Arrested.
Now, Ed, did she ask for that kiss, or were you holding her down when you gave it to her?
I had been trying to be real nice with the girl for several weeks, and thought things were kind of materializing a little bit.
Wow.
And time and circumstance created the opportunity, and I put a few kisses on her cheek.
All right, now
I take it she didn't see it that way.
Well, she was a humble sort. And I thought maybe she needed to know that she was attractive.
Right.
Or
you could have just told her.
Yeah.
Flowers.
Well, let me tell you about flowers.
Big is our number. We sure are glad that you're here with us. All right, so I started getting all these emails yesterday about bear attacks. There's 2 of them.
A lot of bear attacks out there.
There's at one point there's 2 wrestlers taking on bears.
They're scarred up.
And then the audio that we have is the one Bubba was telling me about. And this is a bear attacking a climber in Japan on a mountaintop. Now this one we're more excited about because it comes with a GoPro camera. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah, and so we're pumped about this. But I do want to clarify for those of you out there that you do not factually have some of the things going on the show correct. That I have never claimed that I could take a bear unarmed. If you remember,
You just said a wolf.
I drew the line at wolf.
Still pretty bad.
When the rest of the guys drew their line at kangaroo, I think I could go on through the playoffs and beat the kangaroo and the wolf. What
about a timber wolf or half coyote timber wolf?
Yeah, I think so. If you need me, let me know.
Well, I've heard.
And if the situation is right, and I don't, Greg, I'm going to watch to see if you can get this. And it owned somebody the other day. They sent me. They stood next to a mounted adult wolf of a certain type of wolf, and it was very, very large.
They can be
see
big.
if you remember this though, and he loved it. He said, "I'm really concerned about this battle coming up." And I said, if it doesn't go well, I will have died a good death.
There you go.
Honorable. Do you remember what that came from? It was a good death.
Lionheart.
It's the very last line of a very well-known movie.
I don't know.
A river runs through it.
Ooh,
that's a great movie.
I never thought about
That's
it.
a great movie.
I was going to guess Bridges of Madison County.
I don't even know if I've ever seen that.
Yes,
What?
you have.
I think I have.
Greg, you got
I'm gonna say this: if you get on to him about
Is it
61
Brad
and you
Pitt?
hadn't seen this,
Yeah, I've seen it, but I can't remember.
the very last scene. Of the
I remember
movie.
him riding a horse with a deer laying across it. At one time.
the very he had this
Great movie.
ongoing thing with this giant grizzly, and
I need to watch it again because I've forgotten everything.
and at the
actors
very end, he's out there living in the wilderness, and the grizzly comes
I
up,
remember.
and it freezes the frame, and the last line is, "It was a good death." So anyway, let's
So
go.
I guess we don't need to watch the movie, Greg.
Yeah, I guess we got it now.
Oh, great. No, that's right up there with Shawshank Redemption. If you don't know the end of it by now,
I've seen it.
okay, yeah,
I just haven't seen it a lot.
great movie.
yes,
Seems like
Really,
pretty long. Isn't it long?
It's a long one. It's a good movie.
You just until you watch 61, I won't hear from you.
Okay, it's a good. You know what? Me not watching 61 is as bad as you not watching The River Runs Through It.
Okay,
maybe
I
worse.
have seen
Greg, maybe worse.
But I have seen it. It's
Okay.
just been a long time. I don't remember.
I haven't seen 61, and that's wrong. And
I don't think I've
resolve that.
seen either one of them.
I'll resolve that, and I'll resolve that quickly.
But you need to watch 16 Candles. Like I told you, that's in your wheelhouse.
I've got heavy into
Have you not
comedies.
watched
Bubba,
16
you're going to
Candles?
have to venture out from Castle and Frasier
Yep.
and watch some of these
And Big Bang.
movies. Yeah,
Right.
Big Bang Theory.
Right.
You're not going.
So let's go back to.
I'll watch 61 when I get a
No,
chance.
16
I may have
Candles.
seen it.
I want you to watch 16. It's a great. It's a great
Well,
80s movie.
We were geared up to watch it, and Betty vetoed it. She didn't want to see
she'll love it.
it. Well, she didn't think she'd love it.
It took 15 years for him to watch For the Love of the Game.
Yeah, thank you. 15 years it took me to get him to watch For the Love of the Game. He didn't like sports movies.
Well,
But,
I do. I just
that
don't.
one had a
You know
little too
what?
much
I just
chick
don't.
in it.
I just don't
Yeah,
sit
don't
down
ruin
to
it.
watch movies that much.
Yeah.
I think.
Well,
So
she's
problem.
dead now.
Yes, yes.
So here's the bear attack. I don't have a story with this. If it's in the
Okay,
stack, I don't see
this
it.
is just a guy. He's climbing down Mount Fuji or one of the smaller mountains around that in Japan, and he's attacked by a bear, and he's videoing himself.
Oh,
Look,
boy.
can we do audio?
Yes, let's do audio.
'Cause this-
As if climbing's not scary enough.
I mean, he's way up there.
Yeah,
But it's about to get loud here. I'll turn it down. He's just kind of climbing, and I mean, this is steep, rocky hills in Japan, and then
Oh, my.
that bear.
Oh, my.
Oh, wow.
He's hitting a bear in the
He's
head.
kicking it. He's hitting it.
The bear won't stop.
No, he keeps coming. No, you think he's gone, but oh, wait a minute, I'll go back.
He's coming back again?
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. Oh, these Cubs. That's the problem.
Oh, Cubs
City
in
Cubbies.
Oh, yeah.
That's the problem.
Look, do you ever just want to explain to the female bears? We didn't know.
Yeah.
I never felt like he was in danger though.
I didn't need it.
What? A bear?
Yeah, but that
jumped
bear
at him
bear
on a
was not
mountaintop.
very aggressive.
Look how far up he is.
I think he's being. I think he's being a little drama.
Greg, it was a bear running down a mountain at him, Greg.
Can I tell you if I'm going to take one on, though, I like where his position is.
Yes.
Well, he used the bear's momentum coming down the
did.
rocks to make him do a flyby.
Now he's thinking,
Juked
how
him.
am I going to get down?
And where's the bear?
He juked a bear, guys.
See, that bear's not that aggressive.
What aggressive? He climbed the rocks after him about 4
he ain't
times.
trying
Are
to
you
bite
watching
him.
the same video?
He ain't
as
trying
us?
to bite him.
Greg, he's trying to eat him.
No, look at it.
There's the Cub.
Oh, there's the cub. Yeah,
That's the problem.
Oh, look at the little cub right there. Yep.
So is that a spot on the bear, or is that where the bear scraped its back falling down the rocks?
I saw that. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it's just a spot.
But man,
Because the bear does hit
a skunk bear.
That bear does hit the rocks pretty hard.
Yes, it does.
When he goes by him.
He juked a bear, you guys.
Juked a bear.
That rock.
See,
too.
he was just giving him a run by.
No, Greg, he's trying to get him right there.
He's
Look,
trying to
he's
bite
jumping
his
up
foot.
at him.
Nah,
Greg.
he
Come
didn't
on.
bother him.
Boy, he got a good kick to the nose right
did.
there.
Greg, you'd be pooping in your pants, Greg.
Oh, I'd have reached out and patted that bear on the head. Okay, buddy.
Yeah.
Well, that's going viral right now. If you haven't seen it, it's worth a watch.
That's
I did notice that he missed the bear a couple times and just hit the rock with his hand, and you know his hand hurt so bad.
he didn't
after
care
that.
though. He didn't care.
You're right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I'm glad
Y'all
that
sure that wasn't a tame bear?
Greg, it's attacking him on a mountainside.
Greg, next you're going to say there was a ball up there on top where he was practicing balancing on top
walking
of
on it.
Oh, wait a second. He's got a bell around his
What if we looked at a minute and like a guy completely dressed in a ringmaster suit came around and said, "Where's the bear? Where's the bear?
We got a
at?"
bear that got away.
He was on the box.
Number one,
spinning.
thankfully the bear wasn't overly large. Still a bear. Not good at all. But boy, I'm glad it wasn't one of them big old grizzlies coming down through there.
It looked
Now
like
that's different.
about 100-pound black bear, maybe something like that.
Because a big old grizzly. If you
The
try
Japanese
to move,
ones aren't that big.
If you try to move it past you, it's going to take you with it.
That's racist, Greg.
Rick, I don't want you to have to do this when we come back from break. So people are saying that you're quoting Legends of the Fall,
Well,
not
maybe.
a river run through.
Well, to me,
Oh, I got those mixed up.
That's probably right. It's the same movie to me.
Brad Pitt.
They're right. It is.
Brad Pitt is in both of them.
It is Legend of the Fall.
It is
They're
Legend
right.
of the Fall.
They're
I
right.
have seen that.
They're 100% right, and to me, that's the same movie.
You're
And-
right, Rick.
And when I was saying it in my mind, I'm like, I think it's the other one.
And
A
I
lot
would
of
like to
fishing
go
in the
back
river
and
run
watch
through it.
the Legends of the Fall. I need to go back and watch
Legends
that
of the
one.
Fall.
I've
is-
seen it, but I want to go back and watch it.
The line I'm using is from Legends of the Fall. They
Okay.
are 100% right. But to me, those are the same movies.
They are.
Even though they're not.
I just helped you with your email today. That's all
Yeah.
I was doing.
I think I've seen them both.
Did you hear me? It's not the same movie, but to me, it is the same movie.
I got you.
And I've confused them for years.
Both of them are excellent.
I'm
Yeah.
glad I didn't see it now.
Yeah. Well, they're both good. Either one of them's good.
You need to watch both of those, Bubba.
And that's the movie where Val Kilmer takes on the lions, right?
No.
I'm sorry, that's Ghost in the Darkness.
That's
Oh,
right.
I forgot about that.
Legends of the Fall is the better movie of the two, though.
Okay.
I would agree with that.
Yeah. Yeah. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big, when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
With another store clerk.
Wait, how many store clerks have you got?
Ed, you're bringing a lot of them out of their shyness, sounds like.
I bet you're banned from the mall.
Just one more store clerk. I sent flowers to, with nothing flagrant or ambitious or whatever on the card. I just sent a small little mixed arrangement to the lady, kind of brighten up her day, and she refused to accept them.
All right, Ed.
I normally carry it.
Ed, what is up with you and store clerks? I mean,
Well, dig this with the VA hospital.
Oh boy.
There are a lot of devoted people out there. I'm a veteran, a Vietnam veteran. I'm pushing 70.
thank you for your service.
Mm-hmm.
And there's this one lady out there that I became acquainted with kind of on a nonchalant basis.
Ed, do you hear the pattern?
Ed, wait a minute. Now, we're talking about two clerks and now somebody at the VA hospital? We're talking about lady number 3?
I sent her some flowers.
Okay.
I sent her some flowers and told her I couldn't quit thinking about her.
Oh boy.
Ed, do you get
when were you banned from the VA?
She didn't have the police call me up.
Right.
Wanting to know, asking me if I was some kind of perpetrator.
Okay, Ed, I think
predator is the word, isn't it? Predator.
Ed, I think
Ed,
today
when you've been accused by more than 3 women as being one, I'm not saying you are, but you might want to
maybe the technique you need to back her down a click or two.
Yeah, Ed,
Dig this stuff.
do you get a Christmas card from 1-800-Flowers.com? I mean, it's,
dig this stuff. A lot of the girls around here where I live, they'll pull up their tops and show you the. if they think you'll buy them a cheeseburger or a Coca-Cola.
Well, see, Ed, that's who you need to be hanging out with. They won't get you arrested.
Yeah, I think you're turning your affection the wrong direction here.
And you are definitely fishing in the wrong pond.
I had another girl visit me at my apartment one time, not so long ago, and she wasn't even there 5 minutes before she said, "Would you like to see me?"
Ed, you can't say that.
It was funny up to then.
Ed.
Rick, I want to thank Harvey Weinstein for calling in today.
You're welcome. I was going to ask Ed if he knew what a rap sheet was.
Guys, did you hear where he just went?
Ed.
Okay.
And I apologize.
It was good, fun humor. Ed had to mess it up.
I apologize if you were in some sort of way of hearing the show where you do not get the delay. Those of you that are delay protected, you can say you're welcome.
Rick, here's the thing. Ed can't believe why these people are offended.
Well, I'm just going to see if I can
figure it out.
Ed, and I'm going to try to talk to you from afar, but I will say, Ed,
and behind glass.
You're right, Ed. If you just want to, I'm just trying to help here. And Greg made the point, and I think all the other guys did too. If every single person that you think you're just being flirtatious with and just trying to court them, they're not seeing it that way.
Dig this.
Right, dig this. Dig this, Ed. Whatever approach you have going right now, it must be changed. Because everybody that you think, because he's presenting, it's just courting.
Yeah,
right. It's just sweet courting.
You ain't gonna believe what they thought.
She's sort of humble top. I want to know.
I thought I'd tear that sugar up, let her know that.
I thought I'd tear that sugar up and let her know she was beautiful. Well, you could just tell her. You know what I mean? And then,
hey, dig this.
And then you dig this. I think the flower sending, that it has to, your approach, something's wrong with it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And because you're 100%. And then there's this other end of the spectrum you keep talking about, sadly, to the point you had to be dumped.
He's met some strange women.
Yes, he has.
He has.
Yeah. No wonder he's going to the humble top.
Yeah.
He just
said that.
Wow, what a phone call.
Cannot believe that.
What a phone call.
You believe I got arrested?
Yeah.
Yes,
Ed, I do.
I got I bet if
I'm
you moved to
beginning
my
to see it.
neighborhood, there would be a poster of you up. Let me know you're now a resident.
Wow.
Yeah, he's on the list. I guarantee you.
I didn't know he lived in New Orleans.
Yeah. Hey, dig this, Ed. You got to change your approach.
Yep.
And
Got a dollar back. A little
you
bit.
seem to be on one extreme or the other. Let's find somewhere in the middle of this.
Yeah.
Boy, that was funny.
Good night.
Yeah.
Up to the end.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
That's one of those calls you keep on just a little bit too long.
Yep. we were loving it.
Well, but I think we found all the gold there was, and we just kept on digging.
Yeah.
She wasn't there 5 minutes.
And then he started ramping up because he knew we was loving it. You know what I mean? Then he thought,
Hey, dig this.
hey, that ain't nothing. And by the way, he finally dug where we did not want to dig.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
"35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866, we be big as the number. Already had my first dose of Relief Factor today. Loving this product, glad it came into our life. I will say that I'm probably loving it more now than even when we first got introduced to it, because 58 seems to need Relief Factor more than when they came onto the show, maybe when we were 50. But anyway, I love getting the emails from those of you that love it too. Tammy out of Huntsville. I guess I was a little slow to move on this guy. She puts LOL. Because I know you've been talking about this product for some time. And finally, I decided to give Relief Factor a try. I suffer with arthritis, sore muscles, and tendons. Felt much older than my 55 years. I'm a very active person, but it hurt some mornings just getting out of the bed. We understand. Exercise became painful. We get it. I ordered the Quick Start Pack and felt relief within 48 hours. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Grateful that you told me about Relief Factor. Thank you for that. I mentioned it even to my 80-year-old mother and brought her a couple of packets, and they seem to be helping her too. She also just ordered her own Rick and Bubba Quick Start Pack. Thanks for bringing this great company to light. There's truly a significant difference in the pain level, and for her, for a very short amount of time. So that's good news. The Quick Start Pack is 3 weeks, and that way you know inside 3 weeks whether this is going to work for you or not. It's all natural, 4 botanicals. The research is there. You can go and search the botanicals yourself and see all the research that's been done. These doctors, looking at the aging process, decided to put them all in a pack together, and the results have been outstanding. And I hope it works for you too. ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. Couple of things, and then we'll do phones in the next segment. We mentioned there was another bear attack that involved Wyoming college wrestlers. They were injured in a bear attack, and boy, there's some pictures. I'm looking at this story that Helmsy and Greg laid out for us today, buddy. They are soaked in blood.
This bear wasn't playing.
Well, let me tell you this: if you're going to fight a bear, nothing. What this guy went through, this footage we saw was incredible. But I'd rather fight a bear in Japan than Wyoming.
Yeah, that's the big grizz.
Bears in Wyoming. That's a different league of bear. That's like saying that I won a Division III game, and then all of a sudden I've got to go play in the SEC.
That's your corn-fed bear.
That's your big bears, and it said before you could even blink, a bear came running out of the trees in front of us. It was beating me up pretty good. One suffered a broke arm, 6 screws and bolts, and was bitten in the right thigh. He eventually curled up in a ball during the attack, and seeing his friend in danger, the other guy yelled and grabbed the bear before being chased by the animal itself. They called 911 and said that they were eventually found drenched in blood coming down the hill. Wow. Imagine these two. They got the greatest buddy story. They've got the greatest buddy story of all time.
Yeah, we fought a bear.
We fought a bear
and got
together.
the scars to prove it.
Yeah.
Look at the gaps in his hand.
Yeah. Sure.
Just right. I mean, goodness.
Good.
Gracious.
Great
How deep.
Day, guys. What about
Serious puncture holes and wounds.
Major break.
Staples to the head. Cosmetic surgery on the cheek. And it says that they both are wrestlers. But the coach says they won't be wrestling anytime soon. They're on injured reserve because they wrestled a bear.
But how about when they get back though and get back to competing again? You know, other schools will be going, "Hey, where's those guys that wrestled the bear?"
Oh yeah,
I mean,
don't you? I mean, isn't that
nothing.
a lot of people? That's how you get your nickname.
This takes medical red shirt to a whole new level.
Definitely.
Oh yeah. The president of the
Bear Cummings,
the president of the college, Lisa Watson, where they both wrestle. Says it took quick thinking and no small amount of bravery to keep this from ending with tragedy.
Wow.
You got to fight or give up, I guess. And they fought.
What about the way they said it, though? See, that's the thing I don't think we ever think about. We start thinking about, now you cannot go where there are bears, okay?
That's one way to stay away
That's
from
one good way.
Right.
But I want you to think about the scene they're describing. I can see it. You know, these big wooded areas, and they're out there in a meadow, and all of a sudden this big son of a gun comes charging out of those
And you
woods.
ain't going to outrun him.
No. No, the problem with these big grizzlies, they're really fast and really big and
Tree
really
ain't gonna
strong,
help you.
and they're toting claws and teeth and strength of.
They crush this guy's arm.
you would say strength of a bear,
Right.
If you were talking about somebody else, you go, "What thing's strong as a bear?"
Hey, you talk about an opponent.
Yep.
They said the wrestler got him in the fireman's carry. That's how you got him off of it.
Oh, that's very effective.
Straight into the half Nelson.
Do think about if they do go get their injuries healed enough to go back to wrestle. You know what they can say in every match from them that wasn't as bad as the bear.
Oh yeah.
What about when you line up across him, old Scarface? He's got all them bear scars on him. You think this guy,
and you think I'm not as bad as a bear?
yeah, I'm in trouble. This guy's fought a bear.
Picture me with my cosmetic scar, and people are sitting around the table back to Brian Regan, and they're talking about a dog chasing him in the neighborhood. And look, and I'm just sitting there like Brian Regan talks about the guys who went to the moon. Look, and I'm just taking a sip of my tea, going, "You done with your story yet? You want me to tell you about this scar right here?" So I'm sorry you were chased by the lab, but I'd like to share this story with you.
Y'all, please watch this bear running. It's going like 40 miles an hour.
Picture that coming out of the woods.
That's a big animal running really fast.
Look at that stride.
Goodness.
Wow.
That's a lot of bear.
You can't outrun that. You can't outrun that.
You better juke.
Yeah.
Do you think a grizzly bear could have tackled Herschel Walker in his prime?
I'd like to see it.
Yeah,
probably
The
so.
claws would give him a little advantage. If
Yeah.
he's declawed, maybe not.
I'd like to see Herschel in his prime run as hard as he can right at a bear.
I think Herschel could get about 4 yards before they took him down.
I do too, Greg. I think he'd get some yardage.
Yeah.
So if it was like, the Oklahoma drill, you think?
Mhm.
you'd been all right?
And I'm not talking about the bear gets used his claws in his
Right,
teeth.
right.
I'm talking about he's got a helmet on.
Well, has he
And,
ever wrestled a bear? He may have at some point.
may
Where
have.
they put the muzzle on them and everything.
So I don't
Of
know.
course, them poor bears usually malnutrition. You know, they
I
got
know.
them at the carnival.
We're not
You
going to go
wrestle.
down that road.
You remember that guy when you wrestled one? He said it was like putting moves on him, put the leg sweep on him.
Yeah. The bear had learned a few wrestling moves.
Yeah.
All right, so then we get this other story.
Rick,
and Bubba, you and I have heard a story about this, and I hate this story.
This is tragic. A freak accident occurred Sunday night, October the 16th, at the Statesboro Bullock County Airport in Statesboro, Georgia. A college student was killed instantly when he was struck by a propeller of an airplane that he had just rented that afternoon for a dinner date, according to the coroner. So,
so he's trying to impress this girl, and he took her on a plane date.
Yeah, they say
walked in the propeller.
They
and
say he
traumatized
was,
her for the rest of her life. Yeah,
They say he was a student at Georgia Southern University.
That's horrible.
And of course, Statesboro is about 55 miles northwest of Savannah. They said that when they got back, that the young lady got out of the airplane and walked toward the back of the plane. When he got out, he walked toward the front. And when he did, he got too close to the propeller. Killing him instantly.
You hear about this happening more often than you would think.
Oh, Bubba and I heard a story that we've never forgotten.
Wouldn't you think?
We were at,
and I'm not.
We were at that airport.
We were at the airport
At the hangar.
and the hangar where it happened, and they were telling us about it. And I tell you one thing: we got into the plane safely. Wow! After hearing that story,
And I'm not throwing anybody on the bus here, but you would almost think there'd be procedure when you land one of those planes. You turn around and go before everybody gets off.
Yeah, why is the engine not cut off?
Yeah, but if it ain't, don't be aware that there's a spinning blade out here.
I could see it more leaving. They're warming the plane up, and but it seems to me, okay, we've landed, engine off, door open.
And it may have been just winding down when it hit him.
Yeah, it may have been. I don't know.
Ever since the original Indiana Jones, I've never come close to propeller.
I was thinking about
Not
that too.
One.
yeah,
that's rough.
You should have heard the story.
Or
Bubba
been
and I heard.
anywhere without a whip.
Hey, if y'all had heard the
Great
story
point.
that Bubba and I told, were told,
That's horrible.
awful.
Have you guys ever ridden in a helicopter?
Yes.
No.
Yes, I have.
You
I have not.
I have not. Don't want to. They don't look right in the air.
You know how some people will duck, probably
Yeah,
more than
yeah.
you would?
Yeah.
That would be me. Y'all want to see how I'd get out of a helicopter?
Yeah. I anytime I've gotten out, I duck.
Yeah, well, it's just so windy.
Yeah. There goes Adler. Greg. There goes Adler. There he goes.
Adler, I'm gonna be honest. I think you could stand up straight and you'd be fine.
There it is.
Well, anybody could. I don't think anybody's tall enough to really get hit by a helicopter.
But you ever notice though people do duck?
Yeah, just like Adler just did.
I have a cousin that flew helicopters for a living for many, many years, is retired now, and he tells me they're much more safer. He calls them movable wing aircraft.
I've heard of that one too, but it just doesn't
And
look. They
says
don't look
it's
right
a-
in there.
It's a lot of safety. I'll tell you when the first time I rode in one, it was very odd because you have the height, but you're not moving. Because you just go up and hover, and it just feels strange that you don't see the forward movement in it.
Ever since Davey Allison, I've been spooked by him.
Yeah. How about this? I have changed thanks to Clarksville, Tennessee, but at one time I literally would get into any flying machine with zero nervousness. Now that has changed.
Okay, recently.
Yeah, because I had a bad experience. But
and also changed somebody else's world too. They won't even come close.
He
to
won't
one.
even get in planes anymore.
Yeah,
he's commercial only now.
So was that
what
was
is
it a
that?
bad experience in the air?
Yes.
Made you nervous. The only one I had was Hams. It's funny. I was trying to get to a tennis tournament after the show, and the normal setup was not available, and we had to go in a smaller plane, and there was a lot of crosswind, and when we were like flying sideways in it, and it was I was like, wow, I'd really like to get on the ground with this.
Yeah, mine was a. Like there was some debate on whether we were going down or not.
Was it weather related?
It was weather related, and it was ugly. Lord, I would be fine with never going through that again. It was ugly.
Ugly.
Not fun.
Ugly.
Phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big. All 10 lines are available.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
could have heard another verse.
I bet you could have.
It's a good one. There.
Well, I started to go with it, but is it a little early for the word, that he has in the second lyric? Mama, what does it mean to say? Okay.
Okay.
All right, Bubba, we got a lot. I don't know about you, but do you always get a little angst when Moultrie's kind of keeping around? You like he's toting some trivia question that's going to turn the place upside down.
Wait till you see it.
Oh,
Wait
really?
till you see it.
The Dan segments are always something.
They really are.
And, some mornings we're blessed that he brings breakfast. Today was not one of those blessed days.
That's 2 in a row now. I keep scoring that kind of stuff.
Look, I'm just thankful for the ones that come and they're so good. I don't want to be that guy that thinks because he brought us a gift, I expect it every time. But
right, well, because that's not the way.
It sure
to go.
was good though.
Yeah, that's definitely not the right attitude to
No,
have.
it isn't. It
It's
isn't.
really- and his poor wife worked so hard to get it done. We should be so appreciative that we've ever gotten it.
I know. Just once would be nice.
Sure, and but we'll see. This is that thing where Dan started out thinking that he should bring us something in return for lots of airtime, and then he's kind of faded on it. You know what I mean? It's that time of year starting to get busy for him.
Oh, it is. Hey, how about it is a fun time of year?
Well, let me tell you something, and we do.
Our bow season is already open in our state, and gun season's a couple of weeks away, and so it's a fun time right now.
Well, and I know this is something that probably happens. Well, maybe not, but in our state, this is difficult deer hunting here. It's a difficult deal. It's good, but the terrain, everything, and the thing that keeps frustrating me, I may call just a complete, what is it, or we say, there's a word where you say, I don't want this anymore. I can't think of it.
Embargo?
No. I can't remember it. But anyway,
excommunicate?
I'm going to ban. I'm going to do this. There's a better word than that, but I'm going to ban. I'm done with everybody showing me the gigantic deer in your neighborhood. I'm done with it. Okay, I don't see deer anything near that where we hunt, and I'm tired of seeing them.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand that in neighborhoods that bucks don't have any pressure, they don't have any predators. Y'all feed them, they eat all sorts of protein.
Where do they stay during the day?
And I know they're gigantic. I've seen it. Please stop showing it to me because it's really kind of disheartening to see that people in their neighborhoods have deer. They're not just a little bit better than the deer we have where we're allowed to hunt. A lot better.
Yeah.
They're not even close.
Embargo?
No.
Did you see
memorandum?
Did you see Ryan when he came by our friend Ron?
Oh
Mack
yeah, that was just another one.
He and that's a prime example. I do like seeing him because I'm trying to get him to dart them and bring them to where we hunt. Let them go.
Well,
where they want to be out in the wild.
And if we could get some of these Nimrods to understand, if we would all let the bucks mature, we could have these kind of bucks where we actually hunt. If we just wouldn't gun down everything you see, that has a horn sticking out somewhere. But anyway, but there's because in the places where they're allowed to mature, they're actually really nice.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's not a genetic problem in our state. It's a brown. It's down. That's our problem.
We need to. We need to pursue some of these neighborhood deer.
Well,
get rid of them.
I will tell you this.
Get them out of there.
I've got some guys, and it's bow only.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
They have been given permission for an area that has been suburbia, but it's got its own natural area that's big,
Right.
and it's not a lot. I mean, we're probably talking 100 acres, maybe something like that, maybe less.
Right.
But they show me the bucks they take every year, and it is unbelievable.
Isn't that funny?
I mean,
Save getting a membership in a club, halfway across the state, wherever you live. Just go into the backyard.
Yeah, it is. Look, it's not just kind of better than what I'll see at the farm. It ain't even close. I mean, it's like you saying that my deer are Vanderbilt and everybody in the neighborhood's got Alabama.
Sorry, Vandy.
Yeah, well,
it is
the
what
best
it is.
analogy I can come up with right now. But so stop showing them to me because I don't want to see deer that I can't shoot.
Yeah.
Hey man, look at this. Where's this behind my house? Thanks, man. But and then to just add insult.
See, that ought to sell crossbows galore.
How about this? To add insult to injury, I'm going out this past Sunday morning, and it got kind of crisp and just so wonderful and cold and just so number one. And of course, exactly where I see the pictures of all the the giant bucks because they're hiding up behind Walmart supermarket.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, one of them just struts right across the road in front of me, like, "What's up?"
Yep.
Said, "Hey, buddy, how you doing?"
Kid.
Going back to your safe spot. Well, here we go to the people. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. Rhonda is out of Leeds, Alabama. Rhonda's got us on 104.7 WZZK, and she's got 30 seconds before the buzzer. Helmsy and Bubba have a timeout each, but remember, they only have those timeouts. So once those timeouts are gone, your time on the program would be over at 30 no matter what happens. No meaningless shout-outs and no shameless plugs. Everything else ready to go. Rhonda, welcome to Rick and Bubba. You got 30 seconds on the program. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey.
I have a question for Bubba.
Yes, ma'am.
So, would you rather be stuck on the mountain with that big old bear or a big old rattlesnake?
I think I'd take the bear.
By the way, that does not surprise me. That's less
Not
creepy.
surprising at all.
Yeah, that's less creepy to you, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't, God never cursed a bear.
There you go. It always goes back to that, doesn't it?
Yep.
Kim,
bear still has its legs, Rick. Last I checked,
sure does. They're
Can
very...
you imagine that big old thing without legs crawling around? That'd be something. Wouldn't it?
A hoe wouldn't do it.
No, it wouldn't. You better bring something bigger.
Kim in Alabama, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
Hey, I didn't know. I want to see if y'all had heard Steve Perry had put out a Christmas CD this year. Have y'all heard it?
No, Steve Perry.
Oh.
You talking about this year?
Put out a Christmas CD.
This year's the.
Yep.
I haven't heard it.
I just ordered it. It came in yesterday. It only has like 8 songs, but it's really good. I like it. So I just want to pass that along.
I love Steve Perry's voice. I love to hear him sing.
That's
Is it traditional Christmas or
Yeah,
what?
I'm gonna look.
Or does he just? Is it?
I'm gonna see if it's on iTunes. She must have ordered the CD, but I'm gonna see if it's on iTunes. Steve Perry, right?
Right.
Christmas. You okay with it? What's your first reaction to what she just said?
Well, is it just he put out an album at Christmas, or is he doing Christmas songs?
All right, here's one called The Season. This is it. Steve Perry, The Season.
It's Christmas songs.
Yeah, it's all Christmas
So, Rick,
songs.
please, can we hear some cuts from this?
Sure. Let me see what I got. Let me see right here. Let's see. All right. It's all your traditional things here. You see the list. I mean, this is all your classics.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's not too bad.
That's good. You okay?
Let me hear Santa Claus coming to town. I need something a little more peppy.
You okay with this?
Well, let me hear it.
You better watch out. Better not cry.
I don't like the arrangement.
Yeah, they've hipped it up too
I don't
much.
like the arrangement.
What else?
See, this is his wheelhouse.
See, I like him singing it more traditional.
Me too.
I bet he could do a heck of a drummer boy.
I don't like what he's doing to the upbeat ones.
I know.
The slow ones he's fine on. Do you agree with that?
Yeah. Just for comparison, can we hear Open Arms?
No.
Oh, we got to. Are we having to black this out too?
Yeah.
Can somebody not get that figured out? For the love of Pete?
I will say that sounds like a really good ad of a Christmas album.
Yeah, I'm pro.
I don't like the
anything.
arrangements on the upbeat stuff, but that's fine. I mean, the slow stuff sounds really good.
Anything that Journey, Foreigner, Styx, I'm good with all that.
How do we know it's really him? What if it's the Asian guy?
The
Dave,
sing-alike.
Dave in Birmingham. Dave, go ahead.
Hey guys,
Hey.
it's David. So, but anyways, have y'all been keeping up with the Darrell Brooks trial?
Are you saying Dale Brooks or
Darrell Brooks, the Wisconsin parade?
Yes. Oh yeah, yeah. We
He
played.
ran through the parade.
Oh yeah, we played him defending himself on yesterday's show, and it was bizarre.
Yeah, it's crazy. I've watched every day of it, but I'm sorry guys, I missed it. I didn't know if y'all talked about it.
Yeah. Now we broke down some of his statements yesterday. Wow. And you're right. That is appointment television. I didn't realize you could watch it. Valerie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Valerie. Can you hear me?
We can,
Yes.
Valerie, loud and clear.
So I have a friend that I went to college with, and I went to college about the same time y'all did, and so this was before cell phones. And she is an accountant and was doing an internship at Glacier National Park and was attacked by a bear, and we heard about it on Paul Harvey.
On Paul
Harvey? Wow, not the rest of the story.
Oh, yeah, it was the rest of the story, and so we were traveling, and I called one of my friends, and I'm like, did you hear that Diana got attacked by a bear? Of all things, you know, she's an accountant.
Yeah.
And so we graduated, 30 years ago, and one of our other friends, we get together every year in the summertime, and this is like the story that one of our other friends loves to tell.
Of course.
It has made her day. If she can go to anywhere and be able to tell Diana's bear story. But it is horrific because it attacked them, and then as she's laying on the ground, when she's telling it, as she's laying on the ground, it turns and looks at her and then comes at her again. It was pretty crazy.
So how did she get in that position? Being an accountant, I'm assuming the bear didn't break into the copy machine.
No, they went out for a walk. They went out for
Glacier
a hike,
Park.
and they did not take their bear bells with them. And so now that's one of our running jokes is if you've got your bear bells with you anytime you go on a hike.
How bad was she
So
injured?
they went on a hike. She was at Glacier National Park, and then they were able to crawl out. They airlifted them to the hospital, and they had quite a few surgeries, but they're okay now.
So both of
He
them,
actually,
two people were attacked.
both of them. Yes, and they
That's
did what they
amazing.
told them to do. You're supposed to roll up in a ball and play dead, and it didn't work too well.
I think that's with a grizzly bear. A black bear, you don't do that.
Right. I guess I can't remember what kind of bear it was.
Seems like I read that.
Yeah. Are you out? Are you just throwing stuff around?
No. I think a grizzly bear you play dead, but a black bear you fight back.
Okay.
Or run or
that
something.
does sound familiar.
Is that right, Adler?
That sounds familiar. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, I'm up on my bear stuff.
Yeah, you are.
Huh?
You are. You're exactly right on that.
Of course, if I have my Weatherby 300, it's another discussion.
You're right. Yeah. Well, you want to have
Then
that.
it's a
with
bear
you.
rug.
Yeah.
Glacier Park, accountant attacked by bear.
Maybe they need like bear hand grenades. Something you throw down, the bear will eat it.
Well, that's just true, like a meatball.
Rick and Bubba.
Sanctuary over there.
Go over there. I'm sure the marshes will have more protein for you today. Enjoy it. So anyway, can we stop that? I mean, not just if you're gonna show me some pictures of some bucks somewhere where I can hunt, then I'll look.
Not under the treehouse in the backyard.
No, I don't want to see that by the swing set. I showed y'all that one. It's unbelievable. It's like I keep going back to that neighbor saying, "No, seriously, today's the day you can let me off the hook on that. You kidding around, right? That deer's really not roaming, right?" The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big, our number. You know that music, On the Hunt by Leonard Skinner. What that means Danny Moultrie has returned. And we'll be talking about the great outdoors with Dan Moultrie. Welcome back, Dan. How are you today, sir?
Morning. How are you?
I'm good. So did you put that casserole somewhere where I can't find it?
You know what? There's a lot of late hours driving back and forth now to the farm.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
maybe if I can get up here, you know what? I see now maybe it was appreciated, Patty cooking
It
like
was.
that. And so I'm going to have to go back to getting her to get up early.
Hey, look, I don't want to be.
I know Greg appreciated it.
Yeah, I don't.
Listen,
That's
I did,
right.
Dan, and I don't want to be that guy that expects you to keep doing
Right.
something that was obviously a very nice gift and gesture.
Incredible. And
but-
it took a lot of effort. Now,
but gosh, I sure do look forward to it when I see you coming.
I mean, I hate to bring this up. I don't think Patty lives that far from here, does she? I mean, if you're at the farm, I don't know what would hurt her from dropping it by.
Ashley,
She could bring it in.
That's on Ashley. She could bring it in.
I know you could go by.
No, it's fine. And,
Hey guys, I'm gonna come out and tell y'all. And now this isn't the Black Panthers.
Oh, here we
Wow,
go.
I
I
don't
know
know
what
but
you're about to say.
I
Here
was
we
telling
go.
Bill we were shooting doves last week,
Now, here we
whenever it was, a week ago. had one of the Game and Fish guys with us. Farmer that's on there comes up, and he shows me this picture of the biggest diamondback rattlesnake you've ever seen.
Oh, my God.
And I told him, I said, where's that? Somebody bring that in from Texas or somewhere, or South Florida or South Georgia? He said, no, that was killed right here. And I said, what? He said, no, it's down at Auburn right now. They're doing some analysis on it. I said, you're telling me that got killed right here off the farm in middle Alabama? He said, absolutely. And the guy from Game and Fish goes, yeah. He said those were stocked with gopher tortoises several years ago. Never have heard that in my life, guys.
Wait, why would we stock diamondback rattlers with
I don't
gopher
know,
tortoises?
but I don't want any conspiracy cover-ups.
boy.
And now I can't say anything about Black Panthers, but I'm gonna tell you, I saw the picture, I saw the deal, and I asked the farmer. I said, "How did you know?" Besides seeing it, and he said, across my field, I could see drags. It looked like you had a bowling ball dragging it on a string where that big diamond.
Bubba, I'm so sorry.
There you go. There
Bubba,
you go, guys.
Bubba, I'm so sorry.
I'd rather have a Black Panther.
Yeah,
Bubba.
and
At least you can see that.
Bubba, look like somebody drug a bowling
I
ball.
know.
And I told Bubba
That's
this.
why you need to kill every single one of them you ever see.
And I told Bubba this.
I'm gonna bring mongooses in.
We were. There was a whole group of people, and everybody, Rick, was, oh, we love the show, we love the trivia question, and Black Panther couldn't be better. and we started to leave, and one of the guys got me, had his daughter, and came up and said, hey, he said, I want to talk to you. He said,
what's that?
I know what I really did see.
What in the world? What is that, Dan? Can you see that?
Dan,
I believe
you
we're
said
starting to see
you said Black Panther, and there's one outside.
Dan! Oh my God! Get that Black Panther!
Hey, I'm right in the middle of this story.
It just came out of the dark.
It's on the prowl. I think the Panthers coming to see you.
What is that?
They're everywhere.
I love that just came out of the darkness.
I know. What was scary? I didn't know what that was.
That's the way they operate. You know, they come out of the
You
dark
got to
like
watch
that.
that. So now, can you confirm you just saw one?
No, I would say it's either Labrador or beaver. I saw.
House cat. House cat.
Oh, it's in here. Go Black Panther.
It's in here scratching.
Look at that.
Hey, stop.
You wacky mushy.
I was about to say, when it was walking off, I went, oh. I can't find the door.
What a pretty Black Panther.
That reminds me of a gorilla that came by here one day.
Well, wonder if that Black Panther can dance.
Well, the thing I'm concerned about is the fact that you know what, that costume is somewhere in somebody's house. I just flashed back to Barney.
Well,
So no secrets, no cover-ups. Now we got Diamondbacks and Black Panthers.
That's right. You saw that
both.
Black Panther just as straight as you could see it. Absolutely. That's funny. Yeah, those of you that don't have RBTV,
You missed out.
we'll have to. We got to get a picture with Dan with the Panther.
Yeah, absolutely.
Of course, somebody bring the Panther.
Unless the Panther's gone.
Don't let the Panther leave.
You know they're hard to.
They are. Well, they're
Corral.
elusive. They're very elusive.
Yeah, very loose.
So Diamondbacks and now Black Panthers.
How about that?
There it is.
oh my gosh.
So Dan, we were. I can't believe what I just saw.
I know.
We
have to deal with that.
We were talking earlier, and I've already told everybody in our state just a minute ago. I said I don't want there to be anybody else show me pictures of gigantic bucks living in their suburban neighborhoods. I said I'm done with it. I said I want to see pictures in places I can hunt, and if I don't want to see, because what we're seeing though, and I guess it happens in a lot in our state's really been working to get back, that in this state, if we would just manage and follow the things we're trying to do. I've seen the level of bucks we could see because you know why? Everybody keeps sending me pictures of them in their neighborhoods.
Every one of them, Rick, that I get, just like you, hey, this is right by you and Rick's house.
Oh, I know.
I mean, every time.
I know. 7 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba show is ready. Speedy is not with us today. He is on a trip with one of his sons, and will be back on tomorrow's program. But Helmsy, Greg, and Adler here. Bubba and I are here. Bubba, you're not going to believe who we have on one of our phone lines right now.
Well, I heard it is someone that we had been talking about earlier.
I don't know who this character is, but we're about to find out. You know, we've played 2 videos, and the fact that his name is Willie, with our history of Willie and Wanda, Dickie Nadmeyer, all this. Greg loves these videos. He's new to them because it is the genuine article, which is what you're ultimately...
That's required.
Yeah. So Chad says...
I don't like people playing characters.
I think Chad called a couple weeks ago. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, he did.
And brought us in the loop on this.
So Chad is the cameraman that shoots these. Chad,
is that you, Chad?
Chad is who is Willie? You're Willie.
Willie is my neighbor. Willie is good as gold. He's a great guy, and I'm telling you guys, he's probably the biggest Alabama fan in the world right now.
Yeah, I have to agree.
He can't stand when the Tide goes when they start getting down and everything like that. He loves them so much, man. He just loses it. He can't stand it, you know.
Well,
and I mean,
how was he? How was he? How was he during the field goal kicking last week?
Well, he wasn't as good, you know, as he was the last time. We went to the Alabama and A&M game, and that was a tight game too. And he turned out a lot better on that game. But there at one time, I didn't know if he was going to make it. But this past weekend, whenever Tennessee got us, that hurt Willie to his heart. I'm just telling you now, he couldn't hardly stand it.
Yeah, well, let me ask you this, because they're asking about the ebb and flow of this game. The only video we've seen from you from this game is when he is done with the Tide at 21-7, and he's out. He's done with them.
He leaves the back porch.
Bunch of overrated 5 stars and all this. So back to what the guys are asking. Did he come back when the Tide seemed to get the game back under control, and then how did he handle
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He does. I have another video posted on my TikTok and on my Instagram. And it's when it's 28-28, and I said, Willie, how you feeling? And he said, I told you they was coming back. You got to go watch it, man. It's a classic. He was telling me the whole time how the Alabama wouldn't put done and stuff like this, and I said, Willie, I thought you left them. He said, I ain't never left them, you know.
That's good.
But we have him on video leaving them.
Yeah, can I tell you that's why?
And 5 minutes earlier, he was gone, you know.
What about how did he handle the missed field goal for the win?
Oh, he didn't like it too much. I mean, you know, it was one of those type deals. He couldn't believe it because he was, you know, Willie, like I said, whenever the Tide goes down, it takes him 2 weeks to get over it. But you know,
so, Chad, did you video that part, the kicks?
I video all of them. Me and Willie, like I said, he's my neighbor, and he comes over and he watches every football game with me. And I video every one of them. We do all kind of stuff on there. We do college pick'ems, and we kind of blew up on TikTok, Chad Horn RTR, and we blew up on Instagram, Roll Tide Willie. And like I said, we got all our videos on there, so you can go on there and check them out. But Willie is a character. He loves his Alabama football. I'm just telling you.
Chad, can I ask you?
I got to see the ones with the kicks. Yes.
Chad? Yeah. Chad, can I ask you a question? I noticed that you like to put a cold beverage in Willie's hand and see what he thinks about that.
Yeah,
what if we sent you some Rick and Bubba product, some merch, and you let him give product reviews?
I love it. I love it. We give product reviews all the time. We've done some for Dixieland Funnel Cake. Shout out to them. And we've got some light boots. We got to do some for them. People send us stuff all the time, so we love it, man. I mean, you know, we'll do it. If you send it, we'll give a review. I promise to you.
So when he's giving the rant and leaves, that's your porch, Chad?
Is that your porch, Chad?
That's my porch. Yeah.
Well, that's a good setup for a ball game, by the way.
It is.
That's a good setup for a ball game.
We got it. We got it set up for a ball game. There's no doubt about it.
So he's just leaving to go home after he's fed up.
There he goes. There you go. But
we
now
watched it again. That's funny.
He lives 2 miles. He lives 2 miles down the dirt road in front of my house, and whenever he gets like that, he's walking home. You know, he's not waiting on anybody. He's not doing anything. He's threatened us 2 or 3 times on walking home, and I'm sitting there going, Willie, and every time he'll make it about halfway down the driveway, and he'll come right back. What are we looking like now? That's all it takes, you know. We love Willie, and he loves the Tide, man.
There ain't no question about it. I bet when you heard the first time that we had the Dickie Nadmeyer character, I bet you thought, I got the real deal.
Yeah.
I mean,
I got the real deal. I got the real deal, fellas. And like I say, we've been listening to y'all forever. I mean, we love the show.
Thank you.
When it's hard for me to even hear it on the radio, because when people around me, they hear it, they start calling my phone, and I'm trying to listen to it, and I'm laughing just as hard as you guys.
Oh, yeah.
And everybody's calling my phone, talking about, you're on the Rick and Bubba show. And I'm sitting there going, I know it, I'm trying to hear it, but y'all keep messing me up.
Well, you also have found the genuine article, which means people that think when Bubba and I do the Dip and Dan, Dickie Nadmeyer thing, they think we're exaggerating. We can't exaggerate enough. The real Auburn, Alabama thing and their fans, it's so real, you can't exaggerate a character enough to be exaggerating.
Yeah.
No, sir. That's right. That's right. And I'm telling you, Willie is a character in his own, you know.
Hey, what's your Instagram handle, if you don't mind saying that on the air?
My Instagram handle is Roll Tide Willie. I don't mind saying it. You can look it up, Roll Tide Willie. You can put in hashtag Roll Tide Willie. You can type in Chad Horn RTR. And that's TikTok, Instagram, everything is the same. And like I say, me and Willie, we love the Tide. Everybody over here that day loved the Tide. But,
that's so good.
You know, it was just one of those days, man. It was Tennessee's game, you know, and the referees. Don't forget about those.
Oh, I bet Willie was all about the referee.
Yeah. And I see that you follow me. I've followed you back, sir.
All right. Hey, thanks, man. Thanks,
All right.
Chad.
Well,
tell Willie that Rick and
thank
Bubba
y'all.
and the guy said hello, okay?
All right, I will. God bless, bro.
And, of course, most important, Roll Tide.
A Roll Tide. You think Willie don't love? He don't give about anything but the Tide.
I like when he says he's walking home, then he'll get about halfway there and come back. He's done cooled off.
I like this time when he
Halfway down the driveway.
Yeah, when he did his catch line, but then said now he don't even care about the Tide.
Oh, yeah. At all.
He's done with them.
And he said he told him they were going to come back.
Then he walked halfway down the driveway and comes back. And then says, how we doing?
But when I do it, they come.
Oh, this is when he says he's going to come back? Okay, hang on.
Coming.
Oh, it's at 28.
Don't give him a piss about
Nothing but the Tide.
You back.
I ain't never left them.
You tried to.
Well, I might say I have, but I ain't never left them.
He said, I might have said I have.
Well, I know what we're going to be doing after the show.
You know what he said? I might have said it, but in my heart.
I'm still with him.
I didn't leave him.
I can't get enough of that.
Oh, I like when he said Saban, he expects championships at $12 million
Yes,
a
he
year.
does.
Well,
Yeah.
he's been getting them.
He has.
He has. At a pretty good rate.
Yeah. Considering how hard they are to come by. Yeah.
They're not easy to come by. And he's produced a good many of them. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Prices on just
So I'm thinking, why am Rick and I not
Oh, I
seeing
told
this?
Bubba Sunday morning I had one just go across the street in my neighborhood, look at me like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I am here.
Yeah.
Because everybody feeds them along the
Yeah.
ridge and all that, and they just got like they like it. So really, if we would let them grow up, man,
That's all, and they're monster. They're big.
I mean, it's
Age, nutrition, genetics.
yeah.
That's the
well,
magic formula.
what this keeps showing is the genetics are here,
Oh yeah, they're here.
and all they need is a little age,
Just a little
and,
age,
and nutrition.
low food.
Yeah,
They're getting that.
yeah.
The,
So- but it is getting better.
That's right.
Even where we hunt, it's better. Let's go to Andy in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Andy, go ahead.
Hey guys, how you this morning?
Good.
Great.
Hey, happy Halloween, and I appreciate what you've been you're talking about Trump and how it's not equal and all that. And we got our Senate race here in Alabama, and we got this one guy, Doug Jones, and he's not politicking like he's a Democrat, but people don't realize that when he gets to Washington, he's going to be right there with Nancy Pelosi and Schumer and all these other libs, and nobody even knows he's a Democrat.
Well,
He's kind of hiding behind the scenes.
Well, you have to look into, I was really surprised because when, this first started, I thought to myself, if somebody claims to be a Democrat in Alabama, that may not mean what it means, say, in California or in the Northeast. And, buddy, I started looking into this guy. Wow. I mean, he's far, far to the left. I mean, way out there on abortion and some really major issues. So I really was surprised because there was a time you thought, well, it doesn't mean the same thing it means in some of the more conservative states, but this guy is way out on the left.
Yeah, I think Doug's a good guy and he's well known. But when you put your name in that group, you share a common belief, and he as you said, he is very far to the left on the abortion issue and other things that I couldn't support under any circumstance.
No, like I said, I don't know him personally, but I know what he stands for, and I reject it. I mean, I can't stand with a guy that has that kind of view.
No,
I mean, and usually in our state, I was just making the point. I haven't seen a Democrat be this openly liberal and far to the left on the social issues, and I'm telling you, Alabama better be careful because I know some people mad about the Luther thing and all that. I get it, and I certainly understand that. But I got news for you: you don't want this guy.
Yeah,
Roy Moore may ride up in a cowboy hat and on his horse, and that might embarrass you a little bit, but you don't want to put this guy, you don't want Alabama to send a huge far-left Democrat to Washington. That would be bad,
I think,
bad for the country and bad for this state.
To the point of what he was saying, the way he's running so far, you wouldn't know that. You wouldn't know those positions.
Yeah,
unless
you listen to all the recordings of him when he's. I mean, that is out there. I mean, people have actually called him saying who he really is.
Right.
And if you don't know that, then you're just not taking time to research it. So please do. We continue 866 We Be Big. We go to Brandon Florence WLAY. Brandon, go ahead.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Great. Good.
I was wondering if y'all had seen the piece that Corey Feldman he'd got on the internet or had an interview where he was going to do a tell-all book.
Yeah.
About on pedophiles and stuff in Hollywood. Three of the biggest movie stars and stuff are pedophiles. And
I didn't know the names, but Greg mentioned that he had was talking about that again. All this stuff about Hollywood that's coming out now, and I don't know what three actors he's talking about. Did he mention that, Brandon, or is that just saying he's going to?
He didn't. The thing that I seen, he was in hiding. He had been. Somebody tried to hit him with a car.
That's what Greg was talking about.
Hollywood's got its problems, but we all got to admit, we all think Corey's nuts. Okay, so I don't know that we need him to be the source of all that.
Right. Well, can I just pull? I have to pull that. I was telling Bubba a minute ago. I don't know the truth on that. Well, I wouldn't be surprised by it.
Right.
And it's a lot.
But you saw his musical performance. It's hard to put him up there as a witness. For anything.
Question. But I know that some of these stars that were boys when they first started said that have said the same thing. And then I'm looking today. So now Kevin Spacey, the whole deal we had with that, where somebody claims that when they were 14, and Spacey was 26, some horrible things went on. But what's getting me about all this with the Weinstein and now Spacey and these allegations over here, have we looked at the smut that Hollywood puts out? Is anybody surprised? And suddenly they're acting aghast that these kind of creeps exist in Hollywood. 20 minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Things that you need to know that are going on this week, and then we'll look beyond that. This week, a couple of man churches coming up this Sunday night. Rich Wingo, dear friend, headed to Crossroads Church there in beautiful Warrior, Alabama. They've been doing the men's discipleship strategy for a while now. This is their next man church. Rich Wingo, his first time to speak to the men of Warrior, Alabama. So make sure you're there. If you never heard Rich, you need to hear him. I'm fired up about Sunday night. I get another opportunity to go speak at a man church with my friend Randy Overstreet, the pastor there at the church at Liberty Park, Birmingham, Alabama. Their man church is coming up. This is their second one. They just started the curriculum and the strategy. So I'll be there this Sunday night as well. This one is ticketed because they are serving dinner. So they need to know if you're coming or not. So go to rickandbubba.com, themanchurch.com, or burgessministries.com. Any of these have it under events, and you'll see there on October the 23rd the link to let them know that you're coming And then I'll see all the men there in the Birmingham, Alabama, Vestavia Hills area at the church at Liberty Park on Sunday night. Excited about that. So that's coming up this week. And also, we don't have it out there because I'm not sure it reaches that level, but I am looking forward to Greg and I making our return to the pregame coverage of Thompson High School football this Friday night. In the state of Alabama, two powerhouses will be clashing. Big game. Hoover, who a lot of you all over the country have seen them play on ESPN, and you've also seen Thompson, where Greg's son coaches, my nephew. He's one of the coaches on the staff there, and we will be doing their little pregame deal that we did last year. And
we did, I think.
Not trying to brag, but we outpicked the host.
We did. We did a good record on our picks.
Yeah, our picks were good. So we'll do that Friday night.
Oh, yeah.
So if you watch the pregame deal with Thompson High School, Greg and I will be guesting in this year.
We will be guest pickers.
Looking forward to that. That'll be a lot of fun. All right, so this was something, a video that the people were sending. Speedy sent it to me too, but a lot of people were sending it. This is a gathering called Walk Away. Now, this is kind of an interesting idea, and certainly understand it. And what it is this is an organization that's encouraging African Americans to rethink their unconditional devotion to the Democratic Party, saying that we need to walk away from the Democrats because they have not served us well. And they're also trying to encourage that, they're saying that you've seen a lot of studies and you've seen a lot of the liberals be very critical of this, that black men are starting to leave the Democratic Party. Black women, not as much. And this organization is saying, no, it should be men and women should be leaving the party. And one of the people on the panel said something that is so common sense and so straightforward. And if anyone else said it, if you're not a person of color, you would have just immediately been vilified. Yeah. But here she is speaking about, now this applies to all of us, not just the black community. This is what's wrong with our whole country. But she's making this point about why one of the many reasons that black people need to leave the Democratic Party for the things that they promote. So here's her speech.
And this author and political contributor, her name is Shemeka Michelle.
Okay, all right, here she is.
So, yes, I think that the black community does actually need strong nuclear families, but not because we're black, but because that's the natural order.
Amen.
And so I think it would be safe to say that Reese may not be a Christian, because when God looked at man, he said it's not good for man to be alone. He gave him a woman. He didn't give him a village. He didn't give him the community. He said, be fruitful and multiply to this man and this woman. So it's supposed to be God, husband, wife, child. And that's the natural order. And that's why I think we can see some of the foolishness that we see in the black community, because we are out of order. And we can make up all of this stuff that sounds good. I'm from a single parent home, and I'm not somewhere cracked out in the street selling my body. However, that is not ideal. It would have been better for me to be in God's order, to have a mother and a father to raise me. And that's just what it is. The effect that it's had, we've had women for generations now saying that they don't need a man, and we have boys that don't want to be one.
Hello.
And amen.
Hello.
Well, hello.
Hello there.
Wow, very well put.
Don't miss what she's saying about the nuclear family and the way God designed it. She says it doesn't have anything to do anything other than that is the natural order. That is what we were designed to do, and to say otherwise is just wrong. And that's what has led to the chaos. You heard her say, look, I overcame being in a single-parent home, but it was not ideal. That's not really what I needed. But, I didn't use it as an excuse, but it was not ideal. I would have preferred to have a father in my house. And to say that, she said, we've got a community of women saying they don't need men, and we got boys that don't desire to be one.
Yeah, I think, too, anytime you have this discussion, you have people who are single parents get very upset and very defensive about it when people say that. But she said it the right way. She turned out okay, and you can, but it's not the ideal situation.
No, I mean, I look at, Sherry and I both can say, and I look in, with my children, have I been fortunate enough to be redeemed and have been given a new life, even though at one time in my life I got divorced. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that I walk around saying divorce is no big deal and don't worry about it. It's a very big deal, and it is not ideal. And I wish that was not part of the obstacles in life that two of my children have to overcome. That's not the best situation for them to be put in that situation, and you certainly can overcome it. But what we're talking about is God's standard for husband, wife, in marriage, and children. And the design is what functions the most properly when everybody is functioning in their proper role.
Right.
And that's just a
and
fact.
That doesn't have to be offensive to somebody.
No,
It's just the facts, and we live in a fallen world, and sometimes you find yourself in that situation. You got to make do the best you can. But
Well, like she said, you see her view on it now. She came from a single parent home, probably apparently had a single parent who did an outstanding job. But she said to say that the not having my father in my life didn't matter just isn't true. It was not ideal, and it was something I had to overcome. And I will tell you this, when it comes to fatherlessness, and there's been many studies about this, females seem to have more of an ability to adapt to that. It's still damaging to them. Don't misunderstand me. But the damage it does to males is always more severe. And for obvious reasons, they don't have anything to emulate.
Right.
And their mama's doing all they can do, but mama can never be a daddy, no matter how hard she tries. And that's not a dig. That's just a fact.
And you can still overcome.
Of course you can.
That's right.
But the insult will still be there.
Right.
You just rather not have that insult. And I'm not saying that if you're in a nuclear family that's a bunch of idiots that's a good thing.
That's not a guarantee.
Right.
Everything's gonna be all right.
But she's talking about the natural in the preferred design, and she's saying for us to be part of a political party that hates that design, it has done nothing but damage us.
Yeah, very, very brave young lady there too. That's going against the grain in a lot of ways.
But there are studies out because of the wokeness that they never know when to stop. They're woking themselves to the point that black males are leaving the Democratic Party, with organizations like this, you're going to see the females eventually come to the same conclusion, because you can overplay your hand where you just go, I just can't be part of this. And then ask yourself the question you and I were talking about: has it served you well?
Yeah.
I mean,
like we were talking about,
worked?
are you better off now than you were 2 years ago?
We'll be back. Your phone calls are next on any topic. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available, and if you'd like an opportunity to chat on this or any topic you've heard today or would like to bring up, we'll talk to you next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Like House of Cards. I mean, I really wanted to watch the show because I thought it would be an interesting show, and it's so nasty and smutty, we stopped watching it. So now suddenly House of Cards taking the high road. Well, you know what?
Yeah.
Now we didn't know Kevin Spacey, but what about what about
in that series now?
What about this? But what about the things you perpetuate on the screen all the time? Yeah. Now suddenly you're taking the high road. Suddenly you're making a moral decision that there's something said about Kevin Spacey when he was 26. But we don't even know if it really happened or not. He's saying he thinks it might have, so we're canceling the show. But now the things that we've been showing you in the show that also deal with this issue, the horrible things we put on the screen, now that doesn't bother us at all. But if Kevin Spacey at some time was actually, and we really, is anybody shocked when you look at the like Bubba talked about when we've had people on the show from Hollywood say, look, it's the darkest, most wicked, evil place, and suddenly we're like, man, I can't believe it's these creeps that exist in Hollywood. Look at the stuff they put out. Look at what they do. How does this surprise anyone? I mean, it would be like you finding out, that you're sitting there going, you know what, I just didn't know this, but I've discovered that, when I go out in the animal kingdom, that man, they'll just slaughter each other and they do all kinds of things out there. Yeah, they act like animals. Yeah. Did you not know that animals do animal things?
That's the name.
Yeah. So somebody's saying, are you surprised all this stuff found about Hollywood? No. I'm not surprised by any of it because I see what they perpetuate all the time. Yeah. They're an anything goes, chaos, society. They put smut out. They live in just total debauchery. And suddenly it's funny to watch them try to figure out what lines they want to draw. Well, we got to draw the line there. I tell you, Harvey Weinstein, we got to draw the line right there. Kevin Spacey, we got to get this show off the air. And these are horrible things, but so this is what finally woke you up? And they're all admitting too, they knew these people were creeps.
Right.
Yeah, and so they really don't even say anything about it till now their own political correctness catches them in their own trap.
Right.
And they're like, well, suddenly we're going to be above the fray. Suddenly we're high road.
Right.
It's ridiculous. 866 We Be Big. We continue. Let's go to Josh in Huntsville. Josh, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are y'all?
Good.
Hey, long-time listener. I've been listening to you guys. I used to listen to you guys on the way to school.
Thank you so much.
And when we would when I was in Afghanistan, if we had the internet connection, we were streaming y'all in the POC, listening.
Thank you.
Listening to y'all 11 and a half hours ahead. But with what you guys said about Trump, I got to tell you, from being in Afghanistan under the current administration, it's really, really hard to be a soldier when your hands are tied and you can't do your job because of what's going on back home. And the biggest reason, being a leader in the National Guard and having deployed, I can't tell you how excited we are about having Trump, because this is the guy who's actually going to let us do our jobs.
Yeah, well, that's kind of
that's what
our jobs. It saves lives.
That's the response I have been getting from military folks of all races, all backgrounds, that there is a new excitement and lift in the morale since Trump has been in.
Yeah.
And they love the fact that they're calling Kim Jong-un Rocket Man.
Yeah,
and calling him out on all these stunts he's doing.
Yeah, I'm sure there's exceptions, but I'm like you. In general, that's
Overall.
kind of what I've been hearing too. As we make our way back. All right, so we talked a little bit in the last segment about the NFL and ESPN and some of the things that are going on during this bizarre time. First of all, Bubba, the ratings are in on Sunday night, and Sunday Night Football was crushed in the ratings by the World Series.
Well, that's what the headline says. World Series crushes Sunday Night Football in ratings as it becomes second highest rated Game 5 in 14 years. And that was the big shootout game, 13-12.
Yeah, and they're having a great World Series. They're really cranking up the patriotism, which I think is by design. It is kind of sad that there actually was a time that a World Series game couldn't beat a regular season Sunday Night Football game. That's kind of sad. Didn't think that ever happened, but it is new, and they continue to look at the ratings plummeting on NFL football. And you were telling me something you had heard about ESPN.
Well, I tweeted out a story. It's from the Hollywood Reporter, James Andrew Miller, and he wrote a column that says why ESPN could abandon NFL football. And he goes into talking about that, NFL football was basically the backbone of ESPN that helped carry it to the heights that it is now. But
happy birthday, happy.
35 minutes past the hour. Phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG by Raycon.com. You may be listening to the show right now on some Raycon earbuds, and you're loving it. You're also loving that you paid about half what that the other premium audio brands are asking, and you've got yourself a better experience. It's more comfortable, and you're hearing the quality. You probably have it to the right setting because you're listening to a talk radio show right now, and you probably have another setting you're ready to go when you go back to your jams. But anyway, you can get yours right now. 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of battery life. And I said they start about half price of the other premium audio brands. They're a lot of the great reasons, but you can see what the hype's all about for yourself by going to buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Another 15% off the order. Yeah, so do that now. That's 15% off on top of the great deal on your premium earbuds from buyraycon.com/Bubba. Also, there's a link for you to find them easy at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, this is going to be kind of an interesting opportunity for us. We have Lisa out of Indiana. She lost the show for 15-plus years and just found it again.
Really?
Lisa, So how did you find the show again?
Well, I lived in Hoover in 2003 and 2005. I moved back to Indiana. I listened to you when I lived in Hoover. Didn't know you were syndicated. Never even thought about you again. But last summer, I met and married a cattleman from Medora, Indiana, by the name of Mike Myers, and not the creepy one.
Yeah.
And
He's popular this month.
WSLM out of Salem, Indiana. So we have you on in the barn all the time.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, you hear us out on our affiliate there.
Are
yeah.
you listening? Did you say on the radio?
Oh,
Is it
yeah.
Listening local?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. She's got us right there. So,
The commercials are different, though.
The commercials are different, yeah.
Yeah. Are you shocked that we are still broadcasting?
I didn't know you were syndicated, so I didn't even know to look for you when I came back to Indiana in 2005.
All right, here's what I want to know. Has the show changed that much since the last time you heard it? Does it feel pretty much like you just picked up where you left off, or does it feel
exactly? It feels exactly the same.
Oh, good.
Oh, that's
or not. I don't know if that's good.
No, I think that's good because it's almost like you.
A little more polished, maybe.
Say that again.
A little more polished, maybe, but pretty much the same.
But
that's back to us taking lessons.
We don't get the term polished a lot.
We don't. You remember that time?
Since I came on, guys.
You remember Donna asked us we've been taking voice lessons that time. Do you remember that? Because she thought we'd evolved a little bit there.
Wasn't she drinking?
There you go.
Yeah. Well, that's great. So, so you're out there in the barn. Y'all got the cattle, taking care of them every day, and you're listening to the show.
Exactly.
Well, I
You're
love
two farm boys, Rick and Bubba.
I love that. Well, you know,
I was a farming yesterday.
You know what you got to do? You got to spread the word. So be sure be sure and go out and tell folks about the show. And I'm glad that you found the show.
Wear your shirt down to the local feed and seed.
Yeah.
That'll get the conversation going.
And also that always
I'm going there shortly.
Yeah, that always feels better, you know, for the people that you know put the show on when they start thinking about, you know, hey, I'm not sure about this show, and the folks there at WSLM, they really got enthusiastic about it. They've been very, very supportive, and so I'm glad you found them, and you'll enjoy them. They also do a real good job locally, so you got a good affiliate.
They do.
There. Yeah, Lisa, thanks a lot. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Hello, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, buddy. Hey, how's the cattle look today?
Hey, they're looking good. And so these horses we're here standing behind right now.
I wish you would send us a picture.
Yes.
We could do that.
Yeah,
Where do we send it?
Yeah, just send it to any of us at rickandbubba.com. Go to contact there, and any email address you see there will work. We'd love to see a picture of y'all listening to us outside the barn there.
Gotcha.
Thanks a lot,
Well,
Lisa.
thank you so much, Lisa.
Thanks for calling. See you guys. Bye-bye. Well, that's a cool story, isn't it?
Yeah, very cool.
So the show sounds like it was when she left it, maybe a little more polished. And like Greg said, that's because he came.
Right.
Yeah, everybody knows that. I'm polished.
Will
That's
is
Greg's code name here, Spitshine.
Yes, sir, buddy.
Let's go to Will in Pleasant Grove. Will, go ahead.
Greetings, everything. How have you been?
We're good, Will. How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. I just need to know, have you started doing a Pepsi commercial?
No. If I was doing one, it'd be for Coke.
Okay, well, I don't know if you've seen it or not, but right before Wheel of Fortune, they're running one. This guy looks just like you. They're out at tailgating, and somebody's grill catches on fire. And the person that looks like you just kind of nonchalantly says, "Hey, fire."
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, yeah.
I saw that one.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one yet.
Were you in a commercial?
No. Yeah, well, you want. I've never been asked to be in a commercial of that level.
Doggone.
No.
I've seen the commercial. I don't remember.
Good-looking fella.
I don't remember thinking
some
he
fine
looked
guy.
like you, but Rick, I mean, honestly, you look like a lot of people, and so do I.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I mean, we're not going to stand out in the crowd.
No. Josh in Phoenix City. You're right. We're not the most unique-looking people.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of a large, burly guy with a beard, and I'm a short, fat guy. I mean, you know.
We're everywhere.
Gray hair.
I will tell you the one that everybody's picked up on is we do look a lot like Fred and Barney.
Well, that's true. That is true.
Josh in Phoenix City. Josh, go ahead.
Adler looks like Bam Bam.
He does.
How you doing? First time caller. How you doing today?
Good. Thanks for calling, buddy.
I've been listening to y'all for many years, but my question is, what are y'all's thoughts on Tennessee fans? Yeah, they stormed the field, win after 15 years. I get it, but it's the middle of the season. You got a game this week. Why take your goalpost down and throw it in the river?
Oh, you got to.
What's y'all thoughts?
Oh,
Well,
yeah, I mean,
it's
look,
just part of college
it's
football.
elation. It's a tradition. You haven't won in a while. The team's been bad for a long time.
Hadn't beat Alabama, and you know, you got kids driving that have never seen that.
Right. I mean, how about this? Helmsy just told us a minute ago when the last time Tennessee beat Alabama, he was 28 years old.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's
now it is a bit of a
biggie.
handle if you're hosting a game this week and trying to get a goalpost put in.
It is. But
Yeah,
so
you
what?
gotta hurry.
But so what? You beat Alabama, and your fans have been through a lot lately, and this was elation, and it's tradition for in really big moments in your
Firing up
football
them cigars.
program. You tear down the goalposts, and
Or at least charge the field, which will cost you.
yeah, I've never heard of it being taken out of the stadium and thrown in a river, but
Well, not every stadium has the luxury of a river
they
to
don't
throw
have
it
that
into.
option.
Rick.
If they had that option, they'd probably do it more.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Some schools, they take it down, throw it in the cattle barn.
Yeah. There you go.
Now, if you come out the rest of the season, fall flat on your face, you look kind of silly.
You do,
Yeah.
especially when everybody keeps seeing how scuffed up the grass is in that end zone.
Yeah.
But still,
You know.
you got to keep going.
Boy,
Look-
how about the guy that has to get a goalpost in before the next game?
oh my goodness.
Yeah, I don't think you can put them in and up real quick.
And that, I mean, that's some heavy equipment to go in
Yeah.
there and dig. too.
Larry in Huntsville says he can help us with this. Larry, go ahead.
Well, gentlemen, I've been a Tennessee fan since I was old enough to walk. I personally have met Connor Callaway. He played baseball with my stepbrother. And I can tell you one thing, after watching punts get blocked, field goals get blocked, interceptions, Tennessee not knowing what they're doing, the reason you tear the goalpost down because it's just been 15 years of frustration of coaches that cannot use the clock. And you can see now that Josh Heupel does a great job. His time management skills are fantastic. He beat Alabama in 2 plays with 15 seconds. My thing about Tennessee this year is you better score 60 or you may not have a chance to beat them. And I want to hear what you guys say. And the reason you tear the goalpost down is because after 15 years, that's just what we do. We tear it down and we like to redo our goalposts. We just do that.
I say the spoils go to the winner.
Yeah.
I say if your fans are celebrating and it's elation, I totally understand it.
And
that's part of college football is pitching a fit when you win a big game.
Oh,
I mean,
my goodness.
you don't, they've tried to have safety things. They don't want you storming the field and all
whatever.
that. But look, you're not going to tear down the goalpost a lot. I mean, you may not do it ever again.
True football fans could be in the hospital with their leg elevated in a cast caused by the celebration and still be grinning ear to ear.
Sure.
And if I'm looking at it from the team that lost, if you act this way when you beat me, I take it as a compliment.
Of course.
You know, because you've
Of
built a program
course.
that people are that elated when they beat them.
It's a win all the way around.
Yeah.
You know, I can remember being part of a high school program, and the team had not beat us in I don't know how many years. They didn't even go to school.
Yeah.
They let school out when they finally beat us, and that I understand them doing that, and it made it feel good about our program that was that big a deal to win.
Sure.
I'll tell you what I don't want to be part of is a program when people beat you they don't expect to.
Yeah.
They expected to beat you. There's no celebration whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
no thrill there.
No. So there you go.
There you go.
Did you know the first big-time college game I ever saw was Tennessee versus
You told me,
Alabama?
really?
I told you that. 1971.
You told me
at Legion Field.
You told me about that.
Yep.
That's awesome. What a great memory.
Tennessee was number 14, Alabama number 4.
How about that?
When we come back, we have a person who gets upset at a New York City restaurant and pays a price. We'll cover that when we come back. Stay close.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They said after the next contract, would ESPN consider not even being in the NFL game, much like ABC jumped off and decided not to. They were losing money with it.
Right.
And this is back when it was going good. So he's saying that some of the insiders, the number crunchers at ESPN, have been given the assignment to revamp their business model, assuming that NFL was not a part of it. What would that look like? Which just the fact that if that's true, that they're even looking at it, I think would be, shocking to a lot of people.
Well, you have to look. It'd be the part that is just boggling my mind. Now, I do know there are some people that are trying to do something. I saw where Roger Goodell's contract is about to be up, and there's a lot of the owners are saying we cannot sign this guy up again. because there's been such a lack of leadership in this.
I heard a very interesting discussion yesterday from Jason Whitlock and Colin Cowherd on this, and the owners and want Jerry Jones to kind of maneuver his franchise off to his family and for him to jump into this spot. And the argument was that Roger Goodell has aligned himself with a lot of people out of touch with society.
Right.
People on the left.
Right.
I think there was even a Clinton individual or Clinton campaign manager or someone in the Clinton.
Some of their marketing
era.
people
Yeah.
are Clinton, Obama folks. Yeah.
And so they just said they're completely out of touch with who actually watches and supports the NFL.
You got to know your audience.
And where Jerry Jones would be rough in some aspects of making these changes, and with his leadership, it would be best for the NFL.
Now, he's the one that is dragging the process of Goodell's contract being renewed. So
right.
he's in the middle of it. Even though Roger Goodell was actually and is married to a former Fox News anchor, apparently that doesn't, carry in through his politics or understanding of marketing.
Just like ESPN, the NFL has lost touch with the man and the woman that loves sports and supports this kind of programming, and they're catering to people that aren't their core audience, and it's a huge mistake because now you've offended the people that help you pay the bills. Mm-hmm. You don't understand the audience, and it looks like to me that Major League Baseball and even the NBA understands that this deal involving patriotism is just not a place to go. And you still have your outlets to voice anything you want to. I mean, it's not like your voice can't be heard. It's just this particular strategy, as we've talked about time and time again, is just a bad strategy because if I were I was in charge of the NFL, I would sit down with all parties, the players and the owners, and I would say, gentlemen, at what point do we start being concerned that none of us are going to be able to do this for a living anymore? When dealing with, I'm running into a bit of a situation I've been telling you about. I've been working on trying to do better.
Right.
And I admit openly that I loathe working out. I always have. I've never liked it from the time when I was forced to do it. There's so few things, we've talked about that in my personality, if I can get resolved to something I normally do really well, the problem is I just don't get resolved to a lot of things. And I stuck to one goal when I left, athletics, and I said I will never work out like that ever again. And I've really, really stuck to that. I've really done a great job.
That's a way to honor your
Congratulations,
pledge, Rick.
Well, and
I think I made that same pledge.
Yeah, with me, and I had many people throughout the time that I was forced to do these kinds of workouts that would say to me, Burgess, if you would just do the workout with the same commitment that you have to not doing the workout,
right,
you would be so much better off.
Right.
So that's still in me. You know what I mean? I have to fight that all the time. I'm going to to push and our friend Rich Wingo who was just he said it's one of the most disappointing things he found out about me is that I was a person who would skirt a workout
because he loves it, doesn't he?
Oh, he's just all in. And he used to be a strength and conditioning coach, which was
Rick. He works out in a hoodie.
Yeah, I know.
So
Rick, year round. Year round, he's in that hoodie.
I know, Greg. I've seen it, and I
feel terrible.
And a lot of push-ups too.
So in the situation that I'm in now, I'm in the old people division. Okay, and that's fine. That's
geriatric.
That's where I should be. That's where I should be. They have this little term they use, and what I've done is I've drafted with a 70-year-old, and the 70-year-old.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number, and we thank you for being with us on the show today. All right, so let's take a look here. So give me the background. We got a guy who is at a New York restaurant, and he's upset about his order, which I've never heard of this dish chicken biryani. Have you ever heard of this? Is it a good
there's
dish?
his first mistake. He ordered something too complicated.
Chicken biryani. Is that how you say it? You ever had that, Adler? You're acting like you've had it before. Have you
I've heard of it. I don't know if I've had it.
So he gets upset and tries to set the restaurant on fire.
Yes,
that's really upset with the dish and how it came out of the kitchen. And
it's an Indian dish, so yeah.
Okay,
I've had it before. Yeah.
Okay, so he gets really upset and tries to set fire to the restaurant and ends up burning himself.
Yes.
Well, he deserves it.
Yeah, this gentleman said he was very drunk and he ordered some food and they gave him the wrong food, so he decided to light the restaurant on fire.
While standing
That's
in
him?
the fluid.
Yes.
Now watch him.
That's him right there.
He dumps fluid out, standing in it while he lights it.
All right, so he's right now dumping the fluid out like he's going to set the restaurant on fire?
No, he walks
here
out.
you
Oh,
go.
I see. Okay.
So that bucket, I guess, is just full of gas.
But no, look where he steps.
Right in it.
Oh, what an idiot.
Look at DA. Look at him. His foot's in it.
His foot is good. What an idiot.
He ran away from the fire with his shoes on fire. Shoes on fire, running away.
He showed them.
What a Nimrod.
That a way to show him, pal.
Back to the earlier reference, he'd been drinking heavily.
Yes. But I still don't know. I mean, how much do you have to drink that your response to your chicken not being right
That's a little extreme.
is set the restaurant on fire?
That's some bad chicken.
It's also some bad alcohol. I
Yeah,
mean, that's
you're right.
what are we talking about?
Yeah, he was arrested for arson, and in court he said, I was very drunk, and I had to run away with my shoes on fire. My bad, y'all. My bad.
I need new shoes.
Wake up call for me.
Guys, y'all realize he stands in the liquid and lights it. He sticks his whole foot in it.
Genius.
Yeah, that is
one word. Genius.
Yeah, that is not.
Where do you get just a bucket of gasoline? Where did you get that?
Yeah, so
wasn't easy.
I don't know. I don't know where you go and find that.
And we've talked about it before. If you're going to start fires, don't use gasoline.
No,
I mean, you might as well have a bomb.
And how about this? Don't stand
It
in it.
explodes. It doesn't burn.
Yeah, and don't stand in it.
You got flammable and you got combustible.
All right, so
And if you're doing a bonfire, please know the difference.
Yes.
boy, that's true.
Gosh, that's good.
All right, so we have other things too. You brought this up earlier, and I was looking about this Bubba Wallace story. So Bubba Wallace, you know, and we know all the different hype that's been around Bubba Wallace being in NASCAR. And remember the time there was an allegation that somebody put a hangman's noose in their garage. That turned out that was a little shaky.
Well, they basically remember the FBI sent like how many agents down there, and they determined that it had been there before.
Yeah,
well,
it wasn't.
It was a thing to put your hand in to pull the rope, pull the door down.
Yeah, it wasn't anything that was directed at Bubba Wallace. I don't know that we corrected that the way, frankly, I think we should have. That was never intended to be derogatory toward Bubba Wallace. Well, now, and you know what this is. This is when people get tired of all the wokeness and that racism and bigotry is around every corner. It still exists, but when we act like it's around every corner, people won't take it serious, and they do things like this. So now Bubba Wallace got into a fight with another NASCAR.
Kyle Larson.
Kyle Larson. I didn't know. Is Kyle Larson Asian?
He has some Asian in his family.
Well, there was some bumping on the last lap, and Bubba Wallace felt like he was pushed into the wall, and then he bumped back into him, and you had this going on, and then Bubba Wallace goes after him after they're both. I guess
hey, look, that's fine.
At the end of the race.
Yeah,
that's
a
good
good
fight.
match. What's wrong with that?
That's a good fight. I like that.
Kyle's not a very big guy.
No, and Bubba Wallace
he's
is very angry.
I think like one of his parents.
Okay, so. Is he half and half? Is he white and Asian?
Yeah, I know he's not 100%.
So somebody, and they have to just they're trying to be cute. Nobody's serious.
No, I think they're all these.
Well, now the people that were mad about all the allegations that people were being racist toward Bubba Wallace, and then come to find out they really weren't. Well, now they're mad and they're trying to get him back, claiming that Bubba Wallace going after Kyle Larson means that he has Asian hate.
Yeah, of course. Well, you're going to have that, Rick. When you start that. Yeah. Look, I don't know. I was trying to watch that to begin with. I don't know that he ran him into the wall as much as.
I think he squeezed him a little, but my point is this.
Well, you're going to have
if
some
I'm
rubbing.
That's racing, man.
If they're racing, they're going to be rubbing.
Rubbing's racing. That's racing.
Well,
Rubbing is racing.
If I'm Bubba, I come out and go, I'm not anti-Asian. I'm anti-people that wreck me. Right. I'm people that wreck me hate her.
Right.
His mother is Japanese American.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a really good driver too, by the way.
Kyle Larson is?
Yes. He won the championship last year, so eat it.
It's good with the numbers.
It's not necessary, Greg.
Greg, nobody was questioning.
We're really not mad about anything, buddy. I don't know why you're so mad.
I'm just telling you. This Asian hate's got me stirred up.
I know. So as Bubba Wallace come back and said, y'all not really accusing
Now,
me of Asian
in a
hate,
weird twist, if y'all remember, Kyle Larson was suspended for a whole season because during the pandemic when they were doing racing online and they got the microphones, he used a racial slur just cutting up with his friends. He wasn't doing it, but anyway, he had to sit the whole season out and he had to come on and apologize.
I forgot about that.
A slur toward who?
One of his buddies. Like, hey, look
But
at
I
that.
mean, but what race was he slurring?
I don't think it was a black person, but
well, I didn't know.
It's kind of like the Morgan Wallen thing, same type deal.
Right.
And he went through and he served his time, and he had to go on ESPN and let them interview him and make him feel like he's horrible.
I didn't realize that was the same guy, Greg.
Yeah,
that's
so-
very interesting.
All right, so I don't.
But anyway, he came back and he won the championship. when he
Was it
came
towards gay people or was it towards black people?
Black people.
Oh, okay.
He was being funny with a slur. I'm not saying right or wrong. I'm just saying I don't think he intended it. Well, of course, the intent doesn't matter. But his intent
Well,
was.
it obviously upset Bubba Wallace. You see him go after him?
That's right. Bubba still makes. Hey, look, if Bubba thought he'd run him in the wall, get out and mix it up. I
Has
ain't got
nothing,
no
to do
problem.
with, nothing to do with Asian hate.
Yeah, that's fine.
It is kind of
Yeah, but
surprising.
if you're going to live in this world of overhyped,
Oh, of course.
everything
Yes.
has
Of
hidden
course.
and what do they call it? Passive aggression.
Passive
or,
aggressive.
I don't even know what that means.
I believe from this article, of course, just like always, the headline makes it look out like, but if you read it, these people are being facetious. They're being cute, is what they're doing.
But when you live in that world, you got to live in that world.
But the headline puts it out at first like he was actually being accused of Asian hate, like it was legit.
I tell you what he might be accused of is picking on a little guy.
Yeah, he didn't want any.
Kyle's not a very big guy.
Kyle did not want any from Bubba. He was walking away.
Yeah, he's not a very big guy.
Well, he saved face.
He did.
That's good, Bubba.
That's so good.
I tell you what you do, Kyle. Kyle, I tell
The
you what
only
you do.
way you win is not to play the game.
That's right. Don't stoop down to their level.
Or take that helmet you're holding in your hand and crack him across the head.
When he least expected.
Because he dropped his helmet. You still got yours.
Or really commit to getting bigger in the offseason, come back and try him again next year.
Yeah, don't be, he is a time. Good driver, not a great fighter.
Right. Well, yeah. Nobody said he was a great fighter. Greg.
If he'd had a pair of nunchucks.
I was surprised he didn't know martial arts.
Yeah, I started saying.
There y'all go
If
again.
he'd had a pair of nunchucks, it'd have been a different
I was
deal.
about
wouldn't
to
it?
say.
He's
Why
a
did the
driver, not a
official-
fighter.
Why did the official back off and not try to? Did you notice that?
Well, you know why? I'll tell you why.
Well, watch
Hamzy.
this. See
Good
him-
question, but I'll tell you why.
I know. That's what I'm getting
because
at.
of the world we live
That's
in.
it.
If he goes after Bubba Wallace, now he's a racist. So the track official has to stay out of it.
Or do they? They're
Kyle,
going to do.
come
They're
on.
going to do like hockey. They're going to let them fight for a minute and then break them up.
Y'all get out of here.
I'd like to see Kyle react a little better there.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And matter of fact, his thing that now has become the discussion among the trainers is waiting for him to use his phrase, just wait till you're 70. That's his phrase.
Yeah.
Okay.
No matter what anyone says, he will say, just wait till you're 70.
Because
you
it's
know,
worse then.
yeah.
If I was 70 and in there, I might say that too.
Yeah.
And he's not just kind of in there. I mean, he gets after
No one
it.
else can probably say that.
No.
Well, that's what we tell the 30-year-olds. Wait till you're 50.
Right. Well, he'll throw down the 70 card in a minute, just drop it. And it's a great card. I mean,
Yeah.
nobody can
What can you
who,
say?
who can go against it. So I've moved over into. I know I'm 53, but I get over there with the 70, 60 something year olds, and I kind of move over in there, and I try to avoid the other area.
Smart.
Well, so I've got it all worked out now, and then it never fails. You work and work to get it down to where you have your system, you have your guy who kind of knows the deal, and then one day you walk in and there's the new guy.
New guy. He's
And
ready to make his mark.
And I'm like, oh, it's new guy.
I got to program him.
We'll call him Sean. Okay. And I'm like, oh, new guy. And
he didn't know the deal.
He didn't know how because y'all know me. I have to. I'm very. I need a little special attention.
Do you ever say, read my file?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I was like, you need to talk about the other guy. He knows all my stuff.
Yeah. We have an understanding.
Right. Like I don't.
He knows me.
I don't jump on the box. I step up on it and get down. You know what I mean? And if you
Don't push me.
If you tell us
That
15,
sounds like going upstairs.
you're right. 15 reps to me is 10. We all know this.
Right.
Well, his thing is he foolishly I think doesn't think I belong with the senior citizens, and I'm like, hang on now, don't easy.
Hey, don't let this hair fool you.
Yeah,
Right.
Look, I know my hair is fantastic, but this is a mistake.
But the joints are not.
The joints are not. They're getting hurt, and so it's become a little bit of a bone of contention. And for instance, I prefer to do the weight part with a 35-pound bar. I don't want to do the 45-pound bar. Okay, I like the 35-pound bar better. I can handle it better. You know, I got a little arthritis in my thumbs and all that. Yeah, it's thinner.
How do they look different?
Well, they don't. They're the 45-pound is got a bigger, thicker bar.
Mm-hmm.
The 35-pound's a little thinner, easier to grip, and plus, even though the point I kept trying to make is it's just math. I can still get to where I need to be. I'm just starting at 35, not 45.
Yeah. You like the feel of the bar.
Yeah, this is what I like.
The old bar
You know
we
what I
used to
mean?
use
Yeah.
was the 45, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's there.
Don't worry, it's there, and it's a big old thick heavy thing.
Sure, yeah.
And also little things like, you know, to me there's too much warm up. You know what I mean?
I hate warm up.
I want to get on into it because that means it's going to be over quicker. You know what I mean?
I'm with you.
Go ahead and go through some reps with just the bar. Well, he looks and I've got weight on it because I'm already moving into what we're supposed to do.
Getting it set up.
Mr. Burgess, we're not to that yet. You need to talk to my guy.
Yeah.
You know what happens? You got to break in and you got
right. I got this. You know. And, you know, of course, Sean's, you know, he's probably got 1% body fat. You know what I mean?
Rick, you ought to carry your own file with you like, you know, the guy did in Roadhouse.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so when you go in, you have your own medical file and you just lay it down like Swayze did, you know?
Yeah.
They have a little something they call RX. And what that means is...
That means drugs that you pick up, right?
RX means this is the maximum, this is everybody, this is for the men, this is the RX for the women.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he was frustrated because I'm in between.
It's a prescription.
You know what I mean?
You don't care about RX.
I've never cared about it. You got the workout, and if you want an RX, you got this. It's a little
you know,
more.
where'd you come up with this weight? And I'm like, well, this is what I do. This is if you've got
tells you the weight.
If you've got the women here and you've got the young people here, I'm right in here.
Yeah.
I mean, that makes sense to me. But that's not an option.
Now, do you come up with that number, or do you ask them what you should do?
I come up with the number. and what I do is I'm like, you need to talk to my guy. You know what I mean? It's like
Rick, you got to break in and you go.
Yeah. And I'm like, why is Sean like this? And so
why is he so aggressive?
Where is your guy?
He'll make me do well. What's happened? You know, God forbid that he actually wants to spend time with his wife and children. He's actually hired more people, so he's not doing every single class. You know, and I mean, he's got 3 small kids, but what about me?
So
you know what I mean?
The whole class
he's gone to
works
spend
out.
time with his kids. He's left me.
Rick, your whole group works out at one time.
Yeah, there's different groups at different times, and
you could move to Span's class.
Yeah, there's things that they know that I avoid. Yeah. Well, Span, I really do want to work it with some men, not just all the women. You know, his women's class, that's a different thing. That's not for I would never belong in there. That's a lot of running around.
Are you saying Span is in that class?
Yeah. Span works out with the women's group.
And he does the lunchtime.
He does the lunchtime women's
And
class.
he gets after it.
He does.
Yeah.
He does. Not a lot of weights in there.
I know, but he still
But anyway, so I was
that was Rick.
So like for instance, I'm not doing all the stretches. Everybody knows that. You know, then it comes over and he's critiquing me on my form.
But at your age, shouldn't you be stretching?
Yeah, but I can't.
Probably. I don't know. You could blow something.
Hey, I can't stretch like Plastic Man over here.
Oh no, can't do that.
You know what I mean? There's always that guy.
Yeah.
You know, that's down there laying on the ground, one leg up in there. And I'm like, guys, I know how this looks on paper, but this body, this man, like I said the other day, I understand this man over here is 70 and this one over here is 67, whatever. But if you look at how my body's been treated compared to how they've taken care of theirs, I'm the same age they are.
Yeah, it's about the miles.
You know what I mean? I'm exactly the same age they are.
You know, my idea of stretching.
They even see it. They acknowledge it. Oh, yeah, he's one of us.
My idea of stretching is if I can get my leg up on a park bench and hold it and not fall.
I'm doing. That's
10.
it. Listen, I keep saying, Sean, I'm doing so much better than I did before. You don't know how far I've come. Hey, somebody tell Sean how far I've come.
Right.
I've come a long way.
Yeah.
So deep, I'm in a blue haze.
6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us from the No Name Studio out here living on the bleeding edge of technology. We come to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the world. Hey! Speedy Ouch. Helmsy, Greg Adler here.
Speedy quit.
He's out. He threw rump. Unlike Tom Brady, he knew when to quit.
That's right.
And welcome back.
Y'all, Brady's face is all sucked in. Something ain't right. He's lost
Bill
his
Bubba Bussey. Well, I'll tell you what's not right. You ever read the Bible about a woman upset?
Yeah, that's true.
You mean living in the attic's better?
Yeah,
That
that's a
part?
bad sign when he left training camp for 2 weeks in the middle of it.
Tom Brady thought that he was the kind of person that he thought he could be the first man ever to exist that could have a woman upset with him and it not affect him.
Yeah.
And they can wait you out. I mean, their ability to dig in on something they're upset about and see who's going to outlast who.
Well,
Hey, guys, let me tell all of you. I had to have a discussion with one of my sons last night, just kind of, teaching them. Hey, if you think you better just go ahead and apologize. That they'll wait you out. If it gets down to who's going to apologize first, you're not going to win. Just go ahead and apologize. I mean, but they can. It's amazing their stamina on waiting one of these arguments out. They can wait it out.
Well, that's what he gets for falling in love, marrying, and having a family with a Brazilian supermodel.
That's on him.
That's his fault.
That brings its own baggage.
Do y'all realize he could have
goat that?
Do y'all realize the goat could have walked away with making tons and tons of money his entire career, considered to be the best? And I'm not saying that's going to be damaged by this unless somebody comes along, but he could have gone out, arm around his wife, kids hanging around his waist. We love you, Daddy. I love you, husband. I'm the greatest of all time.
Rings all over his
I've
fingers.
played in 10 Super Bowls and won 7 of them. I'm out. And he's just hanging around.
Look.
And now he's upset his wife. He looks gaunt. He's something wrong with him. He's screaming at his offensive line.
They ain't going to turn out well.
And instead of people saying, look at him being a competitor, now they think he's a jerk. He had it. Why can't we ever leave these things on the right note?
He's a competitor. He wants to keep playing. I don't fault him for that. But here's the deal. On this look, he's had this extreme diet that he's went by, and a lot of people credited his physical success for it, and it may have been some of it, but as he's getting older and as his metabolism is slowing down, is this maybe too much? Because he doesn't look healthy right there, guys.
Well, ain't right.
He just looks different. I think he looks healthy. He just looks different.
No, you can't.
He looks different.
His face does look sunk in, but I think it's
that's
pressure.
because of his lips and the way he's just talking. That's just,
just
an
a
unfair
moment?
screenshot.
Is that just an unfair? I mean, is that just a bad capture?
I get that on this.
He does
picture,
look different. I'm not saying he doesn't.
To me, he looks weak.
He does.
He looks like he
looks fragile.
Yeah, very fragile.
Now, Giselle told us that.
Yeah, that's true. Good point.
Yeah, she stopped doing the
So did
spells.
his offensive line.
Yes, yeah.
She stopped the spells.
She stopped the
so
spells
now
that protected him all these years.
He's shrinking like a raisin.
The Brazilians, they'll dabble in that black magic.
Are you saying Gazelle's like a good witch like Samantha or something?
And now she's cursing him.
She's poking pins in it.
Hey, they'll dabble.
Well, Samantha got mad at Darren every now and then.
It wasn't good.
Like I said, I was surprised when he won the Super Bowl. He didn't quit then. But after last year when he retired officially, I couldn't believe he came back.
There is a group of people, and this is what he's going to be known for with them, unfortunately.
I know.
And I hate that.
Doggone goat.
And I wasn't really a Tom Brady guy.
Me either. By the fact,
You have to appreciate
I
him.
had just started kind of liking him.
I know.
Now he's
I saw that.
Well, I just respected his body of work.
How can you not?
How could I not?
It's kind of like loving the Tide.
Exactly.
Nobody in here is Tide fans, but my goodness, we like to pull for them because how they approach
You
things.
think I don't think Nicholas Saban is the greatest of all time so far? No doubt.
Absolutely.
I have great respect for that program.
That's a little early on Harsin.
Can I tell you this? If you don't have respect for the people like this in their field, I'm not talking about human beings.
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of human beings they are, but I'm talking about
on what they do.
As far as what they do, if you can't respect their body of work, then you don't love excellence.
That's right.
Yeah, and I hate when people act like somehow it's not great.
Yeah,
I mean, just in that. I'm not talking.
I
about,
know you don't like
I'm
it.
talking about. I'm not talking about the things in life that really matter.
No,
I'm just talking
it's
about. I'm
superficial.
talking about sport. I'm
Yeah.
talking about success, and when they stand before the great I am, it ain't gonna mean jack.
Nah.
Unless they've used it to advance his kingdom. But still, you have to look at from a worldly standpoint and go, these two are the best in their field.
Yes.
And Tom, it was his time to walk on. And I hope
walk
that,
off in this case.
Everything's got to and he's not like us. He's not saddled with having to be here.
And he answered the question. Hey, all them years,
financial situation is a little different.
All those years at the Patriots, he was great, but it's the Patriot system. Was it? He proved that it ain't that.
He sure did.
That he can do it on his own.
If he'd have went on out on that Super Bowl
you
championship,
talk about a high note.
And look,
that Lombardi.
Todd Bowles may end up being a great coach, and I'm sure there's a lot of similarities. But to me, when you have a winning team, they won a Super Bowl, they came back next year, almost made it, lost in the playoffs. You start changing things, and I'm always a little antsy when you do that.
Can I tell you how little I know about the NFL? I didn't want to say in here because. Not that I care whether I know a lot about the NFL, but actually I was so embarrassed about it, I didn't want y'all to know. When we were watching the other day, Todd Bowles talking about him and the Steelers coach? Tomlin. And they were talking about them both being black coaches, and he was saying what he should have said. I'm really tired of everybody with his coaches. Did you know I didn't know what we were talking about because I thought Bruce Arians was still the coach?
Well, you thought, why is his coordinator? His coordinator was up at
I literally almost said, well, he's not the head coach. I had no idea that Bruce Arians retired.
Just step down.
I don't, Greg, you know how many NFL games I've watched in the last 5 years? I've watched 5 Super Bowls. That's it.
Listen, Monday Night Football last night, the Chargers and the Broncos, I didn't know those two coaches.
No.
Never heard of them.
But me not knowing that Bruce Arians.
But I knew Bruce Arians. That's when they won the Super Bowl.
That's really not paying
Guys, can I just say this? Adler was the only one that could come up with Mike Tomlin.
Yeah.
That ought to speak volumes.
That was pretty cool. That was a pretty cool moment for me.
It really was.
That was a pretty
done.
cool moment for me. I
Awesome.
kind of want to do a spike of a football or something.
Well done,
Thanks,
Adler.
guys. Thanks,
Smartest guy in the room.
Yeah, that's right.
I know the game.
I know about the NFL.
Follow it. X's and O's, gentlemen. X's and O's.
How about this? It would not surprise me as far as the NFL is concerned, because Speedy's not here. As far as the NFL is concerned, it wouldn't surprise me if you know the most right now.
I don't. That's definitely not true.
About because I don't ever watch it. I know nothing about it.
I follow the Twitter news on
or highlights
on the NFL
highlight show.
Well, I'll tell you that you do more than any of us. That's
like
what you do.
when Brady got caught on this hot mic, like being like, I didn't leave my wife and kids to be losing to the Saints or to losing to the Steelers at the half, which was not a good look. So it's those moments that I know about when it comes to the game.
I didn't trash my whole family for this.
He really said that. He really said that. And he dropped some F-bomb.
I thought you were making this up.
He really said, I did not leave my wife and kids to be losing to, and then he says the quarterback from the Steelers name at the half.
Adler, I think you've been pranked.
No, I'm telling you.
I think he did.
He got caught on a hot mic. I'm telling you.
Is there any way for me to play it without the language?
No, the F-bombs are in it.
The one I saw, he was saying you're better than this, y'all, and all that.
The guy from the Steelers is, he was their backup. He used to be with the other team, or he didn't really pan out with the Bears.
Oh, Trubisky?
And he got benched. Yeah, from North Carolina.
And he does say you guys are so much better than what you're playing right now.
Kenny Pickett too. He calls out here.
There you go.
Yeah.
But I think he was hurt, wasn't he?
Yeah, Pickett got he actually took over the starting.
But what I'm saying is Kenny Pickett is who he's referencing here. He uses some language there with the Kenny
Trubisky or whatever finished the game.
Pickett.
I guess he got hurt
or
got pulled. One or the other.
Right. So they pulled Trubisky.
I didn't leave my wife. Now this is from Barstool, so I don't know. But I didn't leave my wife and kids to be losing to Kenny blanking Pickett at half.
Okay, well maybe that is
and that may have been just
a
him.
joke.
Yeah, it may be.
Okay. That was.
I don't think he really said that.
That was a joke. I thought he really said it.
I think it would be more.
It may be real. I don't know.
If it was, don't you think the news would be more talking about it?
It is a joke. See, I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Well,
I said Mike Tomlin. Yeah, that happened.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I found myself looking for old pictures. Sean, come here. Look at this.
He's coming in late. You're right.
You know what I mean? You're thinking I'm something I'm not. You know what I mean?
All right, here's what I think you need to do. All right, so you know how you've made the videos for the interns?
This is the bar I use.
Do you know how you made the video for the interns?
Right.
On how to answer the phone system,
right.
whatever. Don't you think if they ever get anybody new, they go into a room and they have a Burgess video?
100%.
Yeah, this is how you treat Burgess.
That's the electronic version of carrying your own file.
Right, thank you.
Yeah.
Exactly right.
Right.
Kind of like when I used to coach Little League, they should have given all the referees a file on me.
Yes.
So that I hated all this learning.
Yeah.
You know, when I'd say things like, no, anything close I get.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that.
Right. And if you see them making
we talk-
mistakes, it's like, hey, have you watched the video?
Yeah, I'll say things like, I don't want you to cheat for my team where it looks obvious, but if it's one of those things where it can go either way, it always goes for my team. Everybody knows that here. I mean, that's just been around here for years. Who's this new referee? You know, and that's the same. Sean's really, he's watching me too much.
He's not counting, is he?
Yeah. I mean,
you got a counter?
You got a counter?
You know what it said the other day? That's not a rep.
What? No.
No, and
got your bip on your hands. What you got?
Well, he's a nice young man, and I'm nice to meet him, but he's about to get on the wrong side of me. I mean, he over looking at my bar, what kind of bar I got.
Oh no.
You know, I mean, I just, I'm doing good, but I like to, I don't do partner workouts. Everybody knows that.
Now, can all the ladies find their bar if you've got theirs?
Well, luckily, there's an actual official 25-pound women's bar that they seem to take those. But then there's them big old women that come looking for my bar.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's some big ones in there. I'm talking about muscular. You know what I mean? Now, they'll come over.
Make some strong ones.
Yeah, they'll come over looking for. Well, no, there's some big ones too. They'll,
Rick, you're in class with them. Buddy.
No, I go over and work out by them too. I go over to work out. If I get a partner, I want a big woman or an old man. You know what I mean? I mean, because that's where I need to be. That's my. Now I'm shining. You know what I mean? Now I'm kind of the guy carrying the workout now. Yeah.
How long is your workout, time-wise?
About 50 minutes. Hey.
20 of it stretching, though.
Yeah, a lot of stretching. Let's cut the stretching in half. Hey. Now, when I'm rolling, everybody knows when I roll on 4. Everybody knows that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So I'm gonna have to break Sean in, the new guy.
Oh yeah.
Well, I told Speedy in the kitchen. It's just like everybody knows. You know, I've been working out down there now since like last April or something. So everybody knows that when we get to the actual workout part, they have a stretch and they have a little weight still. Then you have the actual workout.
Right.
When we get to the workout, they always play for me the song "I Love the Haters," and Sean didn't play that.
So you have to hear that to work out.
Yeah, when I get to the work,
won't you bring your own little little earphones?
I love the haters.
Yeah, I love the haters. You know, it just inspires me for everybody who hates me.
Well, Rick, everybody.
I love the haters. Haters just inspire me. That's all they do.
Haters gonna hate.
And Sean, she needs to know that. That's standard. I always, when I start working, and I know there's 17, 18 other people in there, but it's just I like to hear I love the haters, and Blake knows that. That's the other.
You scaring me, man. I want to come visit, but I don't know. You scaring me.
No, they've been talking about me.
You need to go to
down
James's class. I think I'd fit in well with James's class.
No. Yeah, you probably would.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just limited what I can do right now.
Well, I know that
gimpy.
was me too.
Yeah.
But they'll scale things for you.
They will.
They'll start out.
They will. You'll get over.
I remember I used to be sore from stretching. Just that.
They took care.
All right,
of
y'all are done today.
I've never been a good stretcher. I mean, that's not now. It's
very
always
important,
been that way.
Bubba. Very important.
Very important.
Every time I stretch, I always hurt.
You stretch every morning to tie your shoes. That's a good
No,
stretch
that-
for you.
That's hold your breath and dive in.
Yeah, I've noticed. Yeah, but they tell me, look, they're ready for you. They bring it up a lot. They ask me if I brought the unicorn. That's what they call you. and I'll tell you who's really after you. And I've been helping you. Know that I've been helping you.
Okay.
You know how like if somebody's talking to you about something would bother me, you don't want to talk to Rick about that. Don't.
Right.
And it's the 70-year-old. You know who that is?
Oh.
Wait till you're 70.
Oh, is it who I think we were talking about earlier?
Restaurant.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know who you were talking about.
He's
nowadays.
after you.
Yeah.
He really is after you.
Yeah.
Like some days he'll stand before me and almost plead, and I'm like, don't look.
See, I don't want that much fuss made over me. You know.
Yeah. Well, he's know that I've kept him off of it. Okay. And I'm just like, look.
I walked out of Holla the other day, and I thought that's enough workout for me for a while.
Yeah. Oh no. Look, you and I are the same way. It's
He just said he did.
Yeah.
It was awful.
You and I are the same way. We're we always use the term like, look, let the deer settle in the field. If you get them nervous, they'll leave the field.
Yeah, they'll spook.
Release the people. All 10 lines are available. Phone troll time on the Rick and Bubba Show. Here we go. You can get in here and make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. Not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs, but everything else, we're ready to go. Buzzer rules. And it works because why? You've got yourself 10 lines, which makes it easier for you to get in. And then once you're in and ready to go, because of the phone troll, the line will move a little more brisk in front of you. Getting emails, trying to get answers here. This involving the Man Church Conference coming up February 24th and 25th. See the whole lineup by going to themanchurch.com and go ahead and plan. I'm helping people with hotels there in our hometown, Greg, of Oxford, Alabama, as you bring the men in. Now, we were telling you this still is true. There's going to be a breakfast on the Saturday morning. Helmsy will be there, and Andy Blanks will be there. I'll be there. We'll be answering any questions, trying to help you with our men's discipleship strategy, and you can network a little bit. All of you are emailing me saying, "Hey, I'm not seeing anything about the breakfast." You're going if you've gotten tickets, you're going to get an email that is going to ask if you want to come to the breakfast. Do you lead a small group? Are you the men's ministry leader at your church? You're going to get an email. Some of you probably will get it today, but that's going to be a separate communication to you from us and the folks selling the tickets. And that doesn't cost anything. We just need to have a head count so we know how much breakfast to have for that Saturday morning. So some of you are like, "Hey, I haven't seen anything about the breakfast." It's coming. So thanks for letting me know that had not taken place yet. But you can get your tickets now. They are reserved for the conference coming up in February, the first time that themanchurch.com we've put on our own conference, and we're excited to see how that works, and we'd love to see you there. Get those tickets while they last. To the phones we go. Let's go to Kevin out of Auburn, Alabama. Kevin, you got 30 seconds on the show. Go ahead.
God bless y'all, first of all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Rick, got a football question for you since you played a little ball. And I'll use the Bryce Young hit, no call, whatever. Which is the more impactful hit? Helmet to helmet or shoulder to helmet where you can throw your shoulder into?
I still think helmet to helmet is still the most severe. I remember I remember experiencing both. And when two helmets collide like rams running into each other, and Greg, you can speak to this too, it just, man, it really sends you for a loop. It to me, that's worse than the shoulder.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And it's also normally hurts both people.
Yeah. It's so I still think the shoulder is less severe. Gordon, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hi,
Gordon. Gordon?
Hey, good morning.
Hey, Gordon. How are you? Welcome to the show.
Thank you. I just wanted to let you know that in 1998, when Tennessee played Florida, Tennessee won and they rushed the field. They took the goalpost down and they took it out to the river, which is why they did it on the Alabama game.
Is your name Gordon?
It's Jordan.
Jordan. Oh, okay.
Mystery solved.
All right, because when I was saying Gordon and we heard your voice, I was like, that doesn't sound right.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
So thanks for letting us know that. I didn't know that. Let's go to Big Boy. Hey, Big Boy, welcome to the show. Go ahead, 30 seconds.
Morning, Biggin.
Hey, Big Boy, back to you.
Hey, buddy. I'm a podcast listener, so I don't know if y'all covered this yet or not, but last night while watching that Monday Night Football, Joe Buck asked Troy Aikman right before the house. He said, "You got anything you want to say to the fans?" So he said, No, I've had a good weekend.
I guess he was referring to Troy Aikman's comments about the dress on the quarterbacks and the blowback he'd got.
Oh, I see. So he's saying I'm not going to say anything because so far the weekend's going well.
Right, I guess.
Let's go to Gary and Hayden. Gary, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, I was for Greg, everybody. I was wondering, Philadelphia 6-0. You think they got a shot for the Super Bowl?
Probably need to ask Adler that. No, I'm just kidding. Have you seen
them? I don't follow it that time, but obviously they're pretty good.
Yeah, they got a good team, but it's
now they got probably a better chance than most.
It's early. Injuries play into it. You got to be good and lucky, and it'll all be about getting hot at the right time of year. Of course, they're hot right now, so if they can keep that up, they'll have a pretty good chance, I would think, because they'll have home field advantage, and that's big in the playoffs.
Can I ask you something? Have y'all already forgotten that the Eagles just won the Super Bowl not that long ago?
Yeah, when
2017.
Nick Foles.
Yeah,
2017.
Yeah, I mean, but for the Eagles, I mean,
that's not that long ago.
It wasn't that long ago.
No.
I mean, that was the old trick play and everything.
Yeah, the Philly special.
The Philly
yeah,
special.
I remember that.
But had you forgotten? I was looking at your face.
Yeah,
I had forgotten. I forgot. You know what? They just won one not that long ago.
You're right.
I was
in
trying
the modern
to,
era.
I was trying to think. Philly.
Yeah.
And you reminded me that.
Yeah. Because remember we laughed about how they got rid of Foles after that.
Yeah,
We're like, what?
Yeah, and it's kind of fallen away. The Giants have won several Super Bowls. The Cowboys. I mean that.
How about Minnesota?
No.
many have they got?
NFC East is they've got a lot of Super Bowl champs playing there. So
how about the Vikings?
No. No. Hadn't even sniffed it in a while.
We continue. Mike in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK.
It's not meant to be.
Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How you doing?
We're great.
We're good.
Hey, I just want to say, Rick, I really appreciate and enjoy what you guys are doing with the Man Church curriculum. The church I attend, we do a Model Men small group every other Tuesday night.
Yeah.
And I'm definitely going to put that out tonight about the Oxford event.
Good.
See if we can try to get some guys to head over that way.
Yeah, I'd love for you to come, especially if you've never done any of the stuff that we offer. It'll kind of be a time to come see a little bit of all of it, and then we'll have 3 of the guys that we send out to do the Man Church services, and then Andy and I, of course, have done the curriculums. He'll be there too, and then you're going to love this young pastor we're bringing in, Recab Gray. He's really something. I think it'll be a great trip for your men's group. We'd love to see y'all there. Eric in Anniston. Hey, Eric, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, guys, how are y'all?
Good.
Love the show. Got one question. Who is Rick and Bubba? Who is Rick and Bubba? Preach, Bubba.
I like this morning when we did the DAAC thing. Who's DAAC?
Yeah, who's DAAC?
Who is DAAC?
Who is that?
I watched a lot of people sent me all kinds of Deion Sanders videos yesterday after
I saw him coming in the football room when he first had it on.
Oh yeah,
that's pretty funny.
And he was dancing around. Then all of a sudden, like you told me, open with prayer.
I mean, went out of that into
was so
prayer.
funny.
I mean, not even with a breath in between.
Yeah, and I mean, he just went right into it. I mean, I think he would be a lot of fun to play for.
Yeah.
And definitely be a great motivator. And of course,
Sure.
it is going to be difficult, I think, because of the success he's having for the SWAC and for Jackson to keep him. I think that's
It
gonna be
is.
tough. Yeah.
Well, too, I mean, he's made such an issue about helping out the traditionally historically black college football. Will it be tough for him to leave after he's tried to elevate that? And
I think it will.
And what big time program will give him a chance?
Yeah, I think, and we said this first time this was brought up when all the Auburn rumors and all that started, that we all were saying, well, look, he's got a certain public relations. He's going to have to stay for at least a little longer.
Yeah.
Not to catch any flack that he walked away from the very programs that he said needed to be elevated. So I think he's got to be there a little longer, don't y'all?
You would think.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You and I have to come to these kind of things on our own.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that's a positive. That's just the way we are. You know what I mean?
You're just reporting.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just
We're
reporting.
not saying it should be that
You're
way.
not going to talk these two into anything. We have to come to, and I'm talking about me and Bubba.
Right.
We have to come to our own conclusion that this is now what we are going to do.
Yeah, and pretty much it has to be where we have no other option.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's always something has to happen that gets us so shocked that we have to make a move.
Yeah.
And so anyway, it's but know that it's available to you if you ever want to come, and you can stay over.
Now, is there some turf field you can run on too?
Oh yeah,
that's
got
good.
all that, buddy. You can bear crawl on it too.
Get that a lot at home because I track in those little black beads. I hear I get in trouble for that a lot. Try it.
They travel like sand.
Do you
don't
throw
they?
football in? Shoot basketball?
No. None of that.
But you're going to the park now. I mean, we're going to work out.
Yeah, that you might want to pick you up a YMCA membership.
yeah, got that.
Or maybe get in the church league. There's some of these basketball guys that get together and play basketball. And you know what I've noticed about what we do for a living? Have you noticed at our age, anything a group of men get together to do, they do it before they go to work.
Yeah.
Well, we never.
If we did it before we went to work, we'd have to do it the night before.
No.
Yeah.
I know.
Oh, I know. Do you know that the running joke for Bubba talking about, hey, everybody's on him, when's he coming?
Mm-hmm.
Forever, Greg and I were asked that question, and Helmsy, you too, at certain places that we would go.
Yeah.
And it would be, where's Bubba?
I know.
And for the longest time, we made excuses. Well, he's there. And then finally, one day I said, I got to tell you something. He's not coming.
Right.
He's out.
Right.
Don't
It's
ask
okay.
again.
It's okay.
He's
Please
not
don't.
coming.
Well, my quote was, if you spook him, he'll leave the green field.
Yeah.
Let him come out here and nibble a little bit. He may ride by one day. We put him on cryotherapy. Let him start there.
Yeah.
he loves
Bubba,
it.
they got
over there.
Oh, yeah. Bubba, they got
nice one, too. I'm talking about
Oh,
a nice,
you may have him now.
What about
you
the-
see that?
I'm talking about a nice one.
What about the recliners that,
about a
that you
massage
sit
chair?
back and you put those
Yeah, have you seen these
wraps
things where they
around?
squeeze you?
Oh, yeah.
They
the
put
cold
They
squeeze?
put these things and it compresses your muscles too. Have you seen that?
Oh,
yet?
you sit in a recliner and watch a big screen TV.
Rick, you
Bubba.
may have him over there today.
I know. You know what else?
I don't know exactly what you're describing there. I'm trying to
Well, let me tell
picture
you.
what
Be,
you've got
well,
there.
be careful when you put the pants on. but what I never heard of this part. See, it looks like you didn't either. And I knew about the freezing.
Yeah.
And they've got the cryotherapy, and it's a really nice one. It's not
Yeah.
like in any shady place or anything. It's a really really nice one. And then they've got these compression things they put like on your legs or whatever, and it cold squeezes your muscles to get them to recover.
I get all kinds of gadgets.
Am I making that up?
No.
Do I have that right?
Kinda.
Yeah, I have it. They've been trying to get me over there, but I haven't done that. But and then of course the needling's there too.
Oh, boy, dry needle
I'm telling you,
therapy.
that dry needle's
I hadn't got on that
life-changing.
yet.
Well, you may not have anything that needs it, but I have a knot over here that I struggle with, and it really helps.
You know what else they got? Topaz. Topaz surgery.
Greg. But I think, won't you just come over and kind of kick the tires on the cryotherapy and go over and do something like that and just kind of ease into it?
Take a look
hey,
around.
Let me tell you this. Do not go to Span's deal. Do not.
They get after it.
Well, it's all cardio. That's all it is.
Well, yeah, knees won't take that.
Yeah, you don't want to be part
I'm
of
trying to say them. I'd rather be able to walk. You know.
What's step one, Bubba, do you think in you getting back? Step one.
Picking up a medicine ball. Just walk in and pick it up and set it down.
There you go. And keep in mind, look how Span's built. See, his body's more like a woman, so it fits.
Rick,
No,
Span is going to get
I'm
you,
just
man.
gonna say he's lean.
buddy.
That's a compliment.
Would say that.
He's in like an aerobics kind of class with a bunch of women, and that works for him.
I still won the last tennis match.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Gonna be
Oh, Oh, uh, 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Mike Lindell and the MyPillow team, they have delivered 20,000 pillows and blankets to the people in need. after all of the devastation of Hurricane Ian in Fort Myers, Florida. And so it's one thing to say you want to help people. It's another thing to actually do it. So once again, there's MyPillow and Lindell and his company. They don't just say they're going to help. They actually do. Not a lot of lip service with this great company, which we love. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Right now, you can get men's and women's sleepwear, loungewear. Are you ready for this number? I hate Speedy's missing this today. Up to 80% off. I mean, that's almost free. Down blankets are 30% off. Bath towels, 50% off. 6-piece towel sets, 50% off. My slippers, wear them every day, $49.98. My sandals are as low as $19.98. A lot more savings, too. You can find it all by going to MyPillow.com/Bubba. That's MyPillow.com/Bubba. Also, the link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. You need to take advantage of that. That's some good stuff. And you know how women love those blankets, guys? Great gift ideas. Go ahead and stock up on that. All right, so we're about to get to a story, but we have to talk about what's eating Scott Gorosky. Scotty G has just sent us a text, and at first I was making sure we were seeing this right. He got to know the people of Sutherland Springs, Texas. That was that horrifying mass shooting that took place, and Gorosky's company helped them rebuild that church and put in new safety features and all that after that horrific event. But anyway, so apparently some of the guys that he got to know doing that project are climbing Everest, and they're listening to the show.
Wow.
And we just got some pictures from Gorosky that he got from them. They're holding up, and you can see the phone that he's holding up. You can see the Rick and Bubba logo.
That is crazy.
That they're listening to the tune-in app.
Shout out to Mount Everest.
At base camp. But, yeah, there's a picture of the guy there in the blue jacket, the lighter blue, more of a royal blue. And one of the pictures, he's showing us the Rick and Bubba logo on his phone, and that's on Everest. Wow. How cool is that? And you know what it looks like? That's it looks like he's got the podcast archives ready to go too. So how cool is that? And they're at base camp, which they say that is a 40-mile hike up Everest. What?
How can they have cell service on Everest and I can't get one bar at the hunting camp?
Those of you that can't get the show, this guy and his team, they are listening to the show on Mount Everest.
Oh, wow.
That is too cool.
How cool is that?
It looks like he's in airplane mode, so he must have downloaded it when he had some Wi-Fi.
Yeah. So they're listening to the podcast archives of the show.
That is too cool, guys.
Wow.
Yeah, that is a really cool pick. So thanks for getting that to us, and that's a keeper right there. I'll hang on to that. That'll look funny. We can put something out about that.
Yep.
Well, I mean, hey, if you don't think the podcast archives work, look right there. All right, so tell me about this. I've never been a coin collector, but at this level, I may rethink it. I mean, it's did you ever
Rick,
collect coins? You ever a coin guy?
Nah, not per se. I mean, I played around with them sometimes.
Stamps.
Picked up this and that.
Did you ever collect anything? I know Helmsy did
I did
baseball
stamps
cards
when
right?
I was little and baseball cards.
Stamps?
Yeah, a few.
I didn't know that.
Patriot.
Just when I was real little.
Well, no, I'm not getting on you. It's
back before the internet.
That's good for you and your stamp boat.
I've got a Pog collection that I'm holding on to for Ruby's college fund. So
what is it?
Pogs, that game. It's completely worthless, and I'm joking around.
I got a few Beanie Babies laying around.
A couple in England had the surprise of a lifetime when they discovered a stash of rare coins underneath the kitchen's floorboards during a renovation project. The North Yorkshire couple, who initially thought they had stumbled on a piece of electrical cable while working on their 18th century home back in 2019. The haul of rare coins were recently sold at an auction, Rick, for $852,000 against a provisional sale estimate of $231,000, according to the Yorkshire Post. The coins have been linked to the Hull merchant family, and it goes back and talks about it in the history. The coins would have been in circulation from 1610 to 1727, in the time of King James I and King George I. How about that?
And then they're going on listing some of this other stuff, aren't they? That some of these other coins are going up in the millions?
Yeah.
What?
Wow, look at that.
You got to be kidding me. So
You know that it's stories like that, and people that find the diamonds, at the Diamond State Park up in Arkansas, that just keep people coming. Everybody's not going to do that, but boy, the ones that do really make everybody else interested in it, don't they?
This is on the list. And Adler's showing us where they found it. This is on the list of things, and it's all right. I'm not trying to be, Debbie Down or anything like that. It's just, how we understand certain things. I don't know what it is, and I certainly have had a wonderful life. It hasn't all been roses, but I've been afforded some wonderful experiences and hope to have a few more before, I either go to glory or Jesus returns. But this kind of stuff, it just doesn't happen to me.
No,
I'm not going to stumble across something. Every single penny that I've ever been afforded to have, that the Lord has allowed me to have, has come through grit. I never just end up with money coming from anything other than just working. It just doesn't happen. Yeah. And that's okay. People say things. I've never found $20. I've never had. Nobody's ever left me money.
Wouldn't you just once like to find the treasure of One-Eyed Willie?
Yeah, right. Yeah. These guys. If there was a buried treasure, I promise you. If Sherry and I move, they'll find it in our backyard. It will not happen while I'm there.
Right.
There's just no way, no how. I ain't never gonna have a septic tank project turn into money. That just ain't gonna happen.
Yeah.
Those kind of things just don't happen to me.
I found $20 at Sonic Drive-In when I was a kid one time. That's the only thing that's ever happened.
Believe it.
Oh, I couldn't believe it. It got me a foot long after that.
Hey, look, if you want me to go to that place where everybody keeps finding diamonds and there not being any, just send me up there.
Yeah.
We won't find one.
Adler, was that before or after you stole gum that time?
Oh, my.
I never stole gum.
No, it was a keychain.
Keychain. That's right.
Why y'all always got to bring that up?
It didn't have a bullet on it.
It's one of the lowest moments of my childhood, and you like to bring it up all the time, Greg.
When you had a season's pass, you got banned day one.
Yes, Greg, that's what I'm talking about.
Speaking of that, you won't believe what I did this weekend. I had to run to a big box store to pick up some stuff, and they've all gone to these self-checkout deals.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I've got a cart full of stuff, and I've put some stuff on the bottom, and I go, and I'm trying to get better at doing the checkout thing because it's a little awkward because you used to just piling it on there and letting them do it.
They've got to get it to where it's smooth.
Every
item's got to be on there.
The key is to get it in the bag, and the bag back in the cart, and you do all this. And I roll out, and I parked way away from the door, and I'm way out there with the cart, and I look, and I have 2 chains on the bottom I forgot to check out. So I've stolen 2 chains.
Oh no!
So
they didn't have something go off when you went by.
No. And so I'm in a hurry, of course. Got to be somewhere else.
Forget it.
Right. So I'm thinking what I need, and the right thing to do is go back and pay for it. I'm an idiot for not looking. So I go back and I roll in, and they're really kind of shocked that you came back to pay for something to begin with. Yeah. And so I had to check them out. Hey, they were about $100 a pop. So
how about this? At one time, our society would have been upset, would have been shocked you didn't bring them to pay for them. Now it's shocking anybody brings them.
I'm glad I did. It was a pain to do it. But what an idiot. Why didn't I look under there?
Stupid. I know. That's something about self-checkout.
Well, you get to doing it quick, and you're trying to get out of the way, and the guy behind you's got a handful of boards, and
Did you ever consider just going on?
Well, I thought maybe I could just go back the next day and pay for it, and I thought, I'll just do it now.
While I'm here.
Do it right. So I sleep good right.
Well, and it goes back to this too, like the self-checkouts at like grocery stores.
Hey, they're nice ones though.
When you want the self-checkout to go smoothly, you can't have items that aren't available. You can't have items that like you have to ask somebody for help to get the price on. Every single item has got to be scan and go. Scan and go. If it's not going to be that, somebody comes over with a notebook looking for it. You can't have that as part of it.
Yeah,
I mean, that bogs it down.
I don't scan unless I'm carrying stuff that I don't even need a basket for.
Yeah,
if I have a few items in my hand, I'll scan. But if I've got anything above a basket, I'm not scanning.
How did we end up with this spaghetti plant?
Well, now if you don't scan yourself, you might not get checked out.
I know.
because they don't have any people.
Yeah,
some places
as long as I have a code that you're talking about on the item, I don't care how much I have. I self-check.
But you can't cannot have items with no code.
That's the
that
key.
really bogs it down.
That's how they get it.
Well,
and it's hard sometimes in those
Hardware stores.
Well, you got to get used to scanning in the bag, scan in the bag, as opposed to putting it over here, then trying to put it back in the bag.
Yeah.
Because you're liable to hit the scan again. Whoop, you go, wait a minute. I don't
Well, they got us, didn't they? They got us doing their darn checking out.
Yeah, I know. And people get too blocked.
Well, it's our fault, Greg, because we're such lazy. We
I
won't do
agree.
anything.
I know it.
And people get too blocked. God, they'll get too blocked. You're standing there thinking it's going to be quick, and so you look over there in the line. You didn't go stand in like that person's empty now. Yeah, because you went over trying to be sharp, and then somebody gets too blocked.
You could have been through.
That's up over me getting money off something. It just ain't ever going to happen.
Ain't going to happen.
No. I don't have one family member that's going to leave me money. I got nothing. I mean, every dime I've got, I've earned it. Yeah. I mean, it just doesn't.
I wish the people that do run the restaurant would be more aware. Like if I'm standing there with a gallon of milk, don't ask me how my day's going because we know how that is. I'm stopping for a gallon of freaking milk because we didn't get it.
We didn't plan on it. Amen.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like just be more aware.
Yeah.
Just don't speak.
If I got a buggy full,
yeah.
Hey, let's chat it up, man.
Right. Look, Hams, you can be nice.
Yeah. No.
I didn't say I wasn't nice, Bubba.
Yeah.
Nobody said I wasn't nice.
Yeah. Just be a ray of sunshine.
I'd hate to be your cashier. You're a little sharp with me.
A little bit.
When you gonna be at Costco later today?
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This Thursday, Rick and Bubba's show members headed to Washington, D.C., the east wing of the White House. The real Greg Burgess and Helmsy are here. Also, we have Adler doing RBTV, and we got Scad Row and Swim Shady and Peg Leg Meg at Rick and Bubba University getting their degree in common sense. There's Bubba.
You know, when you said that we're going to the White House to do interviews, somebody just reached down and adjusted their knob because they didn't think they heard that.
We have been invited to the White House to do interviews about tax reform. And I know a lot of you are waiting for us to unpack tax reform for you, but I mean,
you know what? I think on that one topic, we probably got as good a grasp on it as anybody.
Well, yeah, because we do have our degree in common sense, and it seems to lack it. So
right.
we'll talk with some of the members of the administration, and we don't know who we're going to get, but we've made requests. We will get some. We don't know who.
Right.
And of course, we asked for Trump, but you never know how that's going to go. And then Bubba uncomfortably asked to interview Melania,
which is really weird.
Betty wanted to meet her before. She's interested in a couple of things about Melania and asked me if I could get close enough to interview her just to find out.
Probably would like to talk to her about any tips she could give her for how to deal with a husband who can be difficult.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So
that's probably part of it.
That could be it.
She's going to be a tax reform spokesman.
Yes. Well, Melania, you never know. Melania may know all about it. She might.
Mm-hmm.
Did y'all hear that pin drop?
What is that? What are you, some kind of misogynist?
No, not at all. Not at all. It's just she's not on the short list.
Speedy does massages.
No, I just wish you could have heard the three Mississippi seconds of silence.
It was
when we asked the White House about that.
Well,
it was just like
she's
one
the first
Mississippi,
lady. She might want to talk about her platform.
She's bound to be pretty sharp. Doesn't she speak about 4 or 5 languages? And I hadn't mastered one yet.
Let's be honest. She's probably smarter than all of us.
Oh no! This is not about her being smart. It's not. It has nothing to do with that.
What do you think? She's some dumb?
I just don't.
She's a trophy wife.
I just don't think she's out. On the list of spokesmen for the tax reform.
I guess you're looking through that filter of some kind of ego.
Yeah, she may have been an advisor on it.
I can promise you this: if she came on the show, he would not ask a tax reform question at all.
Well, Speedy didn't think she can handle it.
That's not true.
Because he's a male chauvinist.
Hey, 35-pound bar, hush. It's just not.
But you understand the point why I use it.
I know. Right. That's brilliant, actually. But she wasn't on the list of names available. I can tell you that.
Right. Well,
but we asked for her. Did you put her on the list?
Mm-hmm.
You did. We never know. We're by the way, this question here, we're not taking Greg with us. Richard, no, Greg's been banned. He's not going.
Yeah.
No shirtless walk by? I need a shirtless walk by.
Well, that would be perfect, wouldn't it?
Speedy constraint.
The shirtless walk-bys have been a tradition on the show for a long time. Now, Greg has taken up that banner, but
right.
You know, we've walked through some of the best sets and shots and live things that you've ever seen.
Well, Sherry and I, there you go. My wife and I
Move the cheese straws.
got into the discussion about one of the most famous ones.
Yeah.
At dinner on Saturday night after we had the deal at Jacksonville State, and Sherry and I got home and went out to dinner, and we were discussing that came up Saturday night about the most famous shirtless walkthrough that
remember like it was yesterday.
That really angered.
Still to this day.
Well, ain't nothing between us but air and opportunity.
Right.
I mean, surely we can move on. Was that been 18 years ago? But anyway,
about 3 presidents later.
Right. But the funny thing was, see, my wife was working, which she appreciated that for the television station that we did that to, which she said she appreciated us bringing that drama to her.
Yeah.
But but it, you know how somebody will just go on and on about something, and then finally she was like, "Hey, I understand that you made the point. All right, now I'm getting to the point where that's my husband, and you really, if this is what you want to do, go do it. Take him on. But I got to warn you, it may not go the way you want.
Right?
Because I still knew then. I still had a little bit of old Rick in me. You know, I'd become a follower of Jesus, but I was still new.
I tell you, there's another one you have forgotten about that really would probably be we could get a lot of mileage out of if I could dub it and get it into you. It's pretty funny. With Paulie.
Oh yeah, were we shirtless in that one too?
Oh yeah,
oh,
yeah. And you can't have fun like that now because it wasn't an issue then. But
yeah,
you know.
Here we go, 8 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show, taking your phone calls now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's go. I say, hey, mama, this is Mr. Rhythm and Blue. Well, as things are cooling off where you live, have you been to the Rick and Bubba store yet? Go to rickandbubba.com, click on the store. A lot of you I've noticed lately grabbing the Rick and Bubba University sweatshirts. I hear you. I see that. Catching those blankets that we got, Rick and Bubba hoodie. I mean, it is really, really cool. And got your long sleeve shirts and things of that nature. Got to get your Rick and Bubba pajamas. We got those, lounge wear. All that, great gift ideas, but just cool things to get for yourself. If you're not up on your Rick and Bubba swag, you can always find the latest on what's going on by going to rickandbubba.com. And coming soon, the brand new Rick and Bubba CD, Where's the Bathroom? So we'll keep you updated on that. If you want to call us, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'd love to hear from you. Alicia, out of Huntsville, listening to us on 100.3 The River. Go right ahead.
It is Alicia, and I cannot believe I'm talking to you.
Well, we're glad you are.
We're honored.
Hi, Bubba. I'm glad you're back. Rick, you're my nemesis, but I still love you.
Thank you.
How can we talk about Biden losing his faculties when we're not talking about Herschel Walker losing his?
Well, we kind of have. I don't know if you've heard us talking about that. Greg has been very, very, very vocal about that. And we have, of course, when you watch the Warnick Herschel Walker debate, I didn't find myself feeling overly good about either one of them.
Yeah, they weren't exactly.
That wasn't exactly the gathering of the Titans. But so no, we actually have talked about that. Sure have. So you might have missed that.
It's not pretty.
Yeah, but would you vote for either one of them if you were in Georgia?
Well, I would. Yeah, I would vote for Warnock.
Really?
Oh, no, let's not go that far.
Ooh,
yeah.
No wonder I'm your nemesis.
Because there's no other choice. If I had another choice, maybe I would pick another choice. But I'm not voting for Herschel Walker.
Well, maybe just sit this one out.
Yeah. But Warnick, the things that
I will admit this.
Yeah.
I was so bad at picking a president that maybe I should sit out.
That's good.
That's funny.
Thanks. Let's go to Jim in Jasper. Jim, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I wanted to give some tips on how to make... Hey, hello?
Yeah, go ahead. You're on.
Can you hear me? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, Jim, don't do that.
Make the most of your phone troll. Unless you are caller one in a phone troll, there's no need to keep asking you guys, how are y'all doing? because I don't think much is going to change from 30 seconds from caller to caller.
Well, you
I don't
never
know if
know.
noticed. You get that question a lot.
Yeah,
It's a game of inches.
yeah. I think part of it is I think that's a nervous thing. I honestly don't think people are unaware of how we're doing, and I don't think they really want to know. I think it's one of those things, people. You have
It's just a
conversation starter.
It's just a greeting. It's just a greeting.
You know what it is? I'll tell you what it is. It is the person who walks out on the stage in a theater or whatever, and as soon as they walk out, there's that discomfort of getting started on the mic. And what do they say? How y'all doing?
Yeah. How we doing tonight?
Everybody having a good time tonight?
Yeah,
that's
get warmed up.
That's what
words out.
It's just hey, I'm trying to get going.
Yeah. What's happening?
Yeah, I really don't think they're wondering
Seen her?
if our situation has changed in 30
I think
seconds.
it's just a greeting, just a bridge.
But
everybody
it is a
doing
waste
all
of-
right? Hey, everybody having a good time tonight? Yeah. And do you ever always feel bad when they don't get much of a
that
response?
little spattering.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, it's good to be here, and good to be here with y'all.
You're all over.
It's okay.
All right, man.
Yeah. Wendy is in Crestview, Florida. Hey, Wendy. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm doing great. I just wanted to call and wish my husband Tony a happy 25th wedding anniversary.
1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. Thank you, Wendy, and I hope you guys have a great day together. And weeknight anniversaries.
That's all right. You have the day, then you celebrate on the weekend.
Right.
Too.
And hey, looking at some of the other stuff that we've got here today, did you see that in Indianapolis that Starbucks there's more of these closing now, and the only reason why they're closing them is they're worried about safety.
So you're talking about the neighborhoods getting kind of rough?
Yeah, public safety. Now, when you've got something as woke as Starbucks,
who
closing down because they think that the areas they're in, some of them are too dangerous for their employees and for them to do business. See, that goes back to that thing again where leftists love to be part and support things that sound good and policies and politics that sound good until it affects them.
Yeah.
And then when it affects them, suddenly this down with law enforcement when everybody keeps coming in here and breaking into our place.
Yeah, when they're stealing our ice cream money.
Right, suddenly.
Defund the police doesn't sound near as good.
No, so I'm going to keep saying it. I'm just going to close my location in the areas that have been badly affected by that dumb idea.
And Rick, this whole inflation thing, talking about how it is affecting everybody across the board. There was a big, and we've talked about this during the life of the show. We've had minimum wage increases several times, but we talked about the fact that when you artificially set a minimum wage at $10 or $15 an hour, that eventually, as everything evens out, you don't gain any buying power. And in this particular case, you've lost it. Now, there's a lot of other things affecting that, obviously.
Right.
But you always seem to see inflation follow those things, and it's happened again.
Also, and you said this off the air today, can somebody educate the president that somebody owing a student loan is not the same as people who took help from the government during the pandemic?
Yeah, the PPP, the payroll protection
Can
program,
somebody explain why that's not the
was
same thing?
the government helping out businesses because they were ordered closed by the government. That is, and he likes to compare the student loan forgiveness idea, which isn't just an idea, it hadn't passed, to the PPP program. Well, we could argue they shouldn't have been a PPP program. We also should have argued that the government had no authority to shut everybody down.
Right.
And so that is such an apples and orange comparison. It doesn't even make sense. Again, I think it shows their understanding of the economy as a whole.
Yeah, you put debt on those businesses they didn't choose. A student loan is debt you chose.
Yeah. Now, if you want to say, let everybody's car note be paid, that's a whole different thing.